So for the online folks, just a reminder that we are recording this, that the captions are available. The captions will be in the link. And then we have ASL interpreters available online. For the in-person audience, I just wanted to remind you that we're going to have a break from 10 to 10:15, where a lot of people. Visitor Center will be open. And I know you're all used to dealing with this, but if we send all of you to the bathroom at the same time, you're going to be there for a while. So if you need to use the restroom, feel free to get up and move around while things are going on. Lunch is at 11:45 to 12:45. What's open is at the inn, the Snow Lodge, and the upper store. So we'll see you back here at 12:45, and we'll also have another break at 2. And with that, I'd like to introduce the Deputy Superintendent, if you're ready to go. Mike Turnell is here to talk to us and get our season kicked off.
Thanks, Dawn, and good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. It's a great opportunity we have to talk with a lot of visitors, enjoy some time in the park, and each of you here, I know, has your own story about how you got here and why you're here, and I want to talk about that a little bit this morning. How many people are here for the first summer in Yellowstone? Great. Yeah, welcome. So I wanted you to first think about kind of why we're here and what we get to do. And my own personal story, I've been with the National Park Service for a long time. Worked all around the country, 25 years in Alaska, which was pretty cool. And then just the last 5 years or so back in the lower 48, and 3 of those here in Yellowstone. And I actually had a couple seasons here back in the 80s. I worked at the general store at Bridge Bay at the marina, which was then Hamilton Stores. So some of you remember that, and TW Services and all those different companies back in the old days. But and what was the other one? Anyway, so I grew up in Bighorn, Wyoming, on the ranch outside of town. There, a little town between Sheridan and right at the base of the Bighorn Mountains. Beautiful place. Used to just look out the bedroom window, and the Bighorn Mountains are right there, and the peaks of the Bighorns are higher than anything in Montana. And it was just, you know, a good place to explore, and kind of really an idyllic childhood in the great outdoors, lots of unstructured playtime. My first national park experience was a trip to Little Bighorn Battlefield when I was in 2nd grade. And when I went there, that was like a life-changing experience in a way. I never, my love of history that started there has never stopped. My curiosity, it all started right there on that field trip in a national park unit. And one of the things during the tour, I learned that there was one cavalry horse that survived the battle named Comanche. And they had on site a horse that you could come and look at. And as a 2nd grader, I was trying to figure out could a horse really live for 100 years? And is this the same one? So, but it was a great experience. And then when, you know, some years later, when I was in graduate school, I was specializing in physical geography at the University of Iowa. I was there for a PhD, actually. And during that program, one of the classes was wilderness management. And I had some assigned readings, and I was trying to do a little bit of read ahead a little bit during the summer. And so one of those summers I was at Bridge Bay, I spent a lot of time reading during the breaks along the shore of Yellowstone Lake. There, a book called Wilderness and the American Mind by Roderick Nash. Some of you may know that. And just great story about the history of environmental protection and wilderness in the United States. And reading that book and seeing what the rangers were doing in Yellowstone, I thought, wow, that would be really fun. That would be a good life profession. So I went back to Iowa and I said, you know, is there a way to just get a master's degree and not a PhD and go be a park ranger? And So that's what I did. And I knew that I couldn't just come back to Yellowstone and be a park ranger right away. But my love of history, I thought, well, if I end up going all around the country to these different historic sites, that'll be just fine. So that's what I did. And you know, the whole idea of unstructured playtime that I grew up with, I want to carry that theme through because it's something that people get to do here in Yellowstone at any age. And it's one of the best things you could do with your kids. And I think the parents here of young children, I know we have some, would heartily agree that that's a good thing to do. My only precaution is that when you're, you know, if your son is 10 years old and he decides to reenact the Battle of the Little Bighorn with action figures and introduce fire onto the landscape to add a new element to the battle. Fortunately, my father arrived with some shovels and some water and saved me. But that wasn't, so 10-year-olds, yeah, unstructured playtime, absolutely. Probably shouldn't include matches. So each of you I know has your own story about why you're here and how you got here, whether you say rode a Greyhound bus to Livingston and hitchhiked the rest of the way, or you know, the Bob Dylan song, we drove that car as far as we could, abandoned it out west, and here we are. So there's great stories about how people got here, but the thing I want you to remember all summer long is the passion for the place that's deep inside you that I know each of you has, and it's your own story. And visitors are, I know they're interested in that stuff. I know from the different parks I've been in, this is my 9th national park, that guide services, there's lots of questions about, oh, where do you live? Where are you from? What's your life like? So people who live in national parks, visitors are fascinated by that, and there's lots of stories. And so you get great opportunities to share your passion, and please continue to do that. As far as why visitors are here, there's really the full spectrum. People come for all different reasons, and people have different levels of knowledge in preparation for being here. One of the things I said when we did this on May 2nd is, if you think about when you fly into a big airport, like flying into Chicago O'Hare or flying into Newark, and you know, I think it's more interesting to look at from 30,000 feet all the way across the country and other places. But when you approach an airport, there's these huge subdivisions that it's just amazing how many houses are squeezed into these areas, and you don't see as many trees or parks, and just intensely urban areas. And remember that the vast majority of Yellowstone visitors are coming from that kind of environment. And we know that from, if people are taking pictures of deer, right? You haven't been out in nature, because you can drive the New Jersey Turnpike and see deer. So coming from this is a new place and a new environment, and we need to help people. We need to educate people in how do you behave in this environment. We also need to be patient with people and understand that, you know, they're going to ask questions that may seem pretty basic or uninformed. And some of the examples of those questions that I use are, one of them was when I worked as a law enforcement ranger at Gulf Islands National Seashore, and one of the jobs we had was just to make sure everybody got on the boat to go back at the end of the day from the barrier island, because otherwise they were out there with us, and our housing was pretty limited, and we didn't need, you know, large groups of visitors camping in our living room. So we tried to make sure everybody got back on the bus or on the boat. So they would ask, a common question actually was, what time does the 2:30 boat leave? And so how do you answer that? And so it's like, Well, and I actually had an easier question than that yesterday, which was on the way back from Midway Geyser Basin. Is there a geyser out here somewhere? Um, so no, I haven't seen one yet. But no, I mean, you can think of all kinds of, smart answers you could give, but, what are they really asking? And so is there a geyser out here somewhere? It's really more, okay, I've been going for a while. I'm not sure how much farther, and I'm hoping I'm on the right trail. And so that's what I responded to. And the what time does a 2:30 boat leave? It was, well, is it like, are we in Northern Europe boarding the train where if you're not on the train at 2:20, it's probably going to leave without you. You need to be on the train and ready to go. Or is it like island time and it's pretty casual? So, what do they really need to know? So be patient with visitors and understand what they're really asking. Remember also that I think the greatest part of what we get to do, and I do a little bit of it. I was a pretty good roving interpreter yesterday, I thought, talked to quite a few visitors, but you get to do that every day. And the great thing about it is what you're really doing is you're facilitating people making good memories. That's why they're here. So the social science shows us that people like to learn new things when they go on vacation. They like to learn about new cultures. That's why things like the teepees, the tribal center just down the road from here or down the path, don't take your car. That's why those things are really popular, and people love that stuff. They like learning about Native American cultures. They like learning about the history. They love learning about the wildlife, the geysers in Yellowstone. And we have to do it in a way that we're not lecturing to people or bombarding them with information. We want to keep it fun. And one of the compliments to that I share often about interpreters, one of the best ones I've ever heard is somebody came to me when I was a superintendent and said, that that ranger who led that program was so good. We didn't even know we were learning a lot. It was so much fun. We didn't even know how much we were learning. And that's, how do you do that? And you can think of professors, teachers you've had who made the class so much fun that you wanted to go to class. You were even willing to get up at 8 o'clock or 7:55 and run the 8 o'clock class, as college students do. But anyway, just, keep it fun. Use your sense of humor. Use your internal passion to help people learn about this place. And remember that at every age, unstructured playtime is a really good thing. So I'll open it up to questions, and we have a runner with a mic, right? Okay. Yeah, so the question was, what do you think is one of the most important things we can teach the general public? Yeah. And besides the specifics of why you're there on the tour, one of the things I would do, this is sort of more of a concept than a specific fact, but just the idea to me and my experience going back to the 80s when I was a seasonal, and what do you do as a seasonal employee is like every weekend you're out on the backcountry trails. I mean, that's what I did. And so I've covered a lot of the backcountry in the park back in those days. And you don't see a lot of people out there, a long trail. I mean, we did like, I think I remember doing a Thunder one time, one of my favorite hikes and summiting the Thunder while there was thunder and yeah, but didn't see anybody the entire hike, and that was a long day. Stuff like that, and that reminds me that you know, so many people spend so much time just right on the road, right on the trails, and I don't have the exact stats off the top, but you know, if you go more than a mile or two from a trailhead, the crowd's really thin out. There's hardly anybody out there. But not only that, just get out of your car, right? And I mean, I saw this at the Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon National Park. One of the most surprising things to me is people would drive by the edge of the canyon and look, like, I know there's a big, like, mile deep canyon out there. Let's take a look, and keep driving. And that's just like, get out of your car. And what we can do is help people get not just looking at things in the checklist, but the feel of it. What does it feel like? What does it sound like? You know, there's such thing as natural sounds, which is an important resource that we have. And so what can you do to encourage people to get outside their comfort zone a little bit and explore? And people talk about that. You know, that what do they talk about when they leave here? When they go back to Ohio, talk with family and friends, it's like, yeah, everything went perfectly, you know, all our reservations, everything was fine. Gas prices weren't bad. And well, that's not very exciting. But yeah, we were on this trail, we saw this bear, we had to turn around, we had to go the other way. Those are the kinds of things people talk about. So those are the real memories. So that's what I would say. Number one is get them outside their comfort zone a little bit.
Almost half of our season is closed. So I'm wondering, there's a half mile, really it's just a social trail that's been there for years now, that goes into the valley over by Indiana. There's guys, we go on that, there's the Spanish sparrows, there's the Everest thistle we talked about, the wildflowers, pond out there. You can go out from that side and look over a whole other part of Hidden Valley you can see from the road. Get the bison, get the elk, get the deer out there, all kinds of things. I wonder if there's any way that we can access just that half mile in Hidden Valley. We can still access and give people that experience that we're talking about.
Yeah, and that's, I think we're going to have Carrie Gunther's on the agenda for later today. Yeah, and so you should run that question by him as well, so he's aware of it, and then we'll talk about if there's a way to make any adjustments to that BMA. There's some pretty sound science behind the need to do it, but if you're talking about, well, could we have more of an area close to the road to use, we can look into that. Yeah, yeah. Others. Yeah. Good.
I'm just wondering what are some of the differences that you know, entertaining, like teaching like older guests versus maybe like younger guests, so like children, you know, like how it, like what each of those groups like difference and what they more.
Yeah, good question. And I'll repeat it for the virtual customers, right? So what are the differences in educating younger children versus older people, and as far as what they enjoy? And with one of the things that, just on that question, I'll comment that the National Park Service back about, it was almost 10 years ago, it was rolled out in 2016 for the centennial, that the Every Kid in a Park. And so the National Park Service actually partnered with Department of Education, and there was some sound social science behind fourth and fifth graders are exactly the right age for the free passes in national parks. And the reason for that is the brain is developing to a point where they start to grasp concepts beyond just kind of what's right in front of them. And that at that age, they remember absolutely everything. And so if you have children on your tour between about 3rd grade and 6th grade, anywhere in that, just remember that they will remember everything that you do, and it's like life-changing experiences for them. That's that ideal age. People say, you know, once somebody's over 40, you can't teach them anything because they're set in their ways. And so how do you reach older people with family groups? And I did interpretation for a while. I found a lot of success in if the kids are having fun, the parents are having fun. You know, they don't care exactly what, well, why don't you teach my kid about fish instead of birds? If the kids are having a great time, the parents are like, don't, you know, keep doing what you're doing. So, and with adults, one of the challenges there, I think, is even though, you know, say, well, you can't teach an old dog new tricks or whatever, but one of the things we have a great opportunity to do in Yellowstone is to try to help people understand different sides of different issues. When you talk about wolves or bears or whatever, that just asking the right questions sometimes. And you can't in your role, nor can I in mine, go out and say that, you know, we should, politically, we should vote for people who want wolves to live all around and not take bears off the list and all those kinds of things. So we have to be really careful with the politics and stay neutral. But the more we can get people to think about kind of new things, ask them questions, you know, well, have you thought about this? And, you know, some people think this, and just the idea of broadening their thinking. I think Yellowstone is a great place to do that. Even on like things like climate change, you know, it's like, climate change doesn't really affect me because the air conditioning in Houston works as well as it always did. And, you know, I'm not worried about it. But when you start talking about things like white bark pine and start asking some questions in the park, it's a great opportunity to get people to think about things that they haven't thought about before. So that's how I would challenge more kind of the adult group. What else? In the middle. Okay. We'll do this one. We'll take one online, and I think we have about 5 more minutes, and then the next, the comedy act will be.
Morning.
Morning.
What history of Yellowstone?
Yeah, that's one of the things after all that time in the backcountry, I have to admit that I haven't spent a lot of time up in the like Thoroughfare and Two Ocean Plateau. And so as a geographer, I really ought to stand at the location where you have one foot in one, you know, the Yellowstone watershed and one in the Snake River watershed, right? So that's something that's a play. I need to get out in the southeast quadrant of the park a little bit more. I love the lake area. I've been around the lake a lot, but farther up into the Thoroughfare. So that's the one I would, yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks. And the question, oh, I didn't repeat the question, which is, what was it, self-explanatory maybe. Okay. Virtual. What are they coming in from? Yeah. Okay. What about the North Entrance Road? It's a great road. I'm, I'm, I'm the father of 2 beginning teenage drivers. That is not driving 101. It's like, what's that scratch on the back of the, oh, I kind of had a little encounter with the guardrail. So far, very minor. So lots of twists and turns in that road. And you guys know the history. It's the, you know, the Stagecoach Road and all of that. The plan for the future, and we'll roll this out publicly later this fall. And Bob has detailed information, maybe some maps and all of that. But the plan with the north entrance road is we're looking at 3 different alignments. If you drive it, you see stakes all over the place and you're kind of wondering what's going on. So all that has to do with surveying in preparation for the new alignments. We need to know how much the soils are moving. We need to survey the actual alignments, all of that. So one option is put it back down in the canyon area, which would require a viaduct of some kind, pretty expensive project. And if any of you go down there, as far as Boiling River, we have guide access down there, you can see that that mountain is still sliding really on both sides and covering up the road in places. So that's an issue that makes that even more challenging. So that's an expensive option, but could be done. So because the road, the former road is great all the way down to the 45th parallel. All of the damage was in Montana, nothing in Wyoming, perfectly fine. So we could use that much of it. A second option is to use a substantial portion of it down to Boiling River and then connect over to the current, what was the old Gardner Road, the one that we're using now. So kind of a hybrid between the two. And then the third option is to continue using the existing road, but to make some alignment changes. So we take out a lot of the twists and turns, because when you drive it, you know, it's like, wow, they intentionally added turns in this section. You could have just gone straight. And yes, you could if you had time to engineer the whole thing, which we didn't post flood. We needed to just get it done. So there's a number of improvements we could make to the existing road alignment. So those are the 3 options: in the canyon, a mix of the 2, or substantially use the current alignment. So, yeah, thanks. All right. Yeah, okay. Thanks, everybody. And again, looking forward to great things from you. Please share your passion with visitors and keep them excited about this park, and stay excited about spending time in this special place on your own as well.
Thanks, Mike. We're ready. I'm going to stay down here. It feels safer, a little cooler. It's kind of hot up there. We're going to have a concessions update. And for this, we got you 3 folks instead of just 1. So it's got to be important information. So Jim Lewis, Kim Flanagan, and over here, Michael Curtis will wind us out. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Dawn. Hi, guys. Like Dawn said, my name's Jim, and I'm here with Kimberly Flanagan to represent the Commercial Services Office here in Yellowstone. Our division chief was unable to make it today, Julie Gregg, be back, but she wanted to welcome all of you here and thank you for being here. It is so nice to finally have you all here in person. I know I've been waiting some time. Before I begin, I wanted to recognize Linda Young, Dawn Webster, Jim Pico, Virginia Warner, Brett Rayburn, and other members of their team. I wanted to thank them for organizing this event, for bringing all these great speakers that we have here today, and in recent years for providing some world-class virtual trainings to all of Yellowstone's partners. So if everybody can just give them a quick round of applause for that. I wanted to echo some of the sentiment that Mike shared and talk about how much we value the work that you do in this park. Just about 5 years ago, I found myself in an auditorium very similar to this in a park just south of here. It was my first season with the National Park Service, and I share many of the feelings that I'm sure a lot of you newcomers are experiencing here today. During that training, the Commercial Services Chief had a moment to share something with us that stuck with me and ultimately brought me back to the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. She said, remember, when you get out in the field and you see people that are guiding folks through the park, leading horseback rides, working at hotels, and providing visitor services, that those folks are rangers too. And while they may not be wearing green or gray, most of them are here for the same reason that you and I are. I think that's important because while we might not all work in a visitor center, carry a gun or a badge, or lead tours throughout the park, we are all here for the same reason. We're here to keep this park running and we're here to perform the mission of the National Park Service. For those that are not familiar, the National Park Service's mission is to preserve unimpaired the natural, cultural resources and values of the national park system for the enjoyment, education, and inspiration for this and future generations. And all of you are an extension of that mission. You are the ones that are helping people understand this place and its history. You are the ones that are building memories, and you are the ones that are leaving a legacy of preservation. Let's see. And we appreciate you. I can't say that enough. So thank you. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for everything you do in this very special place.
Hi, everyone. It's really good to see how many people have been able to show up today here in person and to those who are joining us online. So thank you for taking the time out of your day to be here and join us on the training event. Our office, the concessions office, is going to be holding a meeting with the CUA holders on May 23rd, where we're going to go into a lot of CUA program updates in more detail. But we did want to give you a couple of quick updates today. So for those of you who aren't familiar with the Concessions Management Office, our office is made up of 8 employees that we currently have. And then we also have 3 extra positions, vacant positions that we are currently working to fill. Our office oversees the Commercial Use Authorization Program, which is the program that Jim and I manage. And then we also oversee the concessions contracts for the operators in the park who offer our lodging, retail stores, restaurants, stock and over snow tours and some other services within the park. We also perform asset management duties for oversight and management of buildings that are assigned to our concessions contract holders. So Yellowstone, we do have one of the biggest concessions management programs in the Park Service. Our CUA program is the biggest in our Intermountain region. Intermountain region. Last year, we issued about 450 CUAs, and this year we've issued about 370 CUAs so far, and we're still going. So in regards to the CUA program, this last year, our office implemented the National Park Service CUA online application and reporting system, which is a system that we're now using for all application processing. We have run into a couple of bumps and glitches, along the way. And so we just want to say thank you to those who have used the system and have patiently worked with us as we got you through the process. The developers are working on that program, and we should see a lot of improvements for the application process in the coming year. So we also wanted to give you a little bit of update on guide cards. So in the past, our office has issued individual guide cards for up to 3,500 guides operating in the park each year. As of this year, we are going to be no longer issuing individual guide cards. All guides are required to carry a copy of the first page of the CUA that they're operating under while they're operating in the park. You'll show this CUA form at the entrance station, and to any NPS personnel that may request it, it acts as your proof that you're authorized to operate in the park. We're going to go over more updates on the new guide registration system in our meeting on the 23rd. And then this last year, our office, we also implemented a CUA monitoring plan. This plan outlines how we're going to be monitoring CUA operators in the field and for administrative requirements. And so Jim and I are going to be spending more time out in the field this year as we fully implement that plan. And so you may see us out in the park, and we may stop and talk with you when it's convenient, not when you're right in the middle of a tour, but we may stop and talk with you to try and get a better idea, a better understanding about your tours, and also to do some compliance checks. So we just also wanted to let you know that you please feel free to contact us if you have any questions, or concerns about anything. That's what we're there for. And so if you see anything out in the field that you're concerned about, or if you have any questions about your operations, please contact us. We're also going to be there this afternoon for the social time after the training. So if you have any questions, please feel free to come up to us and ask us any questions that you may have. And so again, just wanted to say thank you for everything that you guys do for Yellowstone. We're really looking forward to working with you this year. So, and now we're going to hand it off to Michael Curtis, and he is going to give a few updates on the Backcountry Office reservation system.
Good morning. We're trying to do a little bit of outreach on a change that's going to take place in 2025 for specifically CUA holders that do overnight backcountry trips in Yellowstone's backcountry. Right now, CUA groups have unlimited ability to make reservations for overnight backcountry camping trips. And starting in 2025, we're going to actually limit that to a maximum of 10 advanced reservations that can be made before the public online period that opens April 1. So companies will be able to make those 10 reservations working through the central backcountry office ahead of time. And then after April 26th, when the general on sale period starts, they can make any additional reservations, but they'll be competing with the general public at that point. So that's a big change that we're putting in place to kind of bring a little bit of balance between private use and commercial use throughout the park. Kind of tied to that, some specific things, we're going to allow a maximum of 3 groups per day in the backcountry for each CUA permit, and they're only going to be allowed to stay in 2 campsites per geographic area. And the central backcountry office has those geographic areas, and they'll be also passing on some of this information via email next week ahead of that, I believe, May 23rd CUA meeting. And then we're also gonna, as part of that advanced reservation system, we're gonna allow no more than 8 total nights in the Beckler area to be reserved ahead of time, ahead of that April 1 booking period for each company. So trying to, again, shift some of the use throughout the park and everything. So those changes will take place again in 2025. So essentially March 1st, which is when those advanced reservations will be available to the backcountry CUA groups. So like I said, more information will be coming via email. Ivan Kowski with our central backcountry office passed some of this information on to some of the companies in a meeting a couple weeks ago, and he'll be on passing more of this information on that May 23rd meeting. So thank you. Any questions?
You guys have anything?
This one's specific, so I need the numbers to get back to that as well. So what percent revenues you guys have to pay out to them?
So under the CUA program, so there is like a $350 application fee that you pay at the beginning of the year. And then you have what we call management fees. Management fees, they're based on the percentage of the operator's gross receipts for their operations within the park. And those fees, if it is a penny to $250,000, then you pay 3% of gross receipts. If you have $250,000 to $500,000 in gross receipts, then you pay 4%, and anything over $500,000 is 5%. Yeah, and just so you're also aware, our contracts, because we did have this question, our contract, concessions contract holders, the Terra, Delaware North, YPSS, and our Stock and Over Snow, they do also pay franchise fees to the government. And so their franchise fees, they range from anywhere from 3% to 15%, depending on the contract. And so we do also collect fees from the concessions contract holders as well.
Yes and no. We have some contract requirements that provide that they have to have healthy options. A lot of those would meet some dietary restrictions, but in today's world, there's a lot of dietary restrictions out there. So awesome. All right. Thank you.
Questions?
All right. Thank you. All right. I just want you to know we timed things so well that Old Faithful is due at 10:05. So when your break happens at 10, run to the front of the building. And if you've already had enough of Old Faithful, you can go to the bathroom. So with that, I'd like to introduce Bob Camel. He's going to talk about our roads today and go easy on them, okay?
Thanks, Dawn. Good morning. And my name is Bob Camel. I am Chief of Professional Services here in Yellowstone. What that means, my team consists of landscape architects, an architect, and several civil engineers. And that group, that team is heavily focused on delivering transportation projects for the park, our new housing program, and a lot of our water and wastewater infrastructure improvement projects. And then my team also consists of our fabulous backcountry trails teams and our boardwalk, our main boardwalk repair and improvement team. So that's kind of my team, and that's where we focus. I'm going to speak a little bit here about transportation improvement projects this morning. I'm thinking most of y'all do drive and you use our roads and you use the bridges. And I don't know how many of your visitors are too excited to learn about our water and wastewater treatment plants. But I do want to share some information about that too, because we have a rather large improvement program around upgrading those facilities to serve the public and park residents and everybody in the park. Our goal with transportation is to continue to provide a safe and reliable transportation network for park visitors, and we want to make sure people can get around the park safely. We've got about 310 miles of paved road. I think if you've driven the Grand Loop, you know we've got road that's in excellent condition, and we've got road where you probably slalom a little bit to get around some of our potholes and other things. Bridges, I want to say we've got somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 60 bridges. Our bridges are inspected either annually or biannually by the Federal Highway Administration. They're inspected in accordance with the National Bridge Inspection Program, so it's a fairly widely recognized approach in the engineering world to determine how safe bridges are. And that kind of is my segue into FY or calendar year 2024 projects. We have 2 bridge projects underway. Yellowstone River Bridge is in its 2nd year of construction. That's anticipated to be complete in 26, 27. We are replacing the old Yellowstone River Bridge, and if you've driven across it, you've seen or you've had a sneak peek at what the conditions of that bridge are. That bridge was rated B by the Federal Highway Administration. That has their ratings go from A to E, and A is actually the worst. If we're in A condition, we are closing that bridge. If we're in E, basically it's a new bridge. And I wish high school worked like that, because I'd have gotten some scholarships, man. So that's a B-rated bridge, and so we're putting in a new bridge. And if you've been out there, you see it's a fairly substantial project. A lot of what you see right now is temporary. We've got to build construction access routes to get to piers and abutments. A lot of that will be reclaimed and recovered. But some of the features that will exist when the bridge is done, bridge will have sidewalks on both sides. I think the public's going to want to get out on that bridge and look out across the river. We're going to have some improved parking on all sides of the bridge. There's going to be a really neat little trail experience on the, I think that would be the southwest corner of the bridge. We'll have a little trail developed there, some parking, a nice little accessible viewpoint looking up the Yellowstone River. The Yellowstone River picnic areas has been enlarged. I think we've added 25 new picnic sites. There's a new trailhead for the Yellowstone River Bridge, Yellowstone River Trail. Wrecker Road, Wrecker turnout, Wrecker parking. We've kept that. We've added some parking in there. We're going to add some comfort stations. So you'll continue to have access to that location for fishing. A lot of our youth groups use that location. So that's the Yellowstone River Bridge project. 30-minute delays on that project. That's what's in the contract. Most of that work is off-road. So we don't anticipate that rhythm of delays to be consistent throughout the whole season. There will be times when they're mobbing in equipment, when they need to bring in precast bridge concrete segments. Has anybody been by there lately? Okay. Well, you probably realize we've got to get vertical this year. We've got to get up to deck elevation. So that's the big effort this year, is building those bridge piers. And so all that'll be trucked into the park. So while they're moving that in and so other things like that, that's probably going to be a pretty good rhythm of those 30-minute delays. Our other bridge project is Lewis River Bridge, which is south. And again, that was a Class B structure. We're in year 2 of construction there. That project is anticipated to be complete this fall. And another opportunity here where we build these bridges mostly offline. We don't try and rebuild on the existing bridge. A lot of that is just to be able to facilitate and keep traffic moving. So we are building downstream of the existing bridge. When that project's complete, you're going to have 2 really nice parking areas on both sides of the bridge. There'll be trail access to view the falls. Again, some accessibility improvements for if you have elderly folks or you have guests with disabilities. There's going to be some real enhanced opportunities there. Some interpretation. Again, the bridge will also have sidewalks. So we see that as a really neat opportunity to increase the visitor experience around those falls. 20-minute delays there. We wanted to keep those a little shorter. We were kind of worried that things could back up all the way to the south gate. But I think that from what I've heard has been working really well. Went well last year. But again, 20-minute delays there. There may be another set of those independent traffic lights this year. We may be controlling access in and out of one of their staging pits, but whether there's multiple or more sets of traffic lights, it's still 20 minutes through that work zone. So those are the 2 major transportation improvement projects for 2024. 30 minutes at Yellowstone River Bridge, 20 minutes at Lewis River Bridge. We also have some park maintenance work that will be ongoing, and I will come back to that. I think I have that down on the floor. Our park crews will be doing they'll continue to be doing the pavement repair between Norris and Canyon, and then there's several chip seal projects that are planned. What else? Going forward, Mike mentioned the North Entrance Road. Did anybody participate in one of the 4 pre-scoping meetings that we had maybe a month or so ago? I saw a few hands go up, so thank you for participating. As we go forward, public input's going to be real important. Where we're at, Mike explained it. We've got 3 options we're exploring, and actually our federal highway partners are in the park this week, and our federal highway team and our park team are walking all these alignments and trying to figure out what looks good and where we need to improve them and what's feasible and what isn't feasible. But as we go forward, we'll be looking for those opportunities to provide turnouts and viewpoints and educational, interpretive opportunities where they may exist. We hope to have a preferred alternative selected sometime maybe in the fall, and then we would carry that forward through the NEPA process and an environmental assessment where we would continue to go back out and seek public opinion, public thoughts on the preferred alternative. So there'll be more opportunity to engage in that project. That's probably going to start maybe 2027. And depending on what alignment's picked, it could be a 4 to 8 year project. So stay tuned. That's a fun one. Same with the Northeast Entrance Corridor. We've got some disaster supplement money to continue to rebuild where the flood really hit those sections of that road. And that's probably 28, 29 kind of work. We're also doing a corridor study for that entire corridor from Roosevelt all the way to the Northeast Entrance. We're looking at widening that road to the park's 30-foot template. We're looking at opportunities to provide more viewing areas for wildlife, to increase parking capacities at some of our turnouts, to maybe add some more vault toilets. I think right now we've got 4 to 6 new vault toilets locations proposed for that corridor. Big project, and that will probably be done in phases over decades. But that's a big project that's in the planning corridor. Another project that's in planning is Canyon to Fishing Bridge. And again, that's probably a decade out from implementation of a phase 1. But looking at those same issues, widening the road to 30 feet, looking for opportunities to provide additional wildlife viewing, turnouts, pullouts, parking, trailheads. Those are kind of the rhythm of how we look at those corridors through a planning and design process. Anybody here come in from west? All right. Madison River Bridge had a big hole in it last year. And it's a B-rated bridge. And we have a lot of urgency around getting that bridge fixed. So we've engaged with our federal highway partners. You'll see some geotechnical drilling going on out there this season, where we're drilling boreholes to understand kind of the geology of the soils and the hydrologic conditions. We want to have that project under contract and under construction by 2027. I mentioned geotechnical investigations. You will see around the park this year, between Canyon and Fishing Bridge, between Gardner and Mammoth, around the Madison River Bridge, some of our geotechnical contractors and their rigs, and they'll be boring holes on the road, adjacent to the road, around the road. So there may be some very short and brief traffic impacts around that, but those are very quick. Those groups are usually just flagging when there's a little pool of traffic. They're just trying to move everybody through as quickly as possible. Those aren't really a planned 20, 30-minute kind of event. Those happen very quickly, but you will see those around the park. And that's the purpose, where we're trying to learn more about where we can build, what the conditions are, how we need to design around soil types, water levels, those kind of issues. Other big infrastructure. We've been very aggressive in approving park housing for park employees. And if you're familiar at all with that program and the superintendent's initiatives around that, we have 4 goals. Goal 1 was to remove most of our dilapidated trailers and replace those with modern housing. And we've been very successful there. Goal 4 of that 4-goal approach is to increase the capacity of our housing so we have more housing available. And we just received a nice donation from a very kind individual or individuals, and we'll be working to build new housing all around the park. So that's really exciting. Water, wastewater. Who wants to talk about that? But we have to have it. And we have a project online to improve the Old Faithful wastewater treatment plant. That's going to happen probably in 25 and be a 2 to 3 year project. We're hoping to start this year on upgrading the Old Faithful water treatment plant. And I'm sorry, Brett, this is all me, isn't it? No? So again, we want to provide safe and sanitary visit for our park employees and our park visitors. And a lot of that involves clean drinking water and safe sanitary facilities. So we'll be rehabbing Old Faithful wastewater treatment plant, the Canyon wastewater treatment plant, the Grant wastewater treatment plant, the Mammoth wastewater treatment plant. So a lot of good projects around those. Most of those won't happen until 25, 26, 27. As far as traffic impacts, I'd imagine anything would be very light. It would be mostly construction traffic on the roads, bringing products and materials into those locations. But right now, I don't envision any, like our bridge and transportation projects where we have these 20 and 30-minute windows. I wouldn't envision anything like that. Let me stop there and see what kind of questions we have. Yeah, I love that road. I think as much, I love these opportunities where you can get off the Grand Loop and have a little bit more intimate kind of experience with some of these locations. We do have a team, and maybe Mark can speak to this a little bit later. We are organizing around what we can do to possibly reopen that road. We don't have any hard, it'll be open by information at this point, but we do think it's important, and we've got a group that's looking at it. You're going to really like what we were going to do at Lewis River Bridge and Yellowstone River Bridge for accessibility. And thank you for, thinking of those visitors. Yeah, gotta repeat the question. Okay, the question was, will Yellowstone River Bridge picnic area open to the public before we finish the bridge? We are going to try and open the old part this season. The newest part, probably not, but we're going to have some conversations with the contractor about maybe opening up that existing part. We are putting in new vault toilets there, and we're waiting on those to come in and get installed. But that is on our radar to have that conversation. The question was, any consideration around leaving in the current Yellowstone River Bridge as a wildlife corridor? There may have been. The planning for that predates when I arrived in Yellowstone. What I would say, though, is that bridge isn't, if you walked under that bridge, it's a hazard. It's a hazard to anybody. There's just the concrete falling off of that bridge and some other things. That's not to say money couldn't be invested in trying to repair that to some degree, but I can't answer that. But it would worry me, though, just the condition of that bridge and anybody below it, fishermen, anybody, it would be a threat. Okay, well, oh. Okay. And I did mention, and maybe we can get this out. I mentioned those park maintenance projects around chip seals and others, and we can get those dates to this group. Would that work? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, they gave me the mic back. I guess it wasn't loud enough. Sorry about that. We've got lots of questions and lots of people to move through. But again, if you have questions, bring them on down, and we'll be happy to get you answers and get those back to you. And with that, I'd like to introduce you to Mark Eckert. He's our West District Ranger, and he's going to talk about summer operations.
Fantastic. You hear me okay? That's good. Good. Grateful for the opportunity to be able to engage with everybody, echoing a lot of what's been said from Mike Trell and others, our concessions folks, just the collaborative effort that we need to, that which we need to do to protect this place. And I wonder if 30 minutes will be enough. Lots to talk about, lots of really cool things. I love my job. It's what an amazing place to work, amazing work to do in protecting this place. I want to share with you a little bit about some of what rangers do these days. For those of you who've been around for a long time, you have a pretty good idea. I almost wonder if I might be able to share a thing or two that might surprise you some, and you can share those with your clients as well. But again, we'll save much time. In addition to that, I've got some prefab questions that was shared with me before I came. And I want to make sure we touch on some of that, like Firehole Lake Drive, for instance. And so I want to make sure there's time there. So I feel like time might be short, but I'll endeavor to try and get through some good information and then answer some questions, and then probably generate some others. So again, I'm the West District Ranger, which means I'm in charge of visitor and resource protection on the west side of the park. Your park has actually four main districts if we include the backcountry district. So the entirety of the backcountry is now a district of Yellowstone. Then there's the West District here. There's the Lake District, which is the east side of the park, and the North District end of the park, Mammoth, Northeast Corridor, all the way up to Norris, Dunraven Pass. That's all the North District. So it's a little bit how we manage things. Again, I'm in charge of the visitor and resource protection for this side of the park. I started here in Yellowstone 2006 in the northeast corner of the park in Lamar as a seasonal law enforcement ranger. I went other places in the National Park Service. I made my way back here about 6 years ago after having been to the Smokies and Yosemite, Bighorn Canyon for a short little bit up in Mount Rainier, and then coming back, bringing some of that experience of what some of those other parks are like back to working in the world's first national park, which grateful to be back, grateful to have the responsibility that I do here in trying to move operations forward. Oh, great. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, give me a shout out if it's not there. That sounds better. Should I start over? Just kidding. But that's just, maybe I heard a yes in there. I apologize if you missed that. Yeah, that's not good. I was going to talk about time, but so visitor resource protection rangers, we do a lots of fun job. We still get those questions every day. Hear about, how do I get your job? How do I get to do that? And there's it's really exciting to be in a profession and doing what we do, and have people ask those types of questions and be able to share. But maybe could surprise you a little bit what rangers do. Did you know that Yellowstone exists within the exclusive federal jurisdiction of the United States? So it's exclusive jurisdiction here. And what that means in short is that the federal government is fully responsible for all of the services that occur within the boundaries of Yellowstone National Park, which would include the emergency services. So it's not just going to be the law enforcement, but it's going to be the structure fire response. It's going to be the medical response. It's going to be the search and rescue response, caring for everything in the backcountry. Those all fall under one group of people, or like you would say within your municipalities, you have your fire department, you have your police department, you have your EMS providers, you have the sheriff's office that's going to be doing the search and rescue operations. In Yellowstone and other exclusive areas around the national park system, your national park rangers do all of that. So that's how we get to, as your visitor resource protection rangers, have that that need to be able to provide all of those services, wear all those hats, as we like to say, stay trained up to perform all of those services. And at any given time, later today, I may remove my flat hat and go put on my turnouts and my structure fire hat and my self-contained breathing apparatus and carry the fire hose into the building. Or I may be on the ambulance starting an IV for someone while we're en route to Eastern Idaho Regional Medical Center for a serious medical emergency, or someone is lost well overdue in the backcountry, and we set out on 2 to 3 days of trying to find someone and bring them back. So that's in short what your resource and visitor protection rangers are doing. I want to kind of highlight some of those different areas for you on the law enforcement side just a little bit. Maybe it will surprise you, maybe not. A little bit of that which occurs just here in Yellowstone National Park. What types of things do we do? Still get the question from our visitors, and I think it's awesome as a law enforcement professional to regularly still get the question, when did park rangers start carrying guns? Is that gun for the bears? Is that what that's for? And maybe with your clients, you find yourself explaining a little bit of that. And that's something to be cherished, I think, in the line of work, especially in the day and age in which we all live as well, when you look at law enforcement across the country. But what types of crimes do we regularly encounter within Yellowstone? We certainly need to work with those that are off the boardwalk and get them back on the boardwalk. The person that's getting too close to the bison, the pet that's off leash. Notice I said pet, not just dog, all kinds of critters people bring in as their pets to Yellowstone. You got the speeders. You know, I have to work with the speeders, people going too fast through the park. That's a problem. Occasionally, we'll often have occasionally and often are contradictory a little bit there, but it does happen. Maybe it will surprise you that we'll have an intoxicated driver every now and again inside the national park, and they're posing a hazard to everyone. Maybe it'll surprise you that on occasion within the residences or the campgrounds, we'll have some domestic violence type issues that are ongoing there. Sexual assault, pretty significant crime that we'll encounter throughout the summer here in Yellowstone, without question. Last year, we had the Craig Pass Road for a certain while there because we were investigating a potential murder up on the highway coming through the national park. I highlight those things in that range of types of crimes and help you understand and help maybe even educate our visitors as they come through the types of, and it's certainly not a scary thing. I keep going back to how much I love my job and the special place that it is. And we want to largely keep some of those more serious crimes there, but the whole world comes to Yellowstone, and we want to be able to be prepared and work through those issues. The 4.5 million visitors that will likely come to Yellowstone this year, thereabouts, but we continue to edge up towards those records. Last year, we were almost at that record point. continues to be a significant management need, right? 4.5 million people coming to visit and check it out and see it for the first time, see it for the 20th time. But people are going to come. You're going to help us manage that by doing the work that you do, a very critical component of what we're doing. But with that, with the humanity that's coming, there's work that law enforcement folks are going to need to do. Did you know that Yellowstone has its own jail? Some folks get that. Yeah, up in Mammoth. Okay. Did you know that Yellowstone has its own court, right? We have the courthouse up there. And so people can go right from the jail, right to see the judge. Did you know that Yellowstone has its own assistant U.S. district attorney? So a prosecuting attorney that's designated to be here in Yellowstone, Grand Teton as well, to help prosecute these types of crimes that we're talking about, the very significant crimes and otherwise. Did you know that Yellowstone Grand Teton has a special response team? What's that? It's a SWAT team. Did you know that? Fun fact. You know, back in the 80s here in the Old Faithful Visitor Education Center, there was actually somebody who took hostages within the facility. We're preparing on a regular basis to be able to take care of those types of instances when it comes in the park. Where I share some of this because I wonder if you have that understanding and knowledge, broad-based understanding of those things aren't going to happen every day. We hope they don't occur. But as they could occur, understand that the work that your resource and visitor protection rangers are doing is quite vast. And as we're preparing for whatever may come our way to protect the visitors, to protect you, to protect this place, the resources that are here, there's a lot going on. Some of your questions, and we'll get to them here in just a little bit, say, hey, how can we help? Thank you for those questions. The increase in visitation, the seemingly decrease in number of rangers. When I first got here in 2006, out in the Lamar Valley, working as a seasonal, there were a lot more rangers on the ground there then than there are now. So that's just something we continue to work through as a management aspect as well. But that's what we're up against. And so some of the fun facts that occur there in regard to law enforcement. I mentioned, briefly the EMS stuff. I think last on Tuesday, we looked back at the last 7 days. Tuesday of this week, we looked back at the last 7 days here in the west side of the park. We had 16 EMS transports outside the park. So we can do what we can do in the clinics, but a lot of these folks that come to visit Yellowstone, they need significant emergency medical care. They need to go somewhere else. They need to go to Eastern Idaho Regional Medical Center, or maybe they need to go Rexburg or Bozeman. Sometimes we're doing flights. We're doing a lot of flights out of Old Faithful, actually, but we don't always have that opportunity. As mentioned, we looked at the last 7 days, 16 needs in that regard in the last 7 days from last Tuesday to the previous Tuesday. That's a lot in May when we're not really open yet. We're open, but like the entirety of the park's not open. We haven't hit Memorial Day. And so things are hopping. Things are busy. And then, I mentioned some of the other capacities, some of the other things that our folks are doing. And then the part that we'd love to do, and that's just to be able to be out there when nothing's happening and be able to educate the visitors on this incredible place. Our ability to get to that point is rare these days. And that's why having you and being able to depend upon our partners such as you to be able to share all the secrets of this place with the visitors is so important. So that's a little bit of the background, I think. I just wanted to kind of step into one thing that I've shared over time. You've probably heard this. I didn't come up with it, but I've shared it somewhat recently over the last year or two, and maybe we need to bring it back around. But I heard Mike say it, and he didn't even think about it so much in passing, but it's a special place. This is a special place, and we don't agree with that. But there are special rules for special places. And that's the piece that I think has been helpful to me when I'm trying to educate folks about, why can't I have my dog running around? It's a little dog. How could that be a problem? And why doesn't that work in Yellowstone? And then we could go into the list of why the dog, but why can't we just step off the boardwalk right here? It looks like it looks safe right here. The thermal feature is way over there. Maybe the question. Why can't we be any closer to the wildlife than what you're saying that we can be? Well, that's because special places require special rules, or there are special rules for special places. And if you can help us with that, if that's helpful to you in working with your clients and the visitors that you're going to be interacting with, then feel free to use that. But this is a pretty unique place. I think we can all agree in that regard. And I thought of that as I was looking at some of the prefab questions that came in as far as that goes. So I mentioned that. We'll keep that in mind as I'm going along there. I'm going to move into some of these questions that came in ahead of time, because I think it broaches some of the topics that you're very interested in. And then if there's time, and go back into more storytelling, and certainly there'll be opportunities to answer questions otherwise. In no certain order, I'm just going to kind of take a look at some of these. This one really, maybe even as I just jumped off there with talking about the special rules for special places, here's the question. What will the expectations be for wildlife watching, given the recent changes to expectations? Law enforcement yelling at visitors when they're off the road and behind the pull-out lines, but apparently still breaking the rules. So a thought, a concern that there's been a change in expectations in regard to what the rules are, what the special rules for special places are. There haven't been any changes in regard to wildlife specifically, right? We hopefully everybody's on the same page here. 25 yards from all wildlife, 100 yards from bears and wolves. That's a challenging management issue. 4.5 million visitors. We're not always going to get it perfect, but we are going to toe that line, so to speak. That is what is understood, and that's why it is a regulation. It's a law, enforceable on all accounts, and we're going to seek to continue to maintain that. If there's been any difficulty where you run into any of my staff, whether it's on the west side or across the park, and I'll do what I can to answer your questions here in a little bit regard to the entirety of the park. I realize that, as I say, I'm here on the west side. I've got some good experience in the north end of the park, in northeast corner and Lamar Valley, some over on the lake side, but less there. But if, where you've interacted with any of the resource and visitor protection rangers and seems to be counterintuitive, bring those questions along to park administration. I take all inquiries very seriously as the manager on this side of the park in regard to my operation, but the expectations aren't changing. The amount of visitation might be changing. There might be other factors that are changing, especially if you've been doing this for a long time, that are affecting what we see on the ground. But in short, the rules are not changing, and therefore the expectations aren't changing. We're working to kind of do what we can. I wonder if, and I'm just going to throw this out in regard to that question, one thing that we have endeavored to make a positive change on the west side of the park is trying to move traffic more efficiently through the west entrance corridor between the west gate and into Old Faithful and then back out. And the traffic that gets backed up so extensively, miles upon miles, because there's one bison walking along the road on the west entrance road, busiest entrance to the park. Everybody eventually wanting to get to Old Faithful, and therefore it makes this corridor what it is. Grand Prismatic, Midway Geyser Base is a whole nother thing. Lots of traffic we can appreciate. So what have we done within the last few years? And I wonder if maybe this is something that you're seeing, is that we've actually brought on seasonal traffic management employees. Their job is to keep the traffic moving through the west corridor of the park. Now, if you're traveling through the west corridor of the park, and they're keeping traffic moving by not allowing people to slow down to take that quick picture of that bison on the west entrance road, and your group would also like to do that, and they're not allowing for that to happen, where that might happen in the northeast corner of the park, maybe that's a change. But this is all a reflection on as we seek to manage the entirety of the park and the increased number of visitors. I don't know if that's a thing or not. I can address it specifically here. The West Entrance Road, lots of huge pullouts on that West Entrance corridor. We can get people to make use of those. What amazing views along the river there. You want to see the wildlife? Let's fill up those pullouts. Let's get out. You can still get out. You can still walk over to where those wildlife opportunities, picture taking, viewing opportunities are. We're going to maintain our distances. Our staff are going to be working to manage that as well. Can you get off the road outside the white line, all 4 tires on the West Entrance Road? Yep, you could still do that. It's challenging. Many years ago, they put up the red on white signs about no stopping, standing in the roadway. This is after we had a couple tragedies, one involving a child where there's just too much traffic on that roadway. And those are efforts to minimize and mitigate that sort of thing from happening. That corridor is going to be different than the rest of the park. It doesn't mean that the rules are necessarily different, but we're going to be moving traffic through there. And we want to invite you to make sure you're utilizing the pullouts, the big pullouts. Get your folks out of the vehicles. You can be off the pavement. We're within outside the 25 yards, 100 yards of wildlife, depending on what it is we're looking at. Those all remain good things. But I apologize where there might be frustration where we work through some of those things, but continue to look forward to working together on that. Another question, how can we help visitor and resource protection rangers so they can do their jobs more easily? What are their sources of frustration with we guides that we could do better so as to mitigate? I'm going to start with the second question in regard. I thought about that. Within my staff, I can't think of a time where they're like, man, those guides, man, if those guides just wouldn't do X, Y, or Z, that's not a thing. Now, there might be individual opportunities where you've engaged with law enforcement staff because we're trying to manage a specific incident while we're out there. But we actually do recognize the incredible amount of value you add to our ability to do our job already because you're managing these visitors that you have in your care. You're educating them appropriately. You're doing the right thing. And so the fact that we have this partnership goes that far, goes that long way. So I don't have any specific frustrations any more than any individual incident might exist where you or maybe you saw somebody else operating within our concessions program doing something they shouldn't have been doing, because it's going to happen. We're a large population as well. By and large, there's no large issue that the guiding population is doing that frustrates us. What could you do to help us do our job? That's a little more challenging in that you recognize I've already kind of laid out there what the job looks like. And so that if you come upon a large incident and you have the capacity to check in with somebody on scene and safely move out of the vehicle because you're carrying some sort of reflective vest and those sorts of things, those are always welcome. Large, big scenes are a challenge. I'm not talking about wildlife scenes so much. I'm talking about some of the other larger motor vehicle collisions, that sort of thing. I'm not looking to enlist your help, but there's an ask there in the question. You're welcome to do that. Otherwise, it's very difficult to enlist on a regular basis that you as our partners do a lot of the work that we need to do because of the lack of authority that comes in there with that. You know, it's not on this list, but there was a question a couple of months ago as we prepared for this. It's like, man, what about the Bison Jam? Can we do something with the Bison Jam? What can we do about that? Well, you're driving your vehicle that's placarded and marked for your company, and you come to that Bison Jam, and we want to be able to move the bison along. Those traffic folks that I talked about that are moving traffic along the road, they're also trying to move the bison. That's what they're doing. They're in uniform, and hopefully you've seen this. If you've been around the last few years, you may see them actively hazing the bison off the roadway in an effort to keep the traffic moving through the north or excuse me, through the west corridors. The question was in part, can we do that? And the answer is no, please don't do that. And the reason in short, because we're going to be running out of time, is they're in uniform. There's specific training that comes there. We can respond to the inquiries that are absolutely going to come from that type of activity, whereas you are with your clients and you're doing your thing. And what that looks like when we're out there on the highway, in and out of the lane, honking the horns, approaching the bison really close, whatever it is that you may feel like might make the difference, doesn't look good. It may actually not be good. And so therefore we're asking, yes, if that was the question, can we do that? The answer is no, please don't do that. We need to obey all the rules of the road, just like anybody else. It's like I was thinking about this, like a slow moving farm equipment with its flashers on going down the road in your personal car. You can drive around that on that double solid yellow line, but you are still responsible for if you decide to do that and a tractor trailer is coming around the blind curve the opposite direction. So we have very legitimate incidents and concerns for when people are taking those types of actions. And the same thing would apply when we're trying to go through or around a bison jam. It's going to be long days out in Hayden Valley in July when the rut is going, and the park will be doing what we can to fix that and manage that. West Entrance Road, we will be working to try and minimize that, but specifically the ability to do that is not there. How are we doing? 2 minutes? Yeah, go ahead. Who's got it? 911. 911 in an emergency. Now there are places across the park that yet don't have cellular technology. We need to get to a place where you're going to be able to call 911. There are a lot of park employees in this park, and we do this collaboratively. You, me, maintenance, and everybody else, they all have radios, and we can get to 911. Yeah, so the question is on Highway 191, the kind of the northwest corner of the park, 20-mile stretch of highway, and 911 doesn't go to the Yellowstone National Park Dispatch Center. It goes to park partners, whether it's in West Yellowstone or Gallatin County Dispatch Center. And is there a number that could be used that might be more efficient? And it wasn't exactly said, but in an emergency, I want to approach it from that angle. Oh, there's a bunch of emergencies. Yeah. And so 911 remains the most, going to be the most efficient method to give the 10-digit number, non-emergency line phone number for the national park is not going to be as efficient because that's going to be processed differently through the dispatch center. Okay. 911 is going to be the recommended route. And we'll continue to, understand what's being said. And as we work on that corridor, a lot of park partners out there, a lot of times we rely upon Gallatin County Sheriff's Office or West Yellowstone PD in addition to park rangers. In summer months, rangers like to Old Faithful with the amount of stuff that's going on here, and it's difficult to get up there. And those folks may often be first responders while we move resources that way. So that's a challenging area of the park, but 911 is going to be the recommended route, and those dispatch centers are well aware of that being the case and trying to channel that information. Sure.
Quick remark. Let's tie in what this gentleman was.
Yeah.
If you do not have a full blown out emergency, you should not tie up the 911 system. Does Yellowstone Park have 800 numbers that you can call throughout the park.
But, and so,
Employees,
yeah. Yeah, I wonder if like our concession folks could make sure that gets out to all of our partners, and we'll get that number, make sure through the communication channels that you have that to disseminate to all of your employees and such. So, yep. There. They do. Yes, they do. Yeah, for sure. I'm going to very briefly, just because we touched on it, and you made me think of it with Firehole Lake Drive. We really are working on trying. That was one of the questions that was up here. Trying to get that back opened up again. As Bob mentioned, there is specific work that's ongoing to see that open this summer. The plan and expectation is to see that open yet this summer. The group that's working will be working on that. It's currently up on the Beartooth Pass, getting that open, but then they'll be moving towards Firehole Lake Drive. It's an incredibly sensitive area from a resource perspective. As mentioned, they've done things in the past that haven't worked that well for that sensitive area, and that is in large part brought about the delay. But the plan is to see that open, and it's going to be with some temporary type stuff because we need a larger plan there, and that too is in the works. So several years down the road, we may see how that changes. We'll maintain access, obviously, for everyone, but we may need to change the way we do business through there, but we're going to get that open this year. Thanks. Thank you very much. We've got specific questions. I'm happy to take them through an email or something like that. So get them in and we'll get them addressed. Great. Thank you.
All right, everybody, we're heading up towards the break. So I really encourage you to get out of the building, get some fresh air so that you're ready for the next session. Be back at 10:15. Again, Old Faithful's ready to go off. Bathrooms out to the right. And if you have a question you want to follow up with Mark, visit us at the front and we'll take that for you. All right, everybody, we're ready to get started. I'd like to introduce you to Chris Jeremiah. He's our wildlife biologist taking care of our bison.
Hello. I did prep a few slides. I don't normally. What questions do you have for me about bison? Did you just give me are there a couple of questions or do you want me to just kind of dive in? Okay. Yeah, I'll go back to the questions. I just wanted to know what have you got just roughly? Are there any, there's some other ones? If not, I'll just dive in. I'm just trying to know what to talk about. Okay, yeah. Alrighty. And then has everybody been here before, like virtually or unvirtually? Okay. How many first time? Okay, that's helpful. Let's see where to start. You know, there's two main herds of buffalo in the park. We've got the northern herd and the central herd. Let me see if I got a clicker. Does this have a little light too? I'm getting older. Is that like the red thing? Yeah, I start to bring notes and I'm holding them out here anymore. So we're right here at Old Faithful. You know, this orange area are the places that buffalo regularly use in the park throughout the year. You know, each animal, at least females and their calves and yearlings, they travel about 1,000 miles across the park. annually. And we know that from the radio collars that we put on the animals, and we just connect the dots. And if you add up the area of which they're walking over, it equates to about 1,000 miles, which would be an underestimate because that's just where they are every 2 to 4 hours of the day. So bison are migratory. This is one of the few places, maybe the only on the planet, where we have migratory bison. So there will be animals that in the summertime are in the Hayden Valley, and they'll, in the wintertime or in the fall, they'll either kind of move over to Pelican for a little bit, then either head up one of these corridors to Mammoth, or they'll come over the Mary Mountain Trail, which the cavalry cut when they were chasing and Nez Perce down to the Fire Hole and follow the rivers out to West Yellowstone. On the northern herd, the animals are kind of in the Lamar Valley or up Cache Creek or up on the Mirror Plateau in the summertime. As it gets into fall, the animals tend to move to Slough Creek or Blacktail, or they'll come into Pelican Valley presently. And then as the snow starts to accumulate, it's this slow walk towards Gardner. So when you add up all the areas that buffalo use in the park, it's about 500,000 acres. It's about another 500,000 to 100,000 acres. Did I say 500 million or 500,000? Or yeah, that was right. And they use about another 100,000 outside of the park. Something that's I kind of was my world has been retooling bison management for the park or helping to do that. So the questions that I got in advance were the ones that are asked by people who've been here for a long time. One thing is how many bison can this park support? It's a really hard question to answer. One thing that we know is that if you look at the orange and you look at the green, which are where we have grasslands in the park, the types of habitat that bison thrive in, they use about 40%. Now, granted, this is higher elevation. Down here, these areas are kind of separated from the main, they'd have to move through a lot of forest, and there's a ton of grassland in the southeast corner of the park. And they, again, it would have to move through a lot of grasslands, but they use about 40% of the areas that could support them in the park. And they use about 5 to 10% of the grasslands of the park really intensely. The Lamar Valley. I don't know what kind of conversations you have with people when you're driving east to Tower. You're driving from Blacktail, you hit Tower, and you're like, oh, the landscape's starting to look really different. And then you get all the way to Lamar, and you're like, wow, it looks really different. And then you get just north past Round Prairie, and you're like, it looks really different again. That 5 to 10% of the grassland is completely manipulated by buffalo. So if you were managing Yellowstone like a ranch, and you added up all of this habitat and the amount of forage that are produced, you come up with some really huge number of bison that this park could support. 5, 10, 11,000. But that's missing the point. We're trying to recover a migratory animal in a natural condition. And it's funny, when we had the Buffalo Ranch right here in the early 1900s, and we had relatively few animals. In 1925, we really started shutting the ranch down, letting the animals move more in the wintertime. By 1941, the bison were right where my pointer is at Carbella, Montana. So that's one generation. Adult females live 10 to 20 years. In one animal's lifetime, in a landscape that's very open, they learn to move. Now, in the interior of the park, different story. In 1936 or 37, we transplanted some animals right here. We transplanted some animals right here, and we started the central herd. And it took to the 1990s for them to figure out this migration north. And it took into the 1980s, so like 50 years to figure out how to get to west. And that's because the habitat's really broken. So we're not trying to spread animals out and ranch buffalo in the park. We're trying to allow them to just be the natural migratory animal that they are. And we spend a lot of time trying to study, like, well, we've got these areas. I call them grazing lawns because that's a term that was coined in the Serengeti, where you had millions of like it's something really similar to the buffalo story here. After rinderpest, and there were relatively few wildebeest, those animals recovered to, millions and millions. And, and they started engineering the grasslands, and it created conditions that we didn't see anywhere else on the planet. These really short statured lawns with a lot of disturbance from animals, and fire. And we started calling those areas, like scientists, people started calling those grazing lawns, which are very different than the types of things we manage for when we're managing livestock in areas. So we've gone out to the grazing lawns of North America, which really are occurring here in Yellowstone, and we're trying to figure out what's going on. So buffalo use like 3 main types of habitat in the park. These areas that create grazing lawns. Do I have to go? I'm like creating like interference, it sounds like. These areas that create grazing lawns, so like deep, nutrient-rich, wet soils. More of the bunch grass, sagebrush habitats that you see all over the park. And then kind of these high elevation areas that have a really short growing season. So up on the Mirror Plateau, some of the higher areas of the Hayden, the tops of Specimen, and that's important because the grasses just grow for a really short period, and it gets really cold, so that the grasslands just shut off. The nutrients can't get cycled through the system. So there's these 3 general habitats that buffalo are moving across. I'm going to talk mostly about the grazing lawns. So we set up these exclosures. You'll see them. They come in groups of like 12. And we incrementally move these exclosures through the year in a place to see what happens when you take the bison out of the equation. Those sites are all up on the Lamar area this summer. But if you're driving across Hayden Valley and you look out on Alum Flats, you'll see this little like wad of shit. And it's just like cages that are not being used. They're just piled up, and you'll see that in other places like on Blacktail Plateau. If you look across to Hell Roaring, you'll see them there. So if you're trying to define sustainable grazing, that's a sustainable ecosystem, that's really hard. So probably I would start with the soils need to be able to sequester carbon. You got to be able to hold on to the carbon. That is the bank at which this ecosystem is relying on. When we go out and look at these exclosures, I hate showing scientific plots, but the bottom line is like if you follow these yellow things, they're kind of doing the same thing over time. They're not going like down. And these green things are doing, these are different types of habitats. Same thing over time. They're not going down. Those annual variations have to deal with how wet it was during the year. But the bottom line is when we go out to these lawns, these other places, soil carbon's just being maintained, even though you see all of the wallows, you see all of the intense grazing, you see everything that you see when you look out there. When you do this same sort of the thing and you step into those long-term exclosures that were set up in the 60s, those big acre plus exclosures, and you compare the soil carbons inside and outside, same thing. There's absolutely no difference between the grasslands out and the grasslands in. They're not really set up in the areas that the bison use most intensely. Another thing that's important if you're trying to maintain an ecosystem is that you need primary production or plant growth to happen. For plant growth to happen, you need to have moisture infiltrating into the soils. You need to have nutrients being held in those soils, and sunlight. And you combine those things and plants grow. So when we go out to these exclosures and you see things like this is, the grazing lawn, what it would look like if you didn't have the grazing lawn. The amount of plant matter that's made through the year in and out of that is dead equal. It blows my mind. And we know that because you've got this little dotted line here, and this is what's happening when we shut off grazing, and this is what happens when we let the bison do their thing. So if things are generally following, the same, one-to-one relationship, we're not seeing, big differences. Of course, there's times when in the grazed area, there's more areas produced. This is in the heart of the Lamar Valley in a place where it's wet. But when I look at it, the soils are maintaining their ability to grab nutrients. Plants are being able, are growing rapidly. That's one way that you can define sustainability. Other people define it in other ways. Maybe you also need to have the same plant communities perpetuated there over time. That's probably not an appropriate definition for this national park. Now, one thing that we do find is that bison accelerate how nutrient turnover is happening. That's really important. So what happens is when you go to a place, bison start grazing on these lawns, they turn a lot of nitrogen, which is protein to an herbivore that's sitting in the grass. They eat it, they absorb about 1% of what they eat, and then it's excreted or peed onto the land. And if you've ever stood on a lot of tall grass and you took your foot and you tried to crush it up, it's really hard to do. But if you stepped on a bison patty and crushed it up, you can see how quickly it breaks down. So by converting where the nutrients are stored, it accelerates how fast the nitrogen can get back onto the soil surfaces. And then we go out and we study the microbial populations in the soils where this is happening. And we see that the diversity, and the number of microbes that are on the landscape increases 10 times. And that's because of all this readily available food. And then the microbes in turn start taking that nitrogen, which is in an organic form, so a complex form, and they start breaking it down to what's called a mineral form, or something that's charged. So it's positively or negatively charged like a magnet. And that allows the soils to hold on to it. So rather than being leached into the rivers or blown away, the soils are grabbing these nutrients. And then in turn, the plants actually have a role in this. They exudate. So they put off signals through their roots into the soils to stimulate more microbial growth, which in turn allows the plants to absorb this mineralized or this plant available nitrogen. The bottom line, you probably aren't going to tell anybody that. What you're going to tell them is that because of this, because nitrogen's moving really quickly in this cycle through the ecosystem, bison get 150% of the protein that this land produces, or they increase the amount of protein that this land produces by 150% by the way that they're cyclically grazing the grassland. So that is to their own benefit. They are farming the Lamar Valley. That's a benefit to the animal because their milk, their livelihood is dependent on that high quality spring and summer diet. Now on the other side, you start speeding up an ecosystem, crazy things can happen. You start returning an ecosystem to what it's like with disturbance, wildfire, buffalo, predators. Crazy things happen. And we have the luxury here in this park. And that's why people come here, to see those things happen. So one thing that we're seeing is that the plant communities in these grazing lawns are changing quickly. The players that are there are changing. You're going to see these when you drive out to Lamar. We have set up, or we're in the process of setting up, the new 1960s exclosures. So once upon a time, debated, are there too many elk in northern Yellowstone? Can the system self-sustain itself with a lot of elk? We put up these exclosures spread from Lamar to Gardner to basically take elk out of the equation on their wintering range. We're doing that now with bison because they graze in slightly different places. So as you stretch from, like, say, the confluence of Soda Butte Creek and the Lamar down to Gardner, you're going to see places where there's 3 kind of 8-foot tall exclosures about the size of the base of this room, not where the stairs go up. And what they'll be continuing to go in through the summer. And what we're trying to figure out is those are paired to places outside the exclosure. And we want to know, like, first, how is the plant community changing? Second, when you accelerate this system, you make it move faster. Invasives, the types of plants that thrive in that, will do better. They'll take advantage, they'll be better competitors. So what impact is that having on certain invasive species? And the third is, well, now if your ecosystem's been moving as fast as it can move, and if you take time and you start slowing it down, what is that going to actually mean to carbon storage, grassland productivity as we move forward in the face of climate change? So that's what those are out there to help us do. To ask the equation, if we decided to go out there and shoot every buffalo in this park, what would happen to this ecosystem? Invasives are important. It's really challenging. We planted Kentucky bluegrass, Timothy grass, a bunch of Canada thistle, dandelion, clover moved in incidentally, starting back in the 1915s when we actually ranched the Lamar Valley, we irrigated it, and we intentionally were growing hay for the purpose of buffalo restoration. So if you rewind to like the 80s and 90s, the Lamar Valley bottom was nearly 100%, no, the wet areas of the Lamar Valley bottom were 99% non-native species. But it was things like Timothy grass, Kentucky bluegrass, things that provide forage to large herbivores. Now with, the intensive grazing lawns, we're seeing more and more dandelion, more and more clover, and more Canada thistle. They're different colors of invasive species. Ones that, we look at in different ways depending on who you are. I'm sure Heidi will speak to it later today. So we're trying to figure out, what to do. But the hat, the cat came out of the hat a long time ago when we started to talk about recovering northern Yellowstone. Okay, enough of that. There's always questions about numbers. We think we're at about 4,500 buffalo in the park. 45, is that what I said? That's prior to calving. So over the last, oh, you can't see isn't it funny when I never use PowerPoint, and they shut off the bottom of this. So this is the year 2000. When we had this sharp decline, that's the year 2008. When we hit 5,900 bison, that was 2023. 20. Yeah, I think that's right. And then last summer, we had about 4,800 buffalo. This last winter, 61 animals were removed from the population. 41 of that were through hunts outside of the park. We captured relatively few bison at Stevens Creek. 15 animals were given to the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes for food. 5 animals were introduced into the Bison Conservation Transfer Program to hopefully return to tribes to start new herds. That adds up to 61 animals. The majority of the hunting was outside West Yellowstone. It's really ironic because, as we were tracking the animals, the central herd basically ran here in early February, and they were heading for Horse Butte, and there was a bunch of hunting. And then within a week, it was like I'd watch every one by one. It was like one animal was like zip, zip, zip. And the central herd is still predominantly up in Gardner right now. And I bet we're not seeing a lot of animals around here in Horse Butte. Is anybody from West? What's Horse Butte look like this year? 100? There's a few. It's not like 800 like we were in a different part of that graph. They're looking for a place to thrive. These animals have been responding to us for a very long time. There we go. What other questions? What other hunt questions were there? I could go on for a very long time. I'm trying to answer what you all want to know. There was a hunt, right? Oh, the sticker. So the sticker question is a Stevens Creek question. And when I say Stevens Creek, that's the facility at the northern park boundary where we capture bison and we quarantine bison and we test animals for brucellosis. I'll talk about brucellosis for a couple minutes. And then those stickers are when we catch a group of animals. We need to test them for brucellosis to see if they could enter the quarantine program, because you have to be negative. You can't be showing antibodies for the disease. That takes a couple of hours to do. So what we do is we put those visual tags, we glue them onto the top of their hip right about here, so that we can identify which animals are negative and which are positive. So you don't have to run animals through a squeeze chute multiple times in a day. And then you can just, in their pens, just walk in there and kind of isolate the positives and negatives. So those are negative animals that were too old to enter quarantine. We have to do some selection, and we're gonna, let me talk about brucellosis for a minute, because there's like 20 or 30 of 90 people, new hands. So bison are infected with brucellosis. It's a cattle-borne disease, and it was introduced to the herd in the 19-teens. And in the late 1980s, buffalo started exiting the park. The state of Montana sued us in 1992 because bison carried this disease, and there was a fear of an imminent risk to the livestock industry of the state, because bison can and transmit brucellosis to cattle. They can transmit brucellosis to bison and transmit brucellosis to elk. We never came to resolution on what to do. And we spent 8 years trying to do so. We realized we weren't going to get there in 1999. And we pulled out of this cooperative agreement with the state of Montana to figure out how we're going to manage bison. And the judge at the time, because we'd been sued, said, you know what, that doesn't work for me totally. I'm not going to dictate a solution to you, because that will not be long-standing. Anytime mom or dad tells, Sue and Bob what to do, it's going to be less impactful and lasting than if Sue and Bob figured out what to do. So we entered into court negotiation for a couple of months, and we settled on separate plans that were really damn similar on how we'd manage bison. That was in 2000. And it set limits on the population size, on the distribution, how we would manage disease in the population, how we'd manage brucellosis, all sorts of things. And a lot's changed since that time. For 24 years, most of my career in Yellowstone, I came here in 2001, been spent trying to work with our partner, which at first was the state of Montana and the Forest Service. It expanded to include tribes and tribal agencies over time to figure out, how do we manage bison when they exit the park? They pose a risk to the state's livestock industry, but we want to conserve a wild herd. What else do you want me to talk about? 41. 41. Last year it was about 1,200. It depends on the migration. It depends on the year. Yeah, it was a mild winter. We only had a couple of hundred animals move up to Gardner, and they're mostly from the central herd. No. Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to restate your question. So if I do not restate your question, please say, Jer, stop. Restate my question. So your question was, do we have a long-term plan with Grand Teton to collaboratively manage bison? No, we don't. We're not really aware of buffalo moving between the two parks. A bull or two could move down there, but we're not really aware of it regularly happening. You know, the buffalo kind of map, you know, you see there's a big gap between where the buffalo go and where Grand Teton is. And another question was how many buffalo had been harvested this last winter? It was 41. So the question is, has gene flow occurred between the two herds? As far as we know, it's very unlikely. You know, the animals were started from somewhat different source populations. And there's been a lot of work to keep them separated over time. And the animals haven't really learned to move to be with each other. Yeah, there's some instances of observations in the late 90s during an unusual winter, but that's really about it. I think some bulls walking south through South Entrance. So in the late 1990s and 96, 97, during a really intense winter, some bulls walked south.
Going forward, what are your considerations or possibilities of bison herd remaining at about 4,500? Are the other partners trying to push you back down to lower numbers? Are you able to move up in numbers? Where's that going?
The question was, where are we going with bison numbers and bison? So we were sued in 2018 because the plan seemed to be outdated. Because let me just pick up the story before where we were. So in 2000, we agreed that we would manage for about 3,000 animals post-calving. Sorry, pre-calving, and about 36 to 3,700 animals post-calving. We agreed that we would ship brucellosis positive animals to slaughter, that we would vaccinate brucellosis negative animals, that we would implement a remote vaccination program in the park. And when I first got here, I would ride horseback trying to, you know, shoot buffalo in the butt with a rubber bullet that had vaccine. We agreed that bison would not be tolerated outside the boundaries of the park, outside of Eagle Creek, unless they were first tested for brucellosis. And then if we showed substantial reduction in brucellosis prevalence in the herd, 50 animals would be allowed on Horse Butte in the fullness of time, and 50 animals would be allowed up to Yankee Jim Canyon in the fullness of time. Well, if you've lived here, you laugh when I say that. Because history is history. You know, we tried to manage an adaptive situation. And one thing we learned was the landscape became more safe for buffalo. cattle were moved out of Beatty Gulch and away from the park boundaries. Second, and same thing on the west side to some extent, large extent. Migrations weren't like we were predicted. Like we could not hold the herd at 3,000 animals because if it was a mild winter, the animals didn't come. And if it was a severe winter, they came. So if you're going to, in a year that didn't come, the herd's growing by 15%, you get to 4,000, you get to 5,000. To get back to 3,000 animals, you'd have to cut the herd to like 2,400 animals at the end of winter. That's killing 2,600 animals. That'd be like me going like boom, 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 1 out of every 2. You can't do that for long-term conservation, the most valuable bison conservation population of bison left on this planet. That would skew genetics. You could go on and on about why that would not work. So we couldn't do selective removal of, like, say, positive animals because we had to remove as many as we could when they come to try and control numbers, even though numbers were going up. We realized remote vaccination wasn't going to work. We don't have the tools presently to suppress the disease in the population. Indigenous people and the state initiated a hunt. The public reached out to the partners and said, please stop shipping so many animals to slaughter. We want you to use a hunting model outside of the park. We tried doing that starting in 2009. That really ramped up by 2015. So all of these things changed. So we litigated against 2018. And we made the decision that we're not ready to try and build a collaborative plan that has every partner at the table. We're going to just reevaluate what we can do for bison within the boundaries of Yellowstone National Park. Because the first time we hit an impasse. We're about to, so to do that, we propose 3 alternatives that vary slightly in the population size, in the removal tools that you use, and how you use those removal tools. So how big's the herd, hunting, the Bison Conservation Transfer Program, and shipment to slaughter, and how you use those 3 tools together and where in the park. We developed 3 alternatives. We will publish that in the first week of June this year and issue a decision notice shortly after. All 3 alternatives do 2 things. 3 things. They move the planet, they move where we are forward massively from 2000. They continue to provide immense protection to the livestock industry of the state of Montana. We recognize that we need to be a good neighbor. Is it time? Oh, darn it. We realize we need to be a good neighbor. Period. We've invested as much, I would say more than anybody, in protecting the state's livestock industry. The state is really focused on protecting livestock by vaccination and surveillance. We've really focused on removing animals, implementing quarantine programs, evaluating vaccination, hazing, holding animals. We're going to continue to do that under all of the alternatives because it's necessary to be a good neighbor. On the flip, in all of the alternatives, we ask our neighbors to do something in return. Let us treat Yellowstone like an ecosystem. Let us manage this park like a park, not a ranch. And we're going to manage buffalo like a wild animal, not a domesticated one. So we're going to see changes in grazing intensities and migrations, and there's going to be variations in what the population size is. But we will always be there when the animals are exiting the park to protect our neighbors. And we just ask for the same. That will be published soon. All the alternatives are they're fairly similar. And will that work for you, or would you like more detail? Okay. So the question was, thank you.
What impact do you think wolf predation has on the bison herd?
This is a question I get asked a lot. What impact does wolf, or you could add bear predation, have on the bison herd? I think my previous supervisor would say it's like a fly farting in a hurricane. You know who that is? Is that right? Of course it happens, and it's an incredible experience if you happen to be there with your visitors. And probably what we more see is a secondary effect on elk. Is Dan or somebody speaking about wolves, or can I steal his thunder? Okay, awesome. You know, what we're seeing is that, you know, it's like a numbers game. If you have more bison, you have more carcasses on the landscape. With more carcasses, that's more time predators spend in late winter, you know, handling, you know, eating those carcasses. So if you're doing that, you're not hunting. And that's, you know, from the modeling work that the wolf team does, they will tell you that that's leading to a, you know, a more balanced structure of bison and elk in the park. It's actually protecting the number of elk in the park. Yeah, there's a question. Yeah, so the question was the number of calves taken by predators each year. So our best estimate is that somewhere between 65 and 80% of the calves that hit the ground make it to their first birthday. That's a really high number. So yes, predators, I would say rivers are right up there with one of the main sources of bison calf mortality. Predators are right there, but you know, they're pretty tough little buggers. By the time you hit, you know, a little bit of that awkward, ugly stage of not totally orange, there's not a lot that can happen to you. Contrary to some of the other cervids, some of the pronghorn, or they're not a cervid, but you know, the elk and deer and pronghorn, that they're a little more vulnerable. And you know that, like if you're a scientist, you're like, well, they only make one baby because one's gonna make it. If I had a really low chance of like my baby making it, maybe I'd have 3 or 2. What other, oh, yeah, I don't know. What other questions have you got? Thanks, Virginia. Okay, to be respectful to Gunn, and I call him Gunn because we played softball together for many years, and I was left fielder. Kerry was the pitcher, and it's just easier from like left field to say, "Come on, Gunn." I'm going to end with this one. Is that fair? 2 minutes. It makes a lot of sense that the first Indigenous secretary would issue an order for restoring buffalo to grasslands in ways that it makes sense. The world's kind of ready for it now, under those words of where it makes sense. You know, everything with parks and wildlife conservation, whether it's Gunn talking about bears or Doug or Dan talking about wolves or myself, it's when the time's right, when people are ready. You know, it does seem like it's the right time to talk about continental buffalo conservation. You know, there are 19 federal herds across Fish and Wildlife Service, the Park Service, BLM, and they're all managed differently. Now, Yellowstone's the only one that's large enough that can actually sustain its own genetics. So part of that order is for the smaller parks to work and refuges to work together to use trucks and trailers to sustain gene flow in a place where it can't happen. It makes a lot of sense. Other aspects are to work with indigenous people to find places where we can stand up other large herds. Those places are out there. And there's people that are ready to do that. I'm not saying here in our backyard, but working with local people to find those places. Great Sand Dunes is an example. There are other ones out there. Another aspect of that program is this slide behind us, which is how do you take the most valuable genetic stock of buffalo left on the planet? Because the bison in Yellowstone are the last of the wild animals, and get them back out, because we live in a closed population. There's no interchange. So it's to expand this quarantine program, to continue out ways to increase the number of bison that are going to tribes rather than slaughter each year, and to increase our collaborative work with indigenous people in doing so. So examples of ways that we're doing that is that I work with the Intertribal Buffalo Council to start staffing my staff now so that they're already working with these animals before they go back to those lands. And with that, I'll see y'all next year.
Okay, my name's Kerry Gunther. I'm the bear management biologist here in the park, and we'll be talking bears today. So Yellowstone National Park is extremely popular with visitors, and since 2015, we've seen visitation increase pretty significantly. We're now averaging 4.1 million visits per year, so that's a lot of people. 95% of those visitors come from May through October, which is the same time period where all of our section age classes of bears, grizzly and black, are out of their dens and active on the landscape. So there's a lot of overlap between visitation and bear activity. During that peak period from May through October, we average a little over 25,000 visitors per day. So as you can imagine, trying to manage the interface between people and bears is a pretty big challenge in a park with that much visitation. And we do the best we can. A lot of people may not like what we do. I get hate mail from all over the world. I've gotten death threats. But I think I can show you that it's all working pretty well. So I thought I would cover kind of how we manage bears in the park. So the bear-human interface we manage in 3 broad zones. Developed areas like Old Faithful, where we're at today, and that accounts for less than 1% of the acreage of the park. Road corridors and the pullouts and associated ditches also account for less than 1% of the park. And then wilderness and undeveloped lands account for 99% of the park. 92% of that land is proposed for wilderness designation, has been since 1975. Congress is just a little slow on acting on that one. But so despite all this visitation, bear habitat is actually in really good shape, because you can see bears have most of the park that's unpaved, undeveloped. So developments, we manage for people to the exclusion of bears. Visitor activities are given priority over bears in our developments. And then bears that are conditioned to human foods come into developments, damage property, are removed. And when I say removed, that means they're either killed or sent to zoos. That's where a lot of the hate mail comes in. But we hardly remove any bears. I'll get into that later. Our road corridors are kind of a transition zone. We manage for both people and bears. Roads are obviously managed as a transportation corridor, but we're also managing for bear viewing for the public. And that's why we have staff stationed throughout the park that are trying to manage the traffic and people at bear jams, just like with wolf jams. We tolerate bears in the roadside habitat. We don't really encourage it, but we tolerate it. And then we expect that bears are going to get habituated to people along roads because there's millions of people, and if a bear ran every time he saw one, he'd spend his whole summer running. We also know that people are going to habituate to bears, and this is just as common. The bear is tolerating people at pretty close distances, and then at any bear jam you're at, there'll be some guy, when you ask him to get a little further back because he's 10 yards from a female with cubs, he'll say, "Oh, I know this bear, she's really friendly." So we expect people, they lose their fear as well, and those tolerance zones break down, and people will get awfully close to bears as well. And then again, in roadside situations, bears that become conditioned to human foods are removed. And then our wilderness and undeveloped lands, which is 99% of the park, are managed primarily for bears and other wildlife. Bears are generally given priority when in recreation decisions where bears and humans conflict. Most of our day use in the backcountry is less than 5 miles from roads, so our backcountry is still really very pristine, even with this big increase in visitation. Overnight visitation is camped by the number of designated campsites and the capacity limits on those campsites. So we can only have so many people spending each night in the backcountry. We also implement seasonal recreational closures in areas where there's high quality concentrated food source, where bear activity is predictable from year to year. We call those bear management areas. And so those are temporary seasonal restrictions on recreational activities. And then again, in the backcountry, if bears become conditioned to human foods, those bears are removed. This map shows our bear management areas. I wanted to mention we have one change coming up this year. So we periodically review our bear management areas and adjust them for the benefit of bears and people. So this year, the fire hole area, which is right around here in Old Faithful, it used to be closed until the Friday of Memorial Day weekend, and then it would open up. This area used to have about 2,100 bison that overwintered here and about 600 elk that overwintered here. So in the spring, we had a lot of carcasses for bears to feed on. And so to protect disturbance of bears on carcasses and increase human safety, we implemented this as a bear management area, and it was closed in the spring. Well, since that time, a lot has changed. It was established as a bear management area in 1982. Since that time, our wildlife are using the landscape quite a bit differently than they used to. We had the big fires of 1988. We've had wolf reintroduction. We've got warming climate. So we no longer have elk overwintering in any numbers in the Old Faithful area. You may see a dozen or so, but nowhere near when we used to have 600 elk overwintering here. And then those 2,100 bison that used to overwinter here have since then learned to migrate either to west or all the way up to Gardner. So in late winter, early spring, they migrate out, and therefore they don't winter kill here in the Old Faithful area. So this area used to have a lot of spring bear activity. It no longer does. Doesn't mean there's no bears here. There's a female that we see almost every day here in Old Faithful, but there's a lot less bear activity than there used to be. So we decommissioned the fire hole bear management area this year, and we're going to replace that with a bear management area in the Hayden Valley area. So this is a map of the new Hayden Valley BMA. And instead of a complete closure, it's going to be a no off-trail travel area just for the months from July 15 to September 15th. You have to travel through on the Mary Mountain Trail. The reason for this BMA was Number one, when we look at our bear-inflicted human injuries, about close to 25% of our bear attacks occur in Hayden Valley, even though it's only about 1% of the landscape in the park. We get a lot of bison that died during the rut in Hayden Valley. And those bison carcasses are now a big attraction for bears. It's pretty common to see a dozen grizzly bears on one bison carcass in Hayden Valley. We've seen as many as 23 different grizzly bears on a bison carcass in Hayden Valley. Another thing we do to reduce bear-human conflicts is we've been putting bear-proof food storage boxes that we tested over at the Grizzly Discovery Center into all of our campgrounds. Last year, we completed Madison and Bridge Bay. And so all we have left to do now is Grant Village, and then every campsite in every campground in the park will now have one of these 30 cubic foot food storage boxes. And then, as I mentioned, Yellowstone National Park, we have 300 designated backcountry campsites, and each campsite provides either a food storage box or a food storage pole. So in this campsite, this is the core camp here. There's a little sign that has the campsite number. The food pole is right there. Their food is hung. The idea with these campsites, and some people get it wrong, so that's why I thought I'd bring it up. If any of you are backcountry outfitters, the core camp is where you cook your food, hang your food, and eat your food. And then your tents are supposed to be at least 100 yards away. These tents are a little bit close. They should be further around this corner in this meadow. I've come into, while hiking in the backcountry, I've come into some campsites and people have actually had their tents under the food pole. So the bear would stand on their tent to try to get the food down, I guess. But because we make food storage very easy and convenient in the backcountry, we have very few backcountry conflicts in this park at all. Most of the conflicts we have are usually with front country food storage. So again, of the 300 campsites, we have 260 of them have a food storage pole, and 40 of them have a food storage locker. So if there's live trees available to put up a food pole, that's what we do. It's a little more rustic. If because of fire or insect kill or wind blowdown, there's no live trees to put up a food pole, then we'll bring in a food storage locker and put that in a backcountry campsites. The food storage lockers, in the past, we've carried them in by hand. We've packed them in by horse and wagon. We did the whole Slough Creek drainage that way, or we've helicoptered them in. I've worked with the company that makes our food storage boxes, and we now have one that comes apart into pieces that we can pack in on horseback. So any future campsites, if we need to put in a food storage box, we'll be able to just pack it in on horses and mules rather than use a helicopter. You'll see a lot of signs like this. We do a lot. We monitor bear activity by park employees and visitors turning in their bear sightings. And if we get an area, say there's a female with cubs or something concentrating in a certain meadow eating biscuit root or yampa, you may see a sign like this posted at the trailhead. This just means take extra precautions, be extra vigilant because there's a bear hanging out in the area. If you see a sign like this, a closure sign, that means the area is closed. And usually that means there's a really concentrated food source like a carcass right next to a trail or in a campsite, and we're closing the area to recreational use. These closures sometimes only last a day. They may last 2 or 3 days or up to 2 weeks. Sometimes with a bison carcass, it may take 2 weeks before bears finish scavenging it. Another part of my job, and I was never taught about moving carcasses when I went to school for wildlife management, but we have a lot of large ungulates in this park, and a lot of ungulates die over the winter or get killed by wolves or bears. And so we move a lot of carcasses. If a bison or an elk or a deer dies in a development or right next to a road, we'll move those carcasses both for the bear safety and for human safety. Habituated bears is our biggest management challenge. There's no way to habituate a bear quicker than have a carcass right next to a road with 200 people 10 yards from the bear taking pictures. So we'll move carcasses further from the road or to carcass dump sites. And bears still get to scavenge them, but it creates a little safety buffer zone for the public and for the bear. This year was a pretty mild winter, so we haven't moved many carcasses yet. Last year, we had a very severe winter, and we had actually ended up moving 52 bison carcasses. If you've ever moved a bison, it's not easy. So as I said, managing bear jams from habituated bears foraging in roadside meadows is our biggest bear management challenge. There's a bear just down out of the photo frame here in the meadow. Lots of people along the road, and then for every 2.5 people, there's a vehicle parked somewhere. And so trying to just keep the people from approaching the bear, throwing food to the bear, and keeping the vehicles parked so that traffic can get through is a pretty big challenge. This way. Aha. Let me see, was that? Oh, yeah. Okay, so we currently manage about 600 to 1,000 bear jams every summer. And we have park staff present at about 70 to 80% of the bear jams. So we always get bear jams reported where we don't have any more staff to send out. So the public is just on their own at those bear jams. And we put in 2,000 to 3,000 staff hours per summer managing grizzly bears and black bear jams. This is indicates a well-managed bear jam. You got everybody lined up along the road. You got a couple rangers here talking to people, keeping people from walking out in the meadow with the bear, and the bear's out of the photo frame somewhere not too far away, putting on quite a show for all these people. Another pretty well-managed bear jam, you got traffic all parked off the road, visitors lined up off the road. A few toes might get run over there, but we try to keep people from setting up their tripods on the nice flat surface because that blocks traffic. But again, we're 2,000 to 3,000 staff hours managing bear jams every year. And by August, those staff are totally burnt out on bear jams. And as I mentioned, we're managing about 70 to 80% of the jams and about 20 to 30% go unmanaged. This is a good example of an unmanaged bear jam. This woman is just a car's length away from a pretty good sized bear there. She could easily have taken the photo, from inside her car, but she decided to get out with the bear. So one thing we're hoping to do in the future is to try to develop better ways to promote proper bear and wildlife viewing etiquette among our visitors, because as visitation increases and our budgets are kind of flatlining and not keeping up with inflation, there's probably going to be a larger and a larger proportion of unmanaged bear jams in the park. And so people are going to be on their own, and they're just going to have to figure it out. So one of the things our CFR regulation is that you have to stay at least 100 yards from a bear. At bear jams, most people are breaking that rule. So we're trying to just get people to self-police a little bit better. So this shows bear-human conflicts in the park. So despite significantly increasing visitation and a very slowly increasing bear population, we're seeing very positive trends as far as conflicts are going down. So in the late 1960s, and if I graph this back to the 1930s, where we have data from it, the bars would all be about that high. We were averaging lots of conflicts every year. In the early 70s, we implemented a new bear management plan, converted to bear-proof garbage cans and dumpsters, closed the garbage dumps, prevented feeding of bears. And so we saw a significant drop in conflicts in the early 70s. And then from 1973 on is kind of the era of modern bear management, where we are pretty bear-proof park-wide, and we have a little bit of fluctuations, probably based primarily on natural foods available, maybe also a little bit by visitation and budgets. But you can see we've got very low levels of human bear conflicts from the 70s to present. Just to put it in perspective, last year we had 5 grizzly bear human conflicts in Yellowstone National Park. Outside of the park, on the national forest and on private land, there was probably 300 to 500 conflicts. So, you know, we're at extremely low levels. This shows this shows grizzly bear mortalities. The yellow is undetermined causes. The purple or blue is human caused, and the green is natural. So again, in the 50s and the 60s, and even the 70s, almost all of our mortality was from human causes. Most of that is management removals of bears that were causing conflicts. Few would be roadkill. But after implementing our new management plan in 1970, by the 1980s, we had it where more than half of our grizzly bear mortalities in the park are now from natural causes. And then we still always have a few human-caused roadkill or management removals. But again, bears in the park now are primarily dying of old age or being killed by other bears or wolves. And I'll point out this bear is not dead. It was just a cute way to introduce mortality. So from 2009 to the present, we've had 13 human-caused bear mortalities in Yellowstone National Park. That's less than 1 per year. Management removals due to backcountry conflicts is 8 of those bears. Vehicle strike mortality 4, and then management removal from developed sites. We had a bear, I forget the exact year, a few years ago that went into the Norris campground and just started ripping into tents. That bear's now in the Billings Zoo if you want to see it. His name is Ozzie Norris because he was crushing tents in Norris campground. But the biggest number of removals was from backcountry, and 6 of these 8 were just from 2 incidents, one in 2011 and one in 2015, where 2 females each had 2 cubs of the year, killed and consumed people. And so we removed all those bears. The cubs were sent to zoos, the females were euthanized, but that's 6 out of the 8 of those conflicts are just from 2 incidents. We don't want bears to learn that humans are kind of unwary, slow species that can't defend itself, and we don't want people to become prey for bears, and that's why we remove those bears. But still, we have years now where grizzly bears kill more bears than people do in the park. So bears are living out their lives the way they should. I know I was going to get this question, probably population estimate. So our population estimate for the end of 2023 was 1,002 grizzly bears. The confidence intervals on that, credible intervals in this case, the way it was, the model that was used, 852 to 1,201. That's in the ecosystem. Bears don't know these political boundaries, and bears have huge home ranges, so they come and go. Some bears live entirely in the park. A lot of bears live entirely outside the park, and then we have a lot of transboundary bears that live in both. So this is, yeah, for the Yellowstone ecosystem. I think I skipped one. Yeah. So this shows population growth over time from the early 80s. After the dumps were closed, 3 dumps outside the park, the population declined through the early 1980s. And then about the mid-1980s, the population, we turned things around, we reduced human-caused mortality, and the population began to increase. We saw really significant growth for a long period of time. And now, since about 2008, we're seeing a leveling off of this growth. It's still growing, but not nearly as fast as we're reaching ecological carrying capacity in the park and the recovery zone. So this is a scientific term we call lambda. It's a calculation that measures, we use to measure population growth. And so a lambda below 1 means the population is declining. So in the early 80s, we were still declining. Once lambda is above 1, the population is growing. And so you can see for a lot of years, again, population was growing. And now we periodically get a year or two where our lambda is less than 1, so the population is declining a bit. Then it comes back up over 1 and then back down and back up. So we're still increasing more years than we're decreasing, but we're reaching that carrying capacity for Yellowstone Park and the recovery zone. So the Craighead brothers were doing research here from the 50s through 1970, and they estimated the population at 222 to 245 grizzly bears, and that the population was stable. It wasn't really increasing, it wasn't really decreasing. After the 7 dump closures in the ecosystem and the high mortality associated with that, the Craigheads estimated that there might have been as few as 136 grizzly bears left in the Yellowstone ecosystem. And then our last year's estimate was a little over 1,000. So from the pre-dump area, we've actually about quadrupled the number of bears in the ecosystem. And part of this is Yellowstone National Park, where we have a pretty good handle on reducing human-caused mortalities. From 1993 to about the present time, we've had 25 human-caused grizzly bear mortalities of all age classes. But during that same time period, we've produced 690 grizzly bear cubs. So those surviving cubs then are dispersing out, and that's how first the recovery zone was filled, and then the demographic monitoring area is filled. And now we're at a point where bears are even the demographic monitoring area. So this map shows the occupied range. So this is Yellowstone National Park in the middle, Grand Teton National Park. This blue line is the recovery zone, where the Fish and Wildlife Service intended to recover a viable population of grizzly bears. The yellow in the background is the area we monitor. And you can see we've filled in the whole monitoring area except for a few places up north and one down here by the Wyoming range. And we've got grizzly bears now well beyond even the monitoring area in a lot of areas. And then these black dots are confirmed grizzly bears, but there's just not enough bears living there yet to consider it occupied habitat. But so currently, grizzly bears are occupying over 70,000 square kilometers in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. For this group, I probably should have converted that to square miles, but I just did a college group and scientists think in kilometers. So I always go back and forth on those. These maps show density of grizzly bears over time. So from 2000, 2010, 2020, yellow is the highest density of bears. So you can see the park has generally had the highest density of bears, but now grizzly bears have expanded so much. There's some areas with really high density of bears well outside of the park boundary now. And the population, the GYE population is expanding. So again, this hashed area is the occupied range with grizzly bears. The pink area that's unhashed is areas where we're seeing grizzly bears, but not necessarily resident grizzly bears yet. And then this is the Northern Continental Divide ecosystem, same thing. The yellow is the recovery zone for each ecosystem. The hashed area is occupied range, and then the pink is areas bears are moving into. We are now only 60 miles apart from the two ecosystems. And we've had a bear, and the DNA showed it was from the Yellowstone ecosystem, got into sheep up here and was killed in a management action. But so we could already have some bears connecting. We just haven't detected it yet with DNA. But we take DNA from any roadkill bear, any research captured bear, any management captured bear, and we look at it. And we bred a Yellowstone bear to a NCDE bear in a zoo, and so we know we got a good idea what the DNA is going to look like when the two populations are interbreeding. And we haven't detected that in any wild bears yet, but again, we're only 60 miles apart now. Genetic inbreeding is one of the concerns with we're an island population here because we're not connected yet. But looking at the genetics of our bears, our rate of inbreeding is only 0.2%, so it's very low, nothing critical yet. But the last time the Fish and Wildlife Service attempted to delist grizzly bears, they lost in court, and one of the things was connectivity and the potential for inbreeding. So there's a plan this year where 2 grizzlies from the Northern Continental Divide ecosystem are going to be captured and brought down to the Yellowstone ecosystem. Wyoming Game and Fish is probably going to take one and put it at the southern edge of the GYE. And then it hasn't been decided for sure yet, but Yellowstone Park will probably take one to release in the park. And then every few years to every decade, we might move 2 bears down here until we show that, you know, until we can prove in court that inbreeding is really not going to affect this population anymore. I know there's a question that you sent me on black bear numbers. So we did complete a study just a few years ago. I had a graduate student, Nate Bowersock. We did a non-invasive, we didn't trap bears. We collected hair samples using hair snares and rub trees. And we collected 1,871 bear hairs. 644 of those were from hair snares, and 1,227 clumps of bear hair we collected off 270 bear rub trees. So this is showing a rub tree where a bear rubs, then we go collect the hair off it. So we did this just on the northern range because it's a pretty big effort. So this shows a hair snare. We just, oops. We put barbed wire around 3 or 4 trees. A little bit of just scent lure. The bear crawls under the barbed wire, snags a little hair off the back, and we analyze it for DNA. And then we did density estimates for black bears on the northern range. So we really hadn't done any black bear work since Barnes and Bray, 2 park biologists in the 1960s. So what we found was in forested habitat on the northern range, we were seeing about 30.6 black bears per 100 square kilometers. The non-forested areas of the northern range, our hair snares that weren't in the forest, we were seeing about 5.4 black bears per 100 square kilometers. So when you average all the habitat together, it came out to about 20 black bears per 100 square kilometers. And so for the northern range of the park, which is about the northern 1/3, 334 black bears just in that northern third of the park. And comparing to other areas, our 20 black bears per 100 square kilometers is quite a bit higher than the rest of the northern Rocky Mountains, which averages about 6 to 12 black bears per 100 square kilometers. So we have a very high density of bears on the northern range. Thus, all those black bear jams are along the road there by Tower and in Lamar. Another study we completed not too long ago was looking at everything bears eat here. We wanted to document this so that with changing climate, we might get some of these species disappearing, but other species coming in. So this is kind of just a baseline for future scientists, but we documented 267 different species plus 1 soil type that our grizzly bears ate, including 175 different plant species, 38 insect species, 34 different mammals, 7 mushrooms, 7 birds, 4 different fish species, 1 amphibian, algae, and geothermal soil. The algae shows up in bear scats sometimes, but I don't think they're actually going out and consuming it. I think it's when there's carcasses in water, and that's where they're getting the algae. The soil type, they actually do go after and eat. In thermal areas, they dig these little pits and eat the soil. You'll see the claw marks in the side of the pits, and then you'll often find dirt bear scats next to these areas. And it's always in thermal soil, which is real high in potassium and some other minerals. Yellowstone cutthroat trout used to be a really good food for our bears. Our population crashed. But it's starting to rebound now. The park has been doing a lot of gill netting to remove lake trout, which was the main reason why the cutthroat trout population crashed. Cutthroat trout, 6.1 kilocalories per gram and 23% body fat. So it's a really good Food for bears. It is threatened by exotic lake trout in Yellowstone Lake. Whirling disease, which is a disease that's come in from Europe, has killed a lot of fish around the lake. And then drought really impacts juvenile recruitment of cutthroat trout into the population. Some people ask, well, why don't bears just switch from cutthroat trout to lake trout? But lake trout spawn in the bottom of the lake instead of these shallow little tributary streams. So for a bear to catch a lake trout, you'd have to have snorkel and fins and be able to hold his breath for a long time. We're just starting we had about a decade where we didn't see bears fishing at all. And now we're just starting to see bears fish on a few creeks again. There's a bear with a cutthroat trout in its mouth. And then I got a little video. So right down here, he's going to catch a fish. Another interesting food, bears are really unique in that they eat everything from insects as small as midges to mammals as large as bison. So this was a large midge emergence of adult midges from Yellowstone Lake. These are all midges flying around. And then midges only live about 3 to 5 days, most species anyway. And then they die, and then the lake is full of them. They wash up on shore, and it forms like a bathtub-like ring around the shore. And then we had grizzly bears coming and just licking up probably millions of midges. And this was a big male, and he was kind of lazy. He would lay down, lick up all the midges within reach, then he'd stand up, take a step or two, lay back down, and lick up more midges. Oh, yeah. So this next one shows you how much a bear can eat in one sitting during the late summer, early fall period of hyperphagia, where they're just trying to put on enough fat so they can spend 5 months living off their fat in hibernation. So this was a roadkill pronghorn antelope. I moved it off the road. We set up a trail camera on it, and a grizzly came in. This was mid-August. A grizzly bear came in and ate the entire pronghorn in one night. And it's not a video, it's actually all still shots, just all linked together, because I'd use up my 30 minutes if we looked at every still. So this was about over an 8-hour period. Comes over, grabs a few organs that fell out. Then a couple coyotes got a few scraps right at the end. This graph shows from the late 1970s to present. This is all opportunistic bear observations, and if they were eating carcasses and then what species of carcass. And early on, bears were primarily eating a lot of elk, but as the bison population increased, then bison has become a bigger and bigger part of our bear's diet here. And then this shows over time the proportion of opportunistic bear observations where the bear was feeding on ungulate meat. And you can see for black bears, it's just kind of flatlining. Black bears are obviously competing with grizzly bears and wolves for carcasses, so they're kind of third on the pecking order. Grizzly bears, you can see that slight increase over time in the number of times that they're seen eating ungulate carcasses. Another one of the little foods bears eat is army cutworm moths. This is actually the highest quality food in the Yellowstone ecosystem, 7.91 kilocalories per gram, 68% fat. It's like eating M&Ms for a bear. So bears eat these starting in July through August and September, sometimes into early October. Some years, most years are done by mid-September. And these moths are only found at very remote locations up 11,000 to 12,000 feet in the mountains. You almost never see it. People person when you're up there. And so it's not only a great food, but it isolates bears from people, keeps bears out of trouble. White bark pine, another really good food. About 4 kilocalories per gram, 52% fat. It's kind of the perfect balance of a fall food as far as protein and fat for gaining weight for hibernation. It's also found 8,000 feet and above, so generally not near roads. So it's a really good food, isolates bears from people. So generally, red squirrels harvest the cones, store them in middens at the base of the trees. Bears come in, eat the squirrel's winter stash, and if they catch the squirrel, they'll eat him too. When some years, the bears actually, even grizzly bears, will go up the trees. And unlike the squirrel, they don't just harvest the cone, they harvest whole branches and drop them down. One year I was radio tracking one of our grizzly bears, and I got into this white bark pine stand, and under every tree was a bunch of branches. And at first I'm thinking there must have been a big windstorm, knocked all these branches down. And then I looked, and there was bear claw marks and bite marks and bear hair stuck in all these branches. The bear had been up in those trees harvesting branches so he could eat the cones. And then white bark is a masting species, so it throws out a lot of cones one year so that it can overwhelm the species that eat the cones. And then the next year it may produce almost no cones, maybe just 2 or 3 cones per tree, versus it can be 200 or 300 cones per tree in a good year. So, but bears, of course, have evolved with that as well. So bears eat white bark when it's available, but the years when white bark's not available, our females tend to eat these truffles. It's an underground mushroom in the lodgepole pine forest. And our males tend to eat more ungulates, scavenge more wolf-killed ungulates, especially. They take them away from wolf packs. So the bears, eat the white bark if it's available, but if not, they switch to something else. Looking at body fat, we've had some big declines in white bark pine from white pine blister rust and mountain pine beetle. We've had 75% mortality of our large cone producing trees in the park. And then our cutthroat trout population has declined. And then our elk population has declined, but our bison population has increased. So I see in the paper a lot of times, that bears don't have enough to eat anymore. That's not true. This shows body fat. So the Julian date, it's a numerical system for days. So Julian date 150 is May. So this shows over time. And female grizzlies, they want to get over 20% body fat if they're going to produce a litter of cubs. And male bears, it's less important, but for males, they survive on their fat. They don't use as much fat in the den because they're not nursing cubs. But when they come out of the den, their primary activity is to find females for breeding. And so males lose a lot of weight well into June and mid-July. So they need that fat later in the spring when they emerge. But our bears, this compares 2000 to 2009 compared to 2010 to 2020, the circles versus the triangles. And you can see there's really no change. Our bears are females are still reaching well above that 20% body fat. Our males are also doing the same. So even though some of those really high quality foods have declined, our bears are still finding enough nutrition out there that they're still gaining weight just like they used to. 2009 is about when the big white bark pine blister rust mortality ended. And we haven't seen much mortality since then, but that's why we compared those two periods. This is the bear we caught last summer, big male, 712 pounds. That's the biggest male caught in Yellowstone National Park, at least since the Craigheads were doing their studies in the 50s and 60s. They had a bear that they caught that they didn't scale weight it, but they estimated that it had to be over 1,000 pounds. This is a scale weight, digital scale weight of a bear we caught last year. Another fat bear. Another fat Yellowstone Park bear. For a bear, there's no body shaming. This is what a bear wants to look like late in the summer, early fall, before they go into denning and hibernation. Oh, this, I'm sure a lot of you, when you're taking your clients out, you find rub trees and you look for the hair in the tree. If you look down at the base of rub trees, you almost always find these traditional trails where bears for years, for decades, they step in the same tracks to approach the rub tree and they rub their feet. We call it twisty feet. They're scenting the ground when they do that. We call that the John Wayne Walk. They do this mainly during presence. And maybe I'll cut it off here. Yep. Okay. Sure. Yep. In the park from our transects of the big cone producing mature trees. There's a lot of little saplings and stuff. Yeah. But 75%, which is a lot, mortality. Yep.
Access or keep access to just that one section. That trail. It lets us see the other part of the cape when bison are out there, the other species that are out there. It's a softer trail. It's people walking.
Yes, I will look into that. Our goal was not to affect bear and wolf viewing. So we were going to offset by 100 yards the boundary and try to leave those hills that people go up into. But we'll take a look at this and see if we can accommodate that. Yes. I am not, but my crew, I have a crew stationed at Lake and Canyon, and I'm sure they are. I will check with them and we'll look at it. Okay, I guess right here. The question is, will the Hayden Valley BMA be clearly marked? Yeah, we're gonna have signs at the trailhead and along the road, but probably 100 yards offset from the road where the closure is, and then we'll have the other side coming in from Mary Mountain marked as well. So it's pretty much the non-forested area on just the west side of the road from Mary Mountain, and it doesn't include Mud Volcano either. Probably don't have to repeat that, right? Because she had a microphone. But how many grizzly bears are collared in Yellowstone? Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I don't know the exact number. I'd have to look up, but we generally have about right around 20, maybe as many as 30. In the spring, a bunch of bears lose their collars, so we're probably down at 20 or slightly below right now. I get that question every year, and I always forget to look it up before I could. Okay, the question was, how would I like guides to manage bear jams if no ranger is present? We don't want anybody to get into a fist fight out there or anything, but I think if you, in a nice way, inform people of the 100-yard rule and that they should stay along the road near their car rather than walking out in the meadow with the bear, and try to do it in a nice, friendly manner. So it's a teachable moment rather than people getting pissed off.
Safely without triggering thoughts from a bear.
We try to do it when the bear's not there. And if the bear is there, we might haze it away. Usually just kind of walking towards it, yelling and clapping, rather than we're not using bean bags or anything for that, or maybe a cracker shell. But usually just we have a big group, we stare at the bear, we slowly walk toward clapping. We can usually push the bear off far enough.
All right, everybody, it's lunchtime. Old Faithful is due to at 11:54, so you know what that means. If you need to get to the inn, the snow lodge, or the upper store, run now. Otherwise, you're going to get caught in traffic. Please be back here at 12:45, and we'll continue with Heidi Anderson, our plant botanist. So go take a break, watch the geyser, use the bathroom, or get food if you need to, and we'll see you in a little bit. You can leave your bags in the room if you want. We'll be here. All right. Are you guys ready? All right. They're ready. Let's hear. Woo! You're supposed to make the online people a little jealous that they're not here. Woo! We're having a good time. All right. Now that I got y'all fired up, and I got to tell Brett over here, stop talking. Brett, pay attention. Okay. Welcome back, online audience. Well, I'd like to introduce you. We were up here chatting because my daughter used to volunteer for Heidi, and she got so inspired by Heidi that she's getting her PhD now working in soils and plants. So yeah. So there you go. Here's the most inspirational human being that's touched my family personally. But I'd like to introduce you to Heidi Anderson, our park botanist.
Thank you. Christy was really inspirational herself. She did a ton of work. So anyway, thank you for being here on this really gorgeous day. No. Okay. Oh, that's fine. Thanks. No. Is it the right? Okay. Okay. Well, first I wanted to just give a thank you to all the many people that have helped at Yellowstone and helped Flora outside Yellowstone. We've been really lucky over the years that we've had multiple people who have come and volunteered their time to do surveys or volunteered their time to pull weeds, and lots of people who have not necessarily been volunteering, but been doing a job that helped to protect the vegetation here. And just wanted to acknowledge that before we get going, that there have been a lot of people who helped along the way with our vegetation and flora, helped us learn about it and protect it. And next we're going to talk about the biodiversity in Yellowstone. We get our biodiversity from 3 areas. In Gardner, we have, okay, thank you. So we have about 1,504 plants. We got 2 new ones yesterday, which is really exciting. And of those, 238 or so are weeds. And that biodiversity comes, oops. Oh, okay. Here we go. Comes from being on the edge of 3 different ecotones. And so in Gardner, we're on the edge of the Great Basin Flora, and Beckler is the edge of the Intermountain Flora. And then we also have Rocky Mountain, just general Rocky Mountain Flora and the thermal areas, and they affect everything, of course. And so Beckler is the southwest corner of the park, and it gets 80 inches of precipitation a year. The most precipitation for the park, but then also it is the most precipitation for that corner of Wyoming. And as a result, we have rare plants that are only found in that part of the park and are only found in that part of Wyoming. Yes, 80 inches, yes. And then we have Gardner. And Gardner's on the edge of the Great Basin Flora, and we only get 10 inches of precipitation in Gardner. And it's the driest part of the state of Montana and the driest part for the state, or for part of Yellowstone. And so as a result, we have that same thing going on where there are rare plants that are only in that corner of the park and also only in that corner of the state. And then we have the thermal plants. And so right now at Old Faithful, you can see the purple monkey flower, which is in the left-hand corner. And it's, if you're going to get back on the main Grand Loop Road in that interchange, if you glance off into the kind of towards Old Faithful, there's a huge ring of pink, and that's the purple monkey flower. And so it's a rare plant, and it's disjunct from the Pacific Northwest. And then these other plants are ones that are more common in all of the thermal areas, and they're the sweet that is really in all the thermal areas, but then we have a few other ones here and there, like the purple monkey flowers only at Old Faithful, not at Mammoth. We also have a wonderful bloom right now of the yellow monkey flower going on that you have probably all noticed. And this yellow monkey flower has had a lot of research done around it. Lila Fleischman out of Montana State University, she has taken on this species and done lots of work. And so some people think that it's a new species, and the Flora of North America has actually even published it as a new species. But she's done the genetic work, and she has told me that it is more closely related to different species than the one that he's calling it. And so she's what I consider to be the authority on. She said, we're thousands of years yet away from having a new species. But this plant, there's a location by Lone Star, a thermal area, and usually monkey flowers like it wet, and they like to be in a boggy area. But around Old Faithful, you'll notice that they're in the thermal areas, and it's getting that precipitation from the geysers. But at the location around Lone Star, it's getting all of that water from the snow melt and the geysers. So it's not getting anything from groundwater, essentially. And because of that, that species, that location is really special. And she's found it's the only one that can, the monkey flower with less than 12 hours of daylight. And then they've also looked at the hairs on the monkey flower and found that its purpose is to help them photosynthesize more quickly and to shed snow off the leaves. We have hot springs panic grass as well that grows around the thermal areas, and it's really widespread. You can find it even in areas that are non-thermal in the park. But it has a special relationship with the fungus that allows it to grow in really hot soil. And both the plant and the fungus can grow without each other, but they're not able to grow in that high soil temperature. This is Warm Springs Spike Rush. Many of you might know where this was taken. It's a little bit of a park favorite because in the winter it forms these nice green mats by Grizzly Lake Trailhead, and it sort of offers this spring green when you're in the dead of winter. So I like to throw it in there, but Warm Springs Spike Rush is a regional endemic. So it occurs in Yellowstone and the Tetons and J.D. Rockefeller, and then is disjunct from the eastern seaboard, and that is a different variety at the species level. Another thing you'll notice about the geyser basins are lots of mosses, and that's because mosses don't have roots, and so they don't have to worry about putting their roots into really hot soil. And they also have some adaptations that have allowed them to grow on top of hot soil. And one of those adaptations is being able to curl up on itself really quickly, and that helps it not dry out. And by the same token, they can unfurl super quickly. And some people love mosses so much that there's webcams set up just like there are for osprey nests and peregrine nests, so that people can watch mosses photosynthesize underneath these webcams. And then another adaptation they have is that they have clear pointed tips on the ends of the leaves, and that helps protect the DNA and the chlorophyll within the leaf. And one fun thing that I didn't mention, but we had a woman come and survey pretty much the whole park and look at mosses. And what she found is that our diversity in the mosses came out in the thermal areas. So the reason the park was created, and I thought that was really neat. For a long time, one of the species she found, she couldn't figure out what it was, and she thought it was a new species to science. And it turned out it was disjunct from South America and growing in the thermal areas. So that was really neat. And one other thing she found, that this moss is not rare, but the only place she found it growing in the park was in Mammoth. And that was because it has a bit of a travertine pump. And so it grows in the terraces, and then it's able to create its own environment by just exuding the travertine and creating like a little rock pedestal, and then it'll grow up above that. And so that was really neat to find that moss here. We have 3 endemics for the park, meaning they grow nowhere else in the world. And each of them have their own set of challenges or stressors, and they also are tied tightly to the thermal features. Yellowstone sand verbena is probably the most showy one. It grows right off the trail for Storm Point. And originally its habitat was all along the shore of Yellowstone Lake. So from Mary Bay going all the way to the mouth of Yellowstone River. And now there's just 3 populations left in the park. We've done lots and lots of surveys for this species. But its threat is that the largest population is right off Storm Point Trail. So I encourage everyone to go check out this plant, but just stay on the trail so you don't wipe the plant out. And I'm happy to send people locations so that you can see how to view it without getting off the trail if anyone really wants to see it. Its connection to the thermal areas is that there's a huge thermal feature right underneath the largest population. Another one is Yellowstone sulfur buckwheat. It grows around Madison Junction and here at Old Faithful. The easiest place to see it is behind the inn, and there's all these nice sit rails, and so it's really hard to trample it unless you jump over the sit rail, which is why I love to point that out as a place to see it. Its connection to the thermal areas is that it grows on thermally altered glacial till. And I know that's a bit of a mouthful, but it's really just what we would call black sand or obsidian sands. Its major threat is that this thing is growing where the ground isn't hot. And so we need to put up housing or update the sewer lines or the water treatment plants, and all of that comes with impacts. We have tried to grow out the plants in the nursery, and we've tried to save some of them, and we've had some success with that, but there's always impacts with these projects. And then the third one is Ross's bentgrass, and Ross's bentgrass is blooming right now. So if anyone wants to see it, you can go out to Biscuit Basin and walk around, and you can see it right off the boardwalk. I like to say it leads the James Dean, which is to live fast and die young. And essentially, let me see. Yeah, nope. Okay, essentially it's doing that because it's growing right next to these thermal features, and it needs to speed up its life cycle so it doesn't have to compete with the heat coming off the sun as well as the heat off the thermal feature. And its threats are that these places have been visited for a really, really long time. And so we have these weeds that have been documented very early on in the park's history. And it's almost certain that these weeds have grown in places where the Ross's bentgrass was once growing and has crowded it out. But they have coexisted for years, and it seems to be doing just fine. I'm sure it has had some decrease, but it's not as much of a threat as things with wiping a population out from getting trampled, I would say. So one adaptation that plants have are being able to photosynthesize in their bark. And that's something that aspen can do, or popple trees. It's their largest living organism because they have that clonal growth. And the photosynthesis I mentioned is up to 40% of what the leaves do. And when they photosynthesize, they produce sugars. And that means that some animals will eat the bark, and even humans will eat it as a starvation kind of food. Willows are another one that are able to photosynthesize through their bark. And just a picture of them doing that. Oh, a picture of a moose. So everyone always wants to see a moose in the park. We use it a lot for restoration because it's really flexible. And we also have lots of success with it. So then I want to talk a little bit about sticky plants, and plants can be sticky for various protection reasons. Sometimes it keeps things from eating them. With this plant, it enables the seed to stick to really vertical surfaces. And desert madwort is a weed. Its Latin name is alyssum. So means without, and lissum means with madness, so without madness. And that's why it was originally introduced to the US, is to eat it and take away madness. It is part of the broccoli family and kale, so you can eat this thing, and it's very good for you. But the seeds are have these hairs on them, and when you get them wet, they feel like a chia seed, and they're able to stick to really vertical surfaces. The other thing about alyssum, though, is there's a suite of weeds that are called winter annuals, and they germinate in the winter and then kind of hold over until spring, and all of a sudden they start growing, which gives them a leg up on the native species. So in this case, you can see that the native species on the top were all outcompeted by the alyssum. Another sticky plant is curly cup gumweed. Curly cup gumweed has a sticky kind of around where the petals are. And in other countries, they harvest this turpentine and use it. We use it in restoration because it's really prolific. It's a native plant and it grows right next to the cheatgrass. This is just the herbarium specimen that shows what curly cup looks like. And our sand verbena is also a sticky plant. And so Eric Lopresti is a researcher who's done a lot of work on sand verbena, and he wanted to see what purpose the stickiness serves. So he looked at what that did, and he essentially camouflaged some of the sand grains, and then he also took some of the sand off some of the leaves and found out that what it was doing was just keeping insects from eating it, because that sand wears down their mandibles and makes them less able to eat food, right, and survive. It was kind of like going to picnic lunch and not wanting to eat the sandwich that had sand all over it. Because this area was getting so much use, we identified areas in the park that we wanted to try to focus on to help the vegetation. And we decided that Storm Point was one of them. We created the Storm Point Conservation Area. And then as a group, we came up with things that we could do. And we also happened to have this researcher, Eric Lopresti, who really wanted to help us out. And that was wonderful. So one thing we did was we started spraying this area for cheatgrass and also pulling the weeds in the area where it was closest to the population. And so here's the gallons that we've used of herbicide. And last year, for the first year, we installed monitoring plots. And so now we'll be able to make some judgments on whether that is actually helping keep the cheatgrass down and helping that population. Another thing we did was install these bumper logs that were to keep people on a social trail that had formed. And right off the bumper logs is where the sand verbena is. So just trying to help protect that plant. And then this is the part that Eric really wanted to help us out with, and that was really awesome. We wanted to try to reintroduce a population at a location that had been extinct. And so from herbarium records, we knew that sand verbena had once grown on the Pelican Nature Trail, and he grew out a bunch of individuals in the greenhouse from seed that we had collected. And we planted these guys, and then we planted them again in 2022. And in 2023, we weren't able to plant any, but he came out and surveyed them and found that there were 149 plants and 31 little seedlings. And that was pretty exciting for us because that made it the second largest population in the world, the second largest one in the park. And so we haven't really decided what qualifies, what metric makes it successful yet, but this certainly was good news. And if it continues to be able to sustain that population, I think we will be able to say that it's successful. Last year was a super exciting year because we found a couple new species, and they were native species. Usually when we find new species for the park, they're weeds. And so this was one that we found in Beckler, and it was sort of funny because I was begrudgingly letting people soak in the hot spring, and begrudgingly because I wanted to get going because it was raining. And so while they were soaking, I was sort of looking around for plants and found this one. And then all of a sudden my spirits changed. I was like, oh, soak as long as you want, got all the time in the world here. So this guy, Carex stipata, is a sedge, and you can see from the dots on the map that it's actually pretty close to Yellowstone. So I think that is truly just uncommon in the park because it is a pretty big one. It looks really different. It's not a tiny sedge at all. And then another one we found was this Cystanthe, which is a regional endemic, but had not been found in Yellowstone. And this one we found in Hayden Valley. And I didn't know it at the time when I found it. I actually thought it was just something different, and we squashed it, put it in the press, and this winter I figured out it was something new. So that was another one that was fun to find. And that's a picture of what it looks like in the press, and the closest population to us is around Cody. And so then we also, in addition to finding new things growing in the park, we found that a lot of the tiny, tiny itty bitty things that we thought were really rare, in some cases probably are really rare. And then in another case, they just are really hard to see and you need a good year. So last year we got a ton of rain. And because of that, these little itty bitty plants were putting on a great bloom. And so one of them that we found a new population for in the park was the monkey flower. And prior to finding this population in Hayden, there was only one known from Shoshone. And this thing was really tiny. They just kind of looked like little blue dots underneath the sagebrush, or yellow dots, sorry. Another one that was found by someone else in the veg crew, Elizabeth, in the audience, is this little Botrychium, and moonworts or Botrychiums are loved by botanists because they're tiny. And usually when you find one, you find another one. They have a mycorrhizal relationship with the fungus that allows them to live underground for years and years and years, and they don't have to be seen above ground. And so that's another reason people like them. And there's also a lot of folklore surrounding moonworts, and finding them makes you lucky or that kind of thing. I don't have any stories for you, but that's part of the reason people like them. But this thing was really tiny. And so I originally thought it was peculiar moonwort. Oh, and oops, this is not the right presentation. Anyway, so just yesterday we had an expert in the herbarium and we found out that it's actually not peculiar moonwort, it's wishbone moonwort, which was a new species for the park. And peculiar moonwort is rare. It's only known to Grizzly Lake, and so is wishbone moonwort. So both are equally exciting. Just showing for peculiar moonwort how rare it is, but wishbone is actually just as rare. And the red states are basically the states where it's very rare and yellow is a little less rare. The one that we found that was actually not common, or is really common. So until last year, there was two populations, one at Swan Lake Flats and then another one at Hayden, I think. And last year we were mapping for a project and it was this wonderful year and we ended up finding acres and acres of this little gymnosteris. So it's one that I think is truly very common in the park and it just needed a good year to bloom. So that was exciting. This is one crassula, it's pygmy weed, and it was something I collected in 2015 in the thoroughfare, and then was too scared to figure out what it was because it was so tiny. So finally this year I decided we needed to do something about that, and it turned out it was pygmy weed, and that had not been seen in the park since 1985. So even though I didn't identify it till this year, it was still really uncommon. And I think this one is also one that is probably truly rare because we had played these two specialists for multiple years to go out and target this species and find it, and they never found it. And they had trained eyes looking on it. So this is another place in the park, Beckler, that we decided to call a conservation area because with climate change, it's projected to see lots of changes where the wetlands dry up. And so we went and as part of it being a conservation area, looked for this orchid, which is another rare plant. And as part of those surveys, we found that it had, that it really liked geothermal wetlands. And so we were able to relocate the historic locations and then also find it in two new locations. And the one thing that was really interesting is that the same species that we're growing in this orchid, growing with this orchid, are the same things that we find all around Old Faithful. So I've been trying to figure out why the wetlands at Old Faithful do not have this orchid. But the ones in Beckler, it seems to be pretty common. And I haven't come up with any explanations, but Leslie has helped me out telling me that these are really recent lava flows and there's some water chemistry data that would be fun to take a closer look at that I haven't done. But so I'm open to other theories on why it might be growing just at Beckler. This is just showing how rare it is. So really rare in Wyoming. And showing the other areas that we found it. So new locations to Mountain Ash Creek, where prior to that it had been only known to Boundary Creek. Some updates with whitebark pine and limber pine. It got listed, and because of that, we need to do surveys. And I think because we're humans, we love to be able to say if it's below this elevation, it's limber. If it's above this elevation, it's whitebark pine. And I'm not sure that's really true. So the only way to tell 5-needle pines reliably is looking at the cones. But most of the time, the cones aren't on the tree. And so here's how the cones look different. And as part of this, northeast entrance had to be surveyed for a road project. And so they counted a bunch, 568 5-needle pine, and of those, they sent about 100 away to have DNA analysis, and found that all 100 of them were white bark pine. Yes, definitely. Is that there's us, this one? Okay, yeah. And this is Matt Lavin's photograph, and it's online free. So if you want a better photograph, there is you can, if you're around Old Faithful, on top of Observation Hill, there's a 5-needle pine. And I've been told by someone reliable that that's actually a white bark pine tree because they found the cones on it. So that's a good one to keep an eye on for cones if you want to see what they look like. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of make the point that I think most people would consider Northeast Entrance to be low elevation. It was 6,800 to 7,400 feet. And all of those were white bark pine. It doesn't mean that there's not limber in there, but there are definitely white bark pine. And so we just need to keep looking for cones, and it could be that white bark and limber are growing together. Who knows? I want to talk a little bit about the herbarium. We have a herbarium in Yellowstone. A lot of you probably know this. And we just finished yesterday digitizing the collection. And so hopefully it'll be online in the next year or two. But herbaria are really important. And one of the things they do are help us determine the conservation merit of species. So when I'm saying that those orchids are rare, that is all based on herbarium specimens and looking at those collections. And then often state botanists will target their surveys to go out and see if those historic populations are still there. Another thing with them is that we can then, if that population isn't there, that's information too on that timeline, right? And you can also look at phenology. So you can pull a herbarium specimen and see that this one was flowering on whatever day it was collected, and then go back 20 years from then and see, is it still flowering within that same time period? Is it still growing there? That kind of thing. This is a great picture of Leslie Goading. He was an assistant for Avon Nelson, and Avon Nelson collected a lot in the park. He basically built the Rocky Mountain Herbarium. He collected over 30,000 specimens, and what would happen is they would take like 1,000 of one species, and you'd exchange that with other universities. And that's how he built the collection. But they were changing. So basically, when you press something, you have cardboard and blotters and newspaper. And he was changing the blotters once a day because otherwise these things were molding. And that's just the volume that they were collecting, because I've never had anything mold on me. We're not in a we're in a dry climate, right? And you don't usually have to worry about things molding, but when you have that much green plant material, you do have to worry about it. And I also really love that his shoes are worn out. And so another thing that we're doing with herbarium specimens is that the Bison crew has been taking tiny plant snippets off of each of those voucher specimens. And she's been doing DNA barcoding and then looking at the fecal samples to see what's in their diet. And she's not only looking at once, she's looking at the spring and fall to see how that differs, and doing that for all the ungulates. And so that's one thing that we can look at, use that DNA barcoding. But on the same token, it's really awesome she's using voucher specimens, because these same papers, they're citing other DNA barcodes, and there's no voucher specimen that goes with it. So we don't know that that specimen is actually what it's reported to be unless you go back to it. So in her work, there's things that are coming out that grow in China, and there's no way to know if somebody in Gardner has something from China growing in their yard that the elk is eating, right? Or is it just that that DNA barcode wasn't correct to begin with and someone put a false ID on it? So I would just say like that it's really exciting that the Bison crew is doing it right and collecting the voucher specimens to build that information. Another thing that we've done is document a new report. So I just told you about the 2 new moonworts for the park, and that was because I mis-ID'd them, and the expert came along and put a new name on it. Oh, okay. So the other thing we've done is document local extinctions, and the sand verbena was a good example of that. Those came from herbarium specimens. And that's really all I have. So here's my contact info, and you're always welcome to reach out to me. I know that people have questions about edible plants, and my updated presentation did have a slide on there with a really good resource. And I want to say it's like Shoshone Living Library or something like that if you Google it, and they are working to come up with how these plants were collected and harvested and what they did with them, and you can see videos on that website. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's a good question. She asked how you know if they're native and not invasive. I guess I'm just relying on the reference material that's out there. There are some things though that we have documented that are native to Wyoming, but we feel pretty confident they're not native to the park. So locally, I guess non-native. And so one example is I found this little gentian growing right off the boardwalk. And the only other places known in the state is Thermopolis and then south of Thermopolis, but it just seemed pretty suspicious that it was growing right off the boardwalk, and then we never found it again. So I think those kind of things, like piecing it together, trying to see from herbarium specimens, like where the other locations are for the park or for the state, sorry. Okay, yeah. So Rhacometrium's a really common moss, and then also Polytrichum. But another thing that I had on the slide app, so there's a great wildflower app. It's just called Wyoming Wildflowers. But on that app, which is free, they also have lichens and mosses. And obviously they don't have everything, but they definitely have the common lichens and mosses that you would see in the park. Ooh, these are hard ones. I would put in to the winter annual suite. So cheatgrass is a winter annual, but also alyssum, and there are a lot of plant. Right now, there's this beautiful geranium that's blooming called Cranesbill. You might have noticed it around Old Faithful. That's a winter annual. We're doing different things to manage it. I think the biggest thing we can do is just minimize our disturbance, but we do spray for it and we pull those weeds with, I can't say we know how successful we are since we don't have any real monitoring going on, but that is what we have been doing, is treating them with pre-emergence. And the pre-emergence basically are put down in and they keep the plant from germinating. So they keep the seed from germinating in the fall. Oh, yes, very good question. So yeah, we do require all construction equipment to be washed, and We have mitigation measures that we write into all the projects, but the truth is that those seeds are so long-lived in this seed bank that basically the moment you disturb the soil, there will be things that come up that have been just hanging out in the seed bank, right, waiting to come. And so mullein is one that is very, very long-lived, and I think they may be found in the pyramids or something like that. So these seeds just have this incredible viability, right? That you can keep your feet I mean, I'm definitely good, right? Check your shoes and pants. You don't want to spread it, but it's in the seed bank. Thank you. Sure. Oh, absolutely. Yes. So access to the herbarium. Yes, you can definitely come visit me, email me or call me and set up an appointment. I love to give people tours, but it's also available if you want to just see what willow looks like or look at the botricium that I just found out was new to the park, that kind of thing. Ooh, that's a really good question. I don't think I don't know what the tallest or largest one is in the park. I would definitely guess it is Doug Fir that is the tallest and biggest. And back to the herbarium though, one more quick thing. So we have the best collection of mosses and aquatic plants in Western North America as a result of the surveys I mentioned. And so if anyone really wants to learn their aquatic plants or mosses, that's the reason to come to our herbarium if you want to use it as a teaching tool. Ooh, yes, we do. I usually talk about that. We have sundews and then we have bladderworts. And so as a part of these aquatic surveys that were done like 10 years ago now, there were only at that point 3 bladderworts, and one of them was thought to be the most rare in the park, and it was disjunct from the Pacific Northwest where there were 2 populations. And so the Hellquist, those are the authorities on bladderworts, were collecting, and they actually found oodles of this bladderwort and started sending it away to 2 different experts to make sure that it was that bladderwort. So now I would say it's not the most common, but it's pretty common bladderwort in the park. Oh, shoot. I can, so I have that saved in an email because I don't know, but Mike Canetta knows and he sent me a great response that I can forward to you. Yeah. 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 Cool. Thank you.
All right, next up, we did have a little bit of a schedule change in case you have the old agenda. We have Jennifer Carpenter with us today. She's going to talk to us a little bit about the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. Jennifer is our chief of Yellowstone Center for Resources, so we're really excited that she's here. And if you've enjoyed all her people talking to you today, you should let her know.
Good afternoon. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, I'm a last minute fill-in. So I apologize for, I guess I don't have all my ducks in a row on this. I took a presentation and kind of modified it for this group. You might see some redundancies. So I know Chris Jeremiah talked to you about bison and Carrie Gunther talked to you about bears. I'm going to cover those also. What I'm going to focus on primarily, though, is kind of the 30,000 foot level. And the theme of this talk from Tammy Blackford was the Yellowstone ecosystem. And what I really want to emphasize to you all is the fact that, and you all know this, I know a lot of you are very experienced guides in the ecosystem, but that we have a very integrated multi-jurisdictional ecosystem. So I want to talk a little bit about that and give you some examples of how the park manages transboundary wildlife with our partners. You guys probably know this. I just sort of start this off with every sort of talk to orient people to our mission. Is there a clicker? Okay, and which way? So I don't. That's forward. Okay, and point it towards that. Okay. So here's the ecosystem writ large. All of you are familiar with this, I'm sure, but it's got the, the 2 national parks in there, well, 3, including JDR, all the national forests. It's got fish and wildlife lands, BLM lands, et cetera. So this is the contiguous ecosystem under which we try to manage. We don't want to manage just at the boundaries of Yellowstone. We really want to make this a transboundary management scenario. And what Tammy was going to talk about was the Greater Yellowstone Coordinating Committee. I'm not going to really get into that today, but what that is a consortium of all of these agencies. So all of the executives that run all of these agencies, as well as the game and fish directors from Wyoming, Montana, and Idaho are all part of the GYCC. And they work collaboratively with subcommittees and scientists on the ground to look at sort of an ecosystem management approach. And that's really how we are trying to move forward in our management paradigm, both inside the park with the National Park Service and in partnership with all of these agencies that comprise the GYE. So Yellowstone Center for Resources, I'm the division chief for the YCR. Of course, I had to give a plug for us in our little building here. This is located in Mammoth. My office is there. We're mostly based out of Mammoth, but we do have staff that are in the summertime based out of a couple of different locations in the park, Madison, West Yellowstone, Lake, Grant. But our headquarters are at the headquarters of the park in Mammoth, and that's our building. This is just basically a rundown of what we do. We don't really need to go over this, but we do run the gamut from archaeology to cultural resources, historic structures, planning and compliance, physical resources, vegetation, wildlife, and aquatic. It's really a wide range, a really large portfolio that's inside the YCR. Major resource management issues. And again, these are things that float up. This is where I spend the majority of my time. And I interface with not only the biologists in the field, like Chris Jeremiah and Carrie, who you talked to or who presented today, but I also regularly on these topics interface not only with the superintendent, but our regional offices, the Washington office, as well as all of the states, congressional, et cetera. So these are the primary issues that eat my lunch, so to speak, that I'll be talking about: native fisheries, wolf management, grizzly bears, bison management, and visitor use. So a lot of y'all are very familiar with the native fish conservation work that goes on that's led by Todd Kuhl. He did a public meeting, I want to say 2 weeks ago, perhaps, to give you an update on what the plans were for native fish conservation in the park this year. We focus mostly on Yellowstone cutthroat trout, West Slope, and Arctic grayling. Primarily, this is sort of the work plan, if you will, for our native fish conservation, lake trout suppression, which I'll get into in more depth. And then we do a lot of stream fish restoration, a lot of climate refugia type work where we know that certain waters are going to get warmer and those species aren't going to live in those waters. So we're moving them perhaps up to cooler climate, cooler waters where they can survive better, barrier reconstruction to prevent non-natives, and then reintroduction of native fish species. So I know you all know about the lake trout issue. I won't spend a ton of time sort of going in the backstory of it, but they were introduced and stocked in the park beginning as early as 1890. And then most recently, lake trout were discovered in Yellowstone Lake in 1994. Look at the enormity of this fish. If you can imagine that fish and hundreds of thousands of those fish in Yellowstone Lake and how much damage they can do predating on our native fish species. So this is what we're dealing with. Oops, sorry, I'm not quite getting my hand on this. So problem, they're predatory, they're within the lake only, they're very deep dwelling, so they live very well in cold waters. They are very extremely long lived. and they produce a lot of eggs. So it's really a major threat to the ecosystem. And we have put a concerted effort, I would say, over the past 10 years with lots and lots of money to try to suppress lake trout and return the cutthroat trout populations back to the lake. That gives you an idea of all, the predatory nature of the fish and how many fish they can consume at any one time and essentially decimate our cutthroat trout populations. So suppression, again, I think a lot of you already know this, but we have contracted with professional gill netters. They go out on the lake, they catch lake trout, they kill the lake trout. We kill hundreds of thousands of lake trout every year. And those are some of the netting locations in that map of where we go on Yellowstone Lake. But again, this is a project that has come out of, I'd say, the early to mid to, I think I didn't die, sorry. Into the Lake Trout Conservation Plan, and which then implemented this plan as we have it today. So our gill netters are out on the lake June to about late September, early October, and they kill as many fish as they can of the lake trout, essentially. And it's a really expensive project, but it actually is doing a lot of major good, which I'll get into in just a second. So all of the time and effort and money that we've put into this, we actually are seeing a return of cutthroat trout to Yellowstone Lake and spawning streams. We just had our annual science panel review in Bozeman this year. It's an independent science panel that came out of our conservation plan about 10 years ago that essentially takes what we're doing, looks at the data, looks at the results, looks at our methodology, and says, you guys are doing it right, or no, you're not doing it right. I jumped ahead there, sorry. And gives us recommendations to follow for the next year, like you need to keep it at this level, or you need to do a little bit more of this, or this might be an issue. So it's really an independent science panel that really validates the work that we do here in Yellowstone, specifically on lake trout, to make sure that we're being sufficiently aggressive enough to eliminate or reduce and suppress lake trout, at the same time making sure we're not having inadvertent consequences through those actions, and that we're actually seeing those cutthroat trout rebound. So this is a really cool graphic. This is hot off the presses. You can see on the top, we've got lake trout length frequency. So keeping in mind that on the left side, there are smaller fish, on the right side, there are larger fish. And then conversely, you see the lake trout length. So you can see on the top graph, our fish are getting bigger. They're surviving longer. We've got more cutthroat trout that are growing to adult size than we've had in a really, really long time. Conversely, you can see where we have a lot of the adult predatory lake trout that are being taken out and removed. So we're not catching as large of lake trout as we used to catch, which means that benefits the cutthroat trout that are coming back. So this is a really illustrative figure that shows the difference in the size of the lake trout versus cutthroat trout, and really gives us evidence that those cutthroat trout are rebounding. Conservation actions on streams. I'm going to go real quickly through this because we have a lot to cover. These are the 3 species that we focus on. Whoops, sorry, I'm going way too fast on this. This thing's very touchy. Anyway, there's some different projects of our fish restoration work that we have going on, various structures and barriers that we put in place. We also do non-native removals using rotenone, and then native fish reintroductions. So this is kind of a snapshot of various work that we do in streams throughout the park that's separate from our work on Yellowstone Lake. Moving into wolves, hot topic, obviously. I'm sure that's what a lot of your clients want to see when they come to Yellowstone. And I know that I'm sure there's a lot of questions that they have for you guys, and you guys, I'm sure, are very knowledgeable. But I'm going to sort of focus on a few things about the biology, but also about the political landscape that we operate under. Okay, I'm not doing this very well. Okay, let me go back one. So with this, shoot, this is not working out very well for me. Perfect. Now you can go forward. Thank you. So every year we do polygons of sort of the pack territories. And we obviously make them very generalized. We don't give exact locations of where the animals are. But this is the 2022 wolf pack territories that were mapped out. And you can see all the popular packs that you guys probably all know about and where their general locations are. What I wanted to emphasize, and you can go to the next slide, the difference in pack size and location by year to year. So it varies somewhat year to year in terms of pack location and pack size. And that's due to a variety of different things. But the point I really wanted to make is it's not static. And we have a lot of movement in the park between packs. We have some packs killing members of other packs. We have them wandering out, getting harvested in Montana and a little bit in Wyoming. And so again, the point I want to make here is that it's a very dynamic landscape when it comes to wolves and our pack locations and our pack sizes. So I know you all know Doug Smith, who retired not quite 2 years ago, and Dan Staler's taken over for Doug Smith in his place. And the wolf program is a world-renowned program for the research that it's produced since 1995 when wolves were reintroduced. It's the greatest wolf viewing opportunity in the world, we think, and hopefully you all think in guiding your clients out there. We really have invested a lot of research in understanding the dynamics between wolves and their prey, elk, deer, and bison, and the shift of wolves in what they eat and what they don't eat. And some of that is pure scientific knowledge. Some of it also applies to our conversations with our state partners in their perceptions of what wolves might be doing. So it is very important research for us to do. We've also looked at ecosystem effects of restoring wolves on the landscape, what that does not only to the ungulate populations, but what that does to the actual landscape and riparian areas. I know that there's a lot of talk about that, trophic cascades, et cetera. Lots and lots of papers out about that and some controversy there. But really, I want to emphasize that this program is world-renowned, and we get researchers that come in from all over the world, and we get visitors that come in from all over the world that learn of the Yellowstone wolves and actually want to see wolves. And so this might be a good talking point for your folks in terms of letting them know the type of research that we work on and why we work on that research and how long it's been going on. So this is also a hot off the press graphic on the top. It really is a population count all the way from reintroduction to 2023, which is our latest population estimate. You can see all of the wolves in Yellowstone right now. I think we have about 105-ish, if I remember, 110. We've got the majority on the northern range. We do have some in the interior, but it sort of gives you an idea of the fluctuation of the populations over time from reintroduction to present. You can kind of see over the past 10 years, we've had pretty much a steady state. Averaging about 100-ish wolves or so every year. And so we think we're kind of at an equilibrium with that in terms of the number of wolves and the prey on the landscape. Okay. This is a complicated graphic somewhat, but really I just wanted to emphasize the change in diet on wolves. So when wolves were reintroduced, we had a lot of elk. They took down some of those elk, all the elk distribution and population numbers changed, and the wolves adapted over time. And so now they are consuming elk, certainly, but they're also consuming bison as well. And Yellowstone itself has become a little bit more of a bison-dominated landscape rather than elk-dominated landscape. And this graphic gives more evidence to that in showing the difference in diets since reintroduction and how that's changed over time. Cool pictures. Y'all love cool pictures probably, so we're going to show a few cool pictures there. This is illustrative in the sense that it's hard for wolves to take down bison. They don't normally take down adult bison. They're, young, old bison, obviously, and it takes a certain number of pack members to be able to effectively take down a bison. I think it numbers around 11 or 12 to be really adept at taking down a bison. But again, as we're seeing bison numbers increase, we're seeing a little bit more predation on bison than we have in the past. So it is happening on the landscape, and this is what it looks like out there. So management issues. This is where I want to get into how we work with the states to try to protect, and I'm going to air quote this, Yellowstone wolves. And by Yellowstone wolves, I mean wolves that normally live the majority of their life inside the park. They may exit the park to hunt or at certain times of year, but normally they return to the park and live inside the park. And you saw the polygons there of the pack locations. So we are very concerned about Yellowstone wolves leaving the park and getting harvested, and it's mostly in the state of Montana. Wyoming does have some trophy hunt units on the east side there. You can see those 2 red dots, and that's kind of an old graphic. So I think it's from, I don't know, 2015 or something. So don't necessarily look at the numbers, but I really wanted to show the location that that's right on our boundary. So those wolves leave the park, they get harvested immediately as they cross over into the boundary. And so that's a big concern for us. And we try to negotiate and navigate specifically with the state of Montana, because they don't have, well, they have quotas now, but they vary. And it's been challenging, I will say, to navigate the sometimes very political environment with state wildlife agencies in, they have their own interests in constituency and perspective, and our interest is in protecting Yellowstone wolves. And so we very much try to educate them on not only is it about the numbers, but is actually about the social dynamics of the packs. And that while maybe there's 15 wolves that get harvested in a year, and from the totality of the wolf population, that's not really going to do much in terms of, making them more at risk for listing or anything like that. But what it could do is it could affect the social dynamics of the packs. So you get alphas taken out, and then those packs are left without alphas. And so then you have multiple breeding females in a pack, and it just gets to be kind of chaos. And so what we're really concerned with is not only numbers, but the social dynamics as well, related to the animals that are harvested. And so that's an important point I want to make, that it's not only about just sheer numbers, it's about the pack dynamics and the influence that harvesting has on those pack dynamics inside the park. So as I talked about, it has been a challenge, and the wolves that live inside the park are used to people taking pictures of them. They're not used to being shot at. And so they're very naive when they cross over that boundary and they get harvested. So they may see somebody from a distance and not think they're a threat, but that person is intending to harvest them and has a weapon and then kills them. So they're somewhat naive to people in terms of risk. And so that is an issue for us as well. We do have some wolf habituation going on a little bit sometimes related to visitation, but that's relatively few and far between. However, it does complicate matters when it does come to wolves moving outside of the boundaries. I guess I can answer questions now. That would be a full-time 24/7, 7-day-a-week job. We also don't want to necessarily inhibit natural range and movement. I mean, Park Service is all about natural processes predominating. And so we don't want to build a fence. We don't want to haze them away. We want them to do what wolves are going to do. It is unfortunate that they do cross that invisible boundary and then are subject to harvest, but I don't envision us ever hazing to keep them inside of the park. So this is a graphic that shows the number of wolves killed. And you can see on the right-hand side, so for a long time, we had a quota of 4. It was at 2, and then it went to 4 on the 2 units that are on the northern end of Yellowstone. 313 and 316 are the hunt unit numbers. In 2021, the commission decided that they were going to lift the quotas, no quotas. So you could kill as many wolves as you wanted if you had a valid license in those 2 hunt units. So what that ended up happening is that park wolves, again, those that reside the majority of the time in the park, ventured out. And I think we had about 23 wolves killed that were accidents in that hunt. And again, it's not necessarily about the number killed, it's about the social dynamics and the impacts to those packs where those members came from. We were successful, thanks in a large part to Doug Smith, in negotiating, if you will, with the Montana Fish and Wildlife and Parks Commission to get quotas reinstated at 6. What they did, though, is they did reinstate the quota, but they made it a quota of 6 across both hunt units. And so it wasn't 3 and 3 or 2 and 2 like it was before, it's 6. And what we know is the majority of wolves utilize only one hunt unit, and that's 313, and that's the one that's located near Gardner and Beatty Gulch area. They don't really use the one up high very much. And so we know that all of the wolves that are being harvested are being taken from that 313 unit. And so again, that's concerning to us. So that quota has been in place for 2 years. The new hunting regulations are supposed to come out next month. We are waiting to know and understand what Fish, Wildlife and Parks is going to propose that will go to the commission for consideration. And we will engage with FWP and the commission once we know what those proposals are going to be. We've heard a whole bunch of different rumors. I can't quote necessarily what they are going to be, but just know that we are very active in our engagement with them. And we are really trying to find a balance between their use and their constituents and their rights outside of the park and protecting park wolves. So this is one big example of how we interface with the states in managing transboundary wildlife and how very complicated and sometimes very political it can get. You guys, you live this, right? I don't need to show you these pictures. Wolf crossing the road, you know, just more pictures of what you guys see out there in the landscape every day. This is a really cool picture, and it's kind of a fun picture, and I put it in here for a reason. So usually grizzly bears and wolves kind of do their thing by themselves separately. Well, I want to say this was in 2022. In the fall, a grizzly bear started hanging out with the Junction Butte pack. As the wolves hunted, the bear hunted along with them, kind of hung out with the pack as sort of a bonus pack member, if you will. Very, very unusual. Wolves caught, you know, an elk. The bear took it over because that's what bears do, and they ate it, and then the wolves came back and fed on it. But it was really interesting because you see these two species who are normally very separate, but they're actually A, collaborating together on hunting, and B, socializing. So that's a very unique experience for us, and it's something that we documented, which might be interesting for you guys. Another super cool picture. Wolves take down the prey, bears bump them off and eat it. That's kind of generally how it goes, right? So I know Carrie talked about bear management. I don't want to be redundant in what he talked about, although I wasn't here, so I don't know exactly what his presentation was. But this one really, again, is highlighting the political side. And bears are currently listed under the ESA, which means they're protected in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. But they have been proposed for delisting, and in fact, were delisted twice. Court litigation has put them back on the list and where they reside today. But we expect a new rule to come out delisting the bears probably 2025 or possibly the very beginning of 2026. There was a court settlement where Fish and Wildlife Service agreed to have something out by January 26. So we'll see what happens. But what I wanted to get into, go one more, is, and you'll probably have to click through, is, you know, this is the history of listing. So it's been going on for a really long time. And again, this really speaks to the work that we do at a higher level in engaging not only with Fish and Wildlife Service, who has management jurisdiction over these bears, but also with the states in helping them develop their management plans that they would implement post-delisting. So you can see it was delisted, relisted court case, delisted, relisted, and now we're back to listing. The latest estimate is about 1,100 bears in the GYE. I just got back from a couple of meetings that we had recently in Bozeman to talk about that. The biggest issue is really post-delisting management. We think biologically the bears are doing great. We have a lot of bears in the ecosystem. They're healthy. They're pioneering new habitats. In fact, I'll show you a graphic where they are, they have, yeah, there you go. You can see the expansion of their range over time. There's the primary conservation area, which is the recovery zone, and then the demographic monitoring area in blue, which is where we count them. And again, it's not just Park Service. This is a consortium of agencies that we partner with. But you can see the expansion of range of these bears over time. They're doing very, very well biologically. Again, what we're most concerned about, what the park is most concerned about, is what happens post-delisting in the way that states are going to manage bears on our boundary. So again, we're going to have bears that wander in and out of the boundary, just like we do for wolves. They will likely be harvested at some point. We want to make sure that doesn't impact our, park bear population, if you will, as not only from a biological sense, but from a visitor enjoyment and experience sense. You guys, I know you take your clients out, they get to see bears. That's one of the highlights of their trip. And so we want to make sure that the bear population is healthy and that there's viewing opportunities that still happen. Okay, you can move on. This is just another dose of that. You can skip that one. So what we primarily focus on in the park is obviously conservation, preservation, working with our partners, working with all the ecosystem agency managers and especially Fish and Wildlife Service relative to bears in the parks. I know you know 399 and her saga. She, in fact, was the first grizzly bear that I saw in the wild in 2007. She had triplets. It was down in Grand Teton when I worked there. So we know that she is an iconic bear that brings people to this ecosystem. I know she lives down south and she's not coming to Yellowstone, but anyway, she is very indicative of sort of the popularity of bears and the amount of people that come to see grizzly bears in the wild in both of these two parks. We do work on conflict management, making sure bears are safe, people are safe, visitor safety, and visitor experience. As I mentioned, people's opportunity to see a wild bear is, it's a bucket list thing. That's why they come to the park. And so we want to make sure that we continue to have those opportunities. So this just gives a fatality bar graph here. So you can see back when the park was closing the dumps where they allowed bears to feed, and what, at the time, those were the decisions that were made by that by those park managers. Obviously, they were closed in the late 60s. They had a ton of conflicts because there was a lot of people. They were getting human food. But you can see over time how our management paradigm has changed and how we really are wanting to reduce conflict with bears. We don't want them to get those food rewards. We don't want them to get too close to people. We want them to be afraid of people and really retain their wildness. And so it just goes to show you that conflicts have been reduced over time, and our removals are actually very, very small, our management removals. Again, you live this, just wanted to show it. And keep going. Bison. I don't know how much time do I have left. 15, okay, that should do it. I apologize if this is redundant, and that was redundant. Again, I know that Chris and Carrie talked to you guys about it, but bison is also another example of how the park has to, in order to conserve wild species, has to engage with our partners and states in managing transboundary wildlife. So it's an amazing conservation success story. They were almost exterminated in the teens. Thankfully, some very people with incredible future vision decided that they were going to restore bison. They brought them back from the brink of extinction. Yellowstone had a significant role in that with the Buffalo Ranch out in Lamar Valley. So they really are an amazing conservation success story. Last year, 22, 23, 20, 22, we had over 6,000 bison. That was from a low of 23 in the teens, in the 19s. So they're really, it's a miraculous recovery. They are very hardy species. They survive in extremely harsh conditions. They have a high reproductive rate. They have a high survival rate. They are meant for this type of ecosystem. They do very well here. Go ahead. But it does also, you know, you can't talk about bison without talking about people. We talked about the extermination in the late 1800s, early 1900s. They have obviously significant cultural importance to Native Americans and also to hunters. Hunters outside of the park like to harvest bison as well. They move, they're, you know, large nomadic creatures. They move across the landscape. We have two populations. They're not genetically distinct though, so they're really one, but geographically distinct. We've got the northern range herd and we have the central herd. The northern range herd at this point in time has the most bison, probably 3,000 or so, with maybe 1,000 to 1,500 in the central herd, but they really move all over the park. And that graphic on the left there sort of shows their distribution over time. Okay. This is population numbers. This is a slightly old graph. It's just about a year old. But what I wanted to show you here is that not only the population growth, but our participation in the Interagency Bison Management Plan, the IBMP. A lawsuit was brought against the National Park Service and Department of the Interior from the state of Montana about bison and about brucellosis transmission from bison to cattle in the late 1990s. There was an agreement reached in 2000 about managing bison as they exit the park so that bison could not commingle with cattle, and thus the risk of transmission from brucellosis to cattle was reduced to a nearly negligible, not zero, but nearly negligible amount. And so we, inside the park, have to manage bison pursuant to that agreement. And so that means that we have to manage bison population and not let them get so large that they exit the park and exit what are called the tolerant zones in the state of Montana, and say getting out to Paradise Valley where they will be shot by the state, because bison are not allowed out of the Gardner Basin area and a small area on the west side. Anyway, I'm digressing, but what I wanted to talk about here was a robust population. I think, so last winter was a huge winter, obviously. We had a lot of migration out. We probably had about 4,000 bison out on the landscape over the duration of the winter. There was a big harvest. About 1,500 animals were removed from the population. That bumped the population back to about 4,500. This winter was really nothing. We had very minimal migration. So we expect the population is going to grow again, and we might get up to about 5,500 post-calving. We do our post-calving counts in August, so those numbers will be available then, but we think we're going to have about 4,500. We do have a new, go ahead. We do have, I talked about this. Do you guys need to know more about this, about brucellosis and transmission? Or are you all pretty educated on the issue? Okay, we can move on. So bison, this is the Bison Management Plan from 2000. And again, we are updating this plan. We have a final EIS that is almost ready to come out. It's probably going to come out in June. That is an update to the 2000 plan. And this details what the National Park Service is going to do to manage bison inside the boundaries of Yellowstone National Park in coordination with the Interagency Bison Management Partners, Native American tribes, and the state in managing bison once they leave our jurisdiction and cross into the state of Montana. So our EIS management plan is, like I said, is going to be coming out in a couple weeks. I have been in Yellowstone for 10 years. I've been working on this plan for all of those 10 years. So this has been a long time coming. It's very complicated. There's a lot of controversy with it. There's a total ends of the spectrum of people on one side that want a lot of bison. They want to see bison free roaming. They want bison all over Montana. They don't want them regulated or restricted in any way. All the way over to the other side, where we have stock growers and other constituents that don't want any bison outside of the park. In fact, they only want 3,000 bison inside of Yellowstone National Park. That is currently what the governor of Montana is requesting, is 3,000 bison in Yellowstone. So you'll see what we have in our plan, but we think we have come to a happy medium, if you will. Probably nobody's going to be extremely happy about it, but we are sort of in the middle there because we are balancing all these different constituencies and stakeholders and perspectives, while also trying to manage a very reproductively plentiful population and making sure that we can serve bison, but that we are meeting the obligations that we have to our partners. I'm not going to go through this. This is what's in our EIS. If you saw the draft EIS, that's what's in there. The final EIS is coming out in June. It's on the web. You can look at the draft. But essentially, we're going to continue to meet the obligations under the IBMP as was proposed in 2000. The framework is going to remain the same. We are going to have ranges of populations that we're going to manage for with different tools in the toolbox. But that's all laid out in that Bison EIS. These are some of the tools in the toolbox, which you guys probably already know. We have tribal and state hunting. We have our quarantine program, which is called the Bison Conservation Transfer Program, whereby we bring bison into a quarantine facility. We test them over a series of months and years, depending on their age and gender. We ensure they are brucellosis free, and then we transfer those to the Fort Peck tribe up in northern Montana, where they go through one more year of assurance testing, and then the Intertribal Buffalo Council takes those bison and ships them out to Native American tribes across the country. It's really an amazing success story, and I'll get into it in a couple more slides, but that is one tool in the toolbox that we are really heavily investing in. What we don't want to do, but we may have to do, and it is still in the suite of tools, is shipment to slaughter. We hate doing it. I didn't get into the National Park Service and work at Yellowstone to kill bison. That's not what I want to do. I know that's what Camp Shawley does not want to do. However, we do have to manage the population, and that is one tool in the toolbox that we may have to use if certain conditions arrive. Say we don't get a lot of migration for a couple of years and they can't get harvested, then we're going to have a huge population. How are we going to manage that population to bring it down to a size where they aren't at risk for escaping the tolerance zone? Go ahead. This is the transfer program that I talked about. So we're in the green square. Fort Peck is where they go, and this is where those bison that have been deemed brucellosis free have been shipped across the country to Native American tribes. They literally FedEx bison to Alaska. I saw the video. They went by vehicle, by vehicle, by airplane, then by boat to Kodiak Island. Yellowstone bison are now on Kodiak Island. It's very cool. And we, here in Yellowstone, are able to help restore bison to Native American cultures and lands across the entire country with our Bison Conservation Transfer Program. We're really proud of it. We want to see it expand. The Secretary of the Interior has been very supportive of it, and she's actually given money not only to Yellowstone, but to Fort Peck and to other entities that have helped us along the way in order to help facilitate transfer of those live bison from Yellowstone, where we have to intensively manage them, but live bison to these Native American tribes. Wonderful, amazing thing. These are, in fact, all the tribes that are associated with Yellowstone. We have 27 associated tribes. And not all of them, but a lot of them are very active in bison management. Again, speaking to, it's not all about the biology, it's about the relationships at the federal level, the state level, the local level, and the tribal level that we all have to engage with, and that I spend the majority of my time doing. And I think that might be the end. Maybe got one more cool picture. You all have probably seen this. These are going to be, I think there's only going to be one out in Gardner. I'm not entirely sure. You guys might know that better than me. I don't know where Linda is either. But anyway, I am happy to answer any questions that you all may have. Yeah. Bronx Zoo. Yeah, we have a partnership. Oh, he asked, so there was a red line. If you want to go back to it, can you go back to that map? There. Go. Yeah. Bronx Zoo. So ATBC did give some animals to the zoo. Yeah. Right. We would love to give you our lake trout. Right? I can imagine. I will say it's just not feasible. It really isn't. We take out hundreds of thousands of fish a year. And, if we were to keep them alive, the logistics of keeping those fish alive, transporting them back to the Great Lakes and reintroducing them, while it's a noble idea, and I think it's great, logistically, we just don't have the money to do that. And we're really focused on suppressing the population in the fastest, most efficient way possible so that we can get cutthroat trout to rebound. Heck, there you go. Okay. Right. Because we're taking him out. Yeah. Nope. 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 We wish, right? But no. And lake trout are really, they're the most dangerous, if you will, or whatever, have the most adverse impacts when they're large. And you saw some of those fish can get really, really, really big. And when they're about age class 5, 6, 7, 8, that's when they're the most predatory and can consume a ton of cutthroat trout. So we do not want large fish, large lake trout. We know that we're never going to completely eradicate lake trout. It's impossible. But what we want to do is crash the population sufficiently enough where we get to a maintenance level where we can continue to suppress, but that our cutthroat trout have reached a threshold in which they survive in perpetuity, which is our goal. Well, they will, but we don't. But the bigger fish are more, they eat a lot more. They're more predatory. That's when they're reproductive. Then they have more fish and that kind of thing. So we don't want them to get up to those age class, those upper ages. Gill netting boats. I think we've got 5, including 3 contractor and 2 park service. Mm-hmm.
Until that gets established with the gene pool for the grizzly bears, then they go off of the ESA. Like, are people finding that gene pool flow that happens first before?
So that is one of the considerations, and it's not necessarily the link geographically, it's the gene flow. And that's one of the considerations for delisting. Is there sufficient gene flow in and out of the population so you don't get genetic inbreeding depression? So I don't want to get too in the weeds. A lot of people want to see natural immigration, emigration to and from these ecosystems, the NCDE in the north, the GYE in the south. You're right, 60 miles as a crow flies. I think there probably have been some bears that have gotten across there, but it's loaded with private land. And the issue is they've done very well on public lands that are controlled by the federal government in what is done, how it's recreated, the protections that are in place. Once they get into private land, it's a whole different story. It's much more daunting. They have livestock, they have food rewards, they have towns, they have people. It's much more rife with potential for conflict on private lands than you have on federal lands. And so that's where some of the problem is going to be in the future, is those private lands and establishing that connectivity between those 2 ecosystems, if that makes sense. We get 2, one there and one there.
recent documented case of cirrhosis between bison and cattle.
Mhm.
And what I've read is that a lot of the documented cases, the strains come from elk.
Yeah.
And I've been wondering if there was any management around the elk trying to reduce the spread of brucellosis from elk to cattle. I know that elk are more managed as a game and hunting species than bison are, so that certainly is going to affect priorities around those.
Yeah.
That's something that I've been wondering about ever since I started to learn about the brucellosis transmission.
Absolutely. That is an excellent question. And I get that question a lot. There has been 0 documented cases of transmission from bison to cattle. However, I will say some of that is attributed to the spatial separation between the two. It's not to say that they can't transmit. They absolutely can. They just haven't been together and commingled. Elk, on the other hand, I think we've got 23, maybe there's 25 now, cases of transmission from elk to cattle. Elk are not regulated in the same way that bison are in the state of Montana. We don't manage elk and bison, sort of heavily manage them inside the park, right? We're very hands-off. It's natural processes. Once they exit, they are managed by the state. The state has a very heavy hand in obviously managing bison because they don't want them to get beyond the tolerance zone. But elk are managed as a game species, and they're a very big, profitable game species. And I think that it is somewhat economically related to the fact that elk are not managed in the same way that bison are, even though they have the same risk of transmission of brucellosis to cattle. You can go a couple more, maybe one more. Is there any more? Oh, the conference. Keep going. Keep going. I didn't get to a lot of things. Keep going. One more. That's me. So you can email me, get a hold of me there. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. I really appreciate everything you guys do out on the landscape. You are sort of partners with us in in communicating what we do and relaying that to your clients. So thank you.
Sorry, I'm the main one that's got to cut it off all the time, but it's time to take a break for our final 2 speakers. So if you could be back in the room at 2:15 and be ready to go, appreciate it. Have a good break. 2:30, sorry, it's getting late. All right. You guys are getting rowdy for 2:30 in the afternoon in the hottest place in Old Faithful right now. It could be hotter. It could be hotter. Positive thinking, people. We ready? All right, everybody. I'd like to introduce you to John Cataldo. He's going to talk to us about fire. His title here is, we call him the FMO, which is Fire Management Officer, but it's more fun to say FMO. So here you go.
Wow. Thanks. That's really generous. Usually folks wait till the end and they decide, they decide if they're clapping. Good afternoon. My name is John Cataldo and I'm the Fire Management Officer. I've been here since 2011. And I was a seasonal in the late 90s. So this is about 15 years in Yellowstone for me. And yeah, happy to be here. And I'm going to go fairly quickly through the death by PowerPoint part so we can have lots of time for questions and interaction, because that's the most fun. At some point in here, there'll be a slide with some good basic facts about fires in Yellowstone. I won't be offended if you take your phone out and take a picture of that slide. So you have some numbers for later. That's what I would do. I don't like to, write things down that I can memorize or take a picture of. So let's get after it. So that's a fire we had back on the promontory a few years ago, the alder fire. That picture that was taken, it's one of those, like a Park Service person takes the picture on the clock, like in a Park Service helicopter, so then it's the property of the government. That picture has been in like 350 different magazines. It just shows up everywhere. I was on a United commuter flight and I opened the in-flight magazine, and the middle, you know, where the staple is that. And I was like, really? No credit, no nothing. I was like, savages. But that's part of our crew. We're a little bigger now. There's going to be close to 35 of us this year. So that's a couple of years old. We're all smiling because we have one of the best jobs in the National Park Service. We're dog friendly. So Sola, Mr. Krause's pooch made it into the shot, but we've got a lot of hair. I'll give us that much. But anyhow, this year we'll have about 35 personnel in our organization, which we're pretty happy to announce now includes an all-women's fire crew, a 6-person crew that we hire cooperatively with the Montana Conservation Corps. And so we get half a dozen Corps members for the summer that learn about fire management. And then they actually kind of become our farm team for the next year because a lot of them want to come back as seasonal federal employees. So it's been really a good thing for everybody. So there'll be about 35 of us this year. So kind of go through our primary functions. First and foremost is our ability to just respond to new starts. So kind of in the fire response part of our organization, we've got some pretty important yet basic things. We only staff one lookout now. That's worth noting. So we have a lookout up in Mount Washburn. We'll actually have a couple of folks in Mount Washburn trading off every couple of weeks throughout the summer. But so Washburn will be staffed from about mid-June, pretty much until the snow runs the lookout off, which is usually the 3rd week of September or so. We start getting some pretty good snows and it starts to get kind of sketchy to get moved out and get the lookout buttoned up. So we'll have a couple of folks up in Mount Washburn. We operate an emergency operations dispatch center, which is usually 2 people. This year, so far, it's only going to be 1, unfortunately, because we have a vacancy we haven't been able to fill. But we do operate our own little fire and aviation dispatch. We have our own helicopter. So we have an A-Star Eurocopter A3 that we get from June 1st until October 1st every year. So about 120 days of an exclusive use helicopter contract. And that just means it's ours every day when we wake up and we get to decide what we're gonna do with it. It doesn't just manage fires, it's also pretty important for search and rescue, which we get quite an opportunity to do in Yellowstone. A lot of folks need rescuing here when they come visit us. So a helicopter is a great way to get them out of whatever predicament they've gotten themselves into on short notice and saves us from ruining the backs of a lot of rangers because people often get hurt miles and miles and miles and miles in the backcountry. And if you've ever tried to carry somebody on a litter or one of the kind of the traditional tools where you move an injured person around, if you've tried to carry them from that side of the room to that side of the room, you'll appreciate that we have a helicopter. We also have what some rural departments would call a brush truck, but a Type 6 wildland fire engine. And we staff that with about 7 or 8 people throughout the summer. So really a pretty small program. Fire management across the US is very much an interagency effort. No one has everything that they need. We just don't. But we move everything around. But just another example of the constraints we have sometimes on how we would prefer to manage fire simply as an ecological process, but keeping safety in mind. Oh, we have YouTube videos. That's fun. We can't always do it just the way we want it. So in the park, 80% of our fires are caused by lightning and only 20% by humans. Once the slides catch up, there'll be a fun one. That one, that's the take a picture of it slide. So 4 out of 5 caused by lightning. We get about 40, 45 days of lightning a summer. Sometimes we get hundreds of lightning strikes. It's not uncommon to get 3 to 5 new fires out of a big storm. If it comes later in the summer when the fuels are really dry. Really, the driver of fire in Yellowstone is the big logs on the ground. And those things dry out really slowly and they take on water really slowly. That's why our fire danger isn't bouncing all over the place. So even though it's like hot, dry, and windy, you know, tomorrow our fire danger is not going to jump from low to high or to very high just because it's hot, dry, and windy for one day. Because what we really key in on are those big logs. That's what drives fire here, is the big logs on the ground. And when they dry out, they can cause fires to move 6 miles in an afternoon, spot 3 miles ahead of themselves. So that's when the fire actually moves through the convection column and it pulls debris up into the smoke. And then before it completely cools, that debris falls out. Gravity takes over, it loses that energy up, falls out, starts a new fire out ahead of itself. So that's fun, right? That's something we get to contend with. So once fires start doing that, you don't have a lot of really good options on how to manage those fires, except to get everyone the heck out of the way and start taking some actions directly around the structures or other infrastructure that we can't move out of the way. You know, things without wheels or trailer hitches. We can't really deal with that fast, which is why we'll get to some of our challenges here. We're doing a lot of that fuels work around the structures in the park. We've done work at West, Grant, Lake. This year we'll be in Canyon Village. There's about 200 acres there. That's a pretty expansive area with a lot of buildings in it. And so we'll be in there using equipment. It's all within about 100 yards of buildings. Sometimes you'll see an area where we went like a little deeper, or you're like, I don't see a building right here. Like, why do they do anything? That's because we're going to use those treated areas to apply fire to the ground if we have a fire nearby. So that's where we would kind of draw a line in the sand and make a stand, so to speak. Those things can't not be connected together. That's a double negative. I'll try to do better. Those treatment areas have to be connected. So we have to be able to go from an anchor point to an anchor point when we're putting fire on the ground, a place we can start and hold it, and a place we can go and then stop and hold it, and everything in between. So we can't just like cut a donut around a house and then skip it for 50 yards and then like cut a donut of vegetation around a house. It just doesn't, it won't come together for us when we're actually dealing with fire. This was one of the first parks to adopt what we call the natural fire program. So, and it's about the same age as me, so it's easy to keep track of for me. So for 52 years, I've been a thing, and the natural fire program at Yellowstone's been a thing. And that's just basically where we're trying our best to embrace fire as a natural ecological process. Not everyone has that opportunity, so it's pretty unique. We've been pretty successful with it. Some would say from time to time we've overachieved. People will point out the 1988 fire season. That gets a lot of press, good or bad, both usually in the same sentence. Depends on your perspective. We had a big review after that fire season, and turns out everything that was going on in the landscape was ecologically sound. We just needed to do a better job of communicating about that. Yellowstone was ready. We were overdue by some calculations for a big fire season. The planets aligned, dryness, lightning, a program that was trying to keep fire in the landscape, and 793,000 acres of fire in the park later, we had the Yellowstone fire season. See if it's up here. Nope. Another fun fact, how many acres, we're gonna just shout out answers, which won't be fun for the viewers at home, but try your best. How many acres do you think we've burned since '88? So in the past 35 years, how many thousand acres of fire do you think we've had in the park? Lots of guesses for the group at home. The answer is 258,000 acres of fire in the past 35 years. So the whole park's 2.2 million, but all that won't catch fire. We've got some big, beautiful lakes, got a bunch of rocks. When you get up into the higher terrain, we have pavement. We're not too concerned about that burning. Essentially, we've got 2 million acres that'll actually support a fire and that we're also willing to have be a part of a fire. So we're carving the developed areas out of that. You basically are left with 2 million acres that you could have a fire on, and we've had a fire on a little bit over 1 million of it in the past 35 years. It's quite a bit. Like I said, that fire return interval, anywhere from 150 to 300 years, we would expect a fire in the forested systems here in a particular point in that forested environment. Sometimes we get grief for not having, or put a fire out or something that seems illogical. So we'll talk a little bit about the decision tree that I go through. But the superintendent of the park has the say on every strategy that we come up with. So what I like to say is stay in your lane and drive fast. My lane is risk management. So when we get a new fire, I talk to the chief ranger and the superintendent and Jennifer Carpenter as the chief of resource management. And I talk about potential risks associated with a fire in terms of people and infrastructure. And that's my lane. And then Jennifer would speak to potential environmental implications of the fire and where we expect it to go and, how hot we'd expect it to burn and that kind of stuff. Cam's got that, 35,000 foot level of more like the social, economic, political spheres and all that. And all this stuff goes into a stew, and Cam decides what strategy we'll adopt. So my staff provides a recommendation. There's only ever 2 of us that serve as what's called the duty officer, and that's on any given day, the one that has the bat phone in their pocket. So the one that's going to answer the phone when we get a confirmed vegetation fire in the park. And there's only 2 of us that get to make these decisions along with Cam and kind of inform that risk management piece. So that's our lane that we drive in. How am I doing on time? I'm good. I can't compete with geysers. See if I've outrun my clicker. No, not that way. Go the other way. Oh, then it skips. Brett, see if we can get that pine cone up there. There we go. So there's our famous serotinous lodgepole pine cone. Famously needs fire to open. It's not going to open on a 110-degree day in Old Faithful. It needs hundreds of degrees to open and to perpetuate the lodgepole pine forest that is our dominant cover in the park. Something, and climate change always comes up too, and that'll come up in a minute as kind of a challenge we face, but something we're starting to see is if we get dry enough conditions, we can actually get a fire in a burned area within the first 35 years. And historically, that wasn't something we got very much of. So we are curious about that. We are keeping a close eye on that, because what happens is if the lodge poles don't get to be 35 years old, they don't have the serotinous cones yet. So you end up with an area that is potentially not going to be the lodgepole pine forest that you would remember for that particular spot. So we may end up with a lot less forest cover of lodgepole pine in the future if, because of climate change, we keep getting more hot, dry years where fires in those young forests are actually possible. These burned areas used to be treated as asbestos forests, essentially. We had no concerns about fires in young lodgepole pine forest. But in 2016, we had 72,000 acres of fire in young lodgepole pine forest that had burned in 1988. So that was an eye-opening experience for a lot of folks. We spent about $6 million that summer. We had about 100 square miles of fire on the landscape, and we had no serious injuries and did not lose a shingle off the side of a building. So by all accounts, a pretty successful year. Those were all naturally ignited lightning fires. If we get a human-caused fire, that 20% I mentioned, we have to, by policy, suppress those fires. So any human-caused fire, we have to try to fully control it. It's just the rules, federal policy, even if it's in a great place to have a fire on the landscape. I'm trying my hardest to go forward. Maybe I'll just say slide. Just take that away from me. That's our fire history map. We haven't updated it in a couple of years because we've had a couple of pretty puny fire seasons, like 7 single tree fires. A single tree fire is literally a tree that gets hit by lightning and the fire just never goes past it. It just right there, just that's it. Tree burns up, finishes cooking the sap off of it. Limbs might fall on the ground. The litter, the duff, the vegetation around it is not ready to support a fire, and they naturally go out. But as you can see, this is a fire park. I mentioned the million acres of fire we've had just in the past 36 years. We had lots of fires documented before that. We've had fires documented since the Army was here. 1886, I think, is the first records we have in the archives of someone mustering a fire crew per se and riding out with shovels and trying to make a difference out there, trying to suppress a fire. There were a ton of human-caused fires in the early stages of the establishment of the park. There was just, as you can imagine, a lot less organized with the campsite system and all that. Folks were just camping wherever. They were wandering away from their fires. And you got what you got when you have lots of people dispersed all over the landscape having campfires. Slide. Worth noting is when I say 1 million acres of fire, it's not 1 million acres of high severity fire. This is what our fires look like. They're beautiful. They have areas where they burn completely intensely, severely, surface to crowns. They spread through the air. They catch another patch on fire. And just with the changing weather conditions and whatnot, they don't connect. So we end up with intensely burned areas. Sometimes those are huge, but it's all just a matter of scale, right? And then right next to it, something that's just untouched. And a lot of that's because the fire does move through the air and it jumps, kind of leapfrogs around on the landscape. So it creates these really cool mosaics. And of course, this is more a Jennifer thing, but I think it's kind of still in my lane a little bit. That's what, habitat heterogeneity looks like. It looks like a mosaic, right? Young forest, old forest, something in between, a little something for everybody, right? I throw this one in there just to kind of reiterate what we're trying to weave fire over, around, and through when we have fires in the landscape. So that's we call it our values at risk map. So everything on there with the name is something we have no appetite for burning up. So when we're trying to deal with fires that get big, move fast, this is all going into that calculus and those fire spread models. Where's this fire going to be on the landscape? If it's August 10th, I know I have 2 more months of fire season. That's 60 days that a fire could be moving around on the landscape. Depending where it is in relation to a developed area, that's an eternity. That could be an absolute eternity. Peak of fire season here is in the Northern Rockies as a whole is typically right around August 20th. So there are multiple historical accounts of fires, including the 88 fires in Yellowstone, where August 20th is the witching day. And the day I famously just joke that I'm calling in sick because bad things seem to happen on August 20th in the Northern Rockies. And we've been documenting that since literally 1910 during the big burn, August 20th, big day. Yellowstone fires, August 20th, big day. Blackwater fire on the Shoshone, very big day right next door. So if folks are asking about when do things peak, they tend to peak around August 20th, and then they ride hard right through the back half of September. Once we get into the back half of September, we start getting these little moderating events that we still have fire in the landscape, but you can't really get up and move a lot in a typical year. Just really depends, again, right? The big logs. What's the state of affairs in those big logs? If they're sort of teetering on being dry enough for fires to get big and move fast, quarter-inch rain, end of September when the days are getting shorter, might be enough to kind of knock us out of the fire season per se. Different year, it might take an inch of rain 3 days in a row or a foot of snow. Obviously, big challenge. 5 million folks, got to get them out of the way. There they all are right now, watching a geyser outside. Slide. Typical Park Service structure in the interior of the park. Little baby trees, darn near growing out of the foundation. That's what we're heavily engaged in taking out, are those little baby trees around structures. Slide. That's what we have to use sometimes to be effective. We tried everything else, including horses. Folks think horse logging is like a low impact event. It's not. Anyone ever been stepped on by a horse? Anyone want to venture on the pounds per square inch on the tip of a horse's hoof? Hertz. It's a hertz amount of poundage, and it actually churns things up a lot more than that contraption does, believe it or not, because that thing is displacing its bulk across those skids when it's moving around. So that's a masticator, and that is a very cost-effective, efficient way to weave through the bigger vegetation and take out those young trees. They're going to connect fire from the ground to the crowns. That's it's not a before and after, that's at the edge of a place we're treating. So on the left is 1988 lodgepole regen at the back of a treatment area. I think that was around Old Faithful, actually. I think that's across the street somewhere from when we had the Lone Star fire in 2020. And then on the right, an area where the masticator is done. And then 5 years after that, it's actually pretty magical. All the herbaceous stuff that we're not worried about starts coming up through those wood chips. And I won't say it's like we've never been there, but it recovers fast. And in 5 more years, we'll be in there with bladed weed whackers and Montana Conservation Corps taking care of the lodge poles that are shooting up out of the chips before we kind of lose the integrity of that treatment, and then we have to start over. The idea is to do it once with the machine and then maintain it with people. Slide. Talked a little bit about climate change. That's 1988 regen in 2016, burning like a wheat field. So when it is dry enough, it will burn, and that's what it looks like when it burns from the air. Like I said, we have 793,000 acres of 1988 regen scattered around the park. So new fires in that fuel type is something we're keenly interested in as a science-based fire service, and what fires are going to do in it and under what conditions, because that's pretty impressive. Too early to say what kind of fire season we're going to have. I know everyone came just to ask me, what's fire season going to look like? But we really are in the middle of a very important time that'll help determine what the fire season looks like. And that is the rains we get or don't get in May and June are absolutely critical. We had good snowpack in 1988. The problem was that it quit raining in early May and the spigot shut off. So you can have all the snow you want, but if it comes off after 4 inches of rain and a couple of warm days in June and takes out the north entrance road, right? That's not necessarily a good thing. So what we're finding is a decoupling of some of our traditional fire season indicators and what we might expect. So 20 years ago is pretty linear, you know, snowpack, fire season, right? Draw a line, snowpack, fire season. But now we're getting things that the meteorologists call flash melts, where, yeah, great, you had 150% of normal snow, and it just came off 4 times faster than it did traditionally. So now you have a different problem. So back to why we have 5 people on my science team is that's the value in continually monitoring the moisture of the fuels. We'll see what kind of rains we get in May and June. I usually talk to the superintendent about fire season towards the end of June before the July 4th holiday, because by then we kind of know. We've seen what the rains are going to do. We know what the snow was. We see what the river levels are doing. We know what the soil moisture is doing, and gives us a much better idea. So we're kind of at number 4 out of the 6 things that are going to determine how big a fire season we have. If you're ever wondering, or your guests are wondering where all the smoke's coming from, go to a webpage called Air Now. Easy to remember, Air Now. Get the app. I think there's an app. I know there's a webpage, and it'll show you the smoke vectors from all the big incidents in the West. Quite often, we're getting smoked out from Southwest Montana, Northern Utah, Southern California. Lots of reasons we could be smoky in Yellowstone without actually having any fires. I'm so getting the hook. That's the maple fire in all its glory. One really good question. This young lady's been paying really good attention the whole time. Yeah, so what does it look like up there? It's definitely less productive than the post-88 fire sites. We have a lot of university partnerships where a lot of bright people are getting their doctorates studying that exact thing. And in the high severity areas, they are seeing low productivity of lodgepole regen. But like the story of the mosaic, then, go a half mile over and there'll be an area that didn't burn on, I think that picture was August 19th. And that was a big growth day, a lot of high severity fire, but that fire burned from August 8th until October 1st. So there's also lots of low or moderate severity areas where it just kind of burned log to log and didn't consume things. So mixed results out there, but according to Chris Jeremiah, the bison seem to like it out there. So.
I can yell. How about a round of applause for John? If you have a burning question for that, you could probably pick him up over here on the side. So flag him down before he rolls. But thanks, John, for coming in. Okay, he'll stick around for a little bit. So if you guys have any questions, calm on down. All right, Jamie, are you good? I didn't know. It's getting really warm in here, I know. So why don't everybody just stand up for a second and kind of wiggle around a little bit. While you're doing that, I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Jamie Farrell. He's come from the University of Utah to talk to us about some of the geothermal features and learning a little bit about Yellowstone.
Thank you. Do I have the clicker? Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, I'm the last talk. Is that correct? I'm the last talk, right? So I can go for like 2 hours, right? No, I say that because there's a lot of stuff that I wanted to talk about, but to keep it in 30 minutes, I had to leave a lot out. So at the end, I can go questions for as long as you want, but also I'll have my email on there. So if you want to send questions to me, let me know. Yeah, I'll stick around. Okay, so I'm going to talk about geologic research in Yellowstone. I am a seismologist, so there'll be a lot of seismology stuff in here, but I've got some slides from other people about other geologic research that's going on in Yellowstone. And I think I'm a little bit biased, but Yellowstone is a geologic park. The geology really kind of dictates everything else. It dictates the vegetation. So that dictates the fire. It dictates the biology. So it's really important to understand. Like I stated, I'm at the University of Utah, but we work with a number of partners. Obviously, the Park Service. A lot of our research is funded by the National Science Foundation. We work with the USGS. We're a member agency of the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. And then also this EarthScope consortium, and I'll talk about them a little bit later. But if this works. There we go. Just got to push it hard, I think. So I'll start out. Like I said, I'm a seismologist. This is our seismic network that we operate in Yellowstone National Park. In the Yellowstone region, we average about 1,500 to 2,500 earthquakes per year. The vast majority of those are very, very small, and nobody ever feels them except for our instruments. We at the University of Utah operate this network. We own and operate 31 of these stations. And then some of the other ones are operated by other agencies that we record and bring into our network. And all the data comes in real time into our system at the University of Utah, and we locate earthquakes in real time. And you can see them if you go to our webpage, quake.utah.edu. You can see earthquakes happening in Yellowstone in real time. We have a mixture of different types of seismometers. Some of them are in the front country, some of them are in the park, some of them are outside the park, some of them are in the back country. As many of you, as all of you know, winters in Yellowstone can be pretty severe. So we really work hard to try to keep our instruments up during the winter, but inevitably sometimes some of them go down during the winter. This is what some of them look like. This is the one up towards the northeast entrance. This is a solar panel providing power. This is our radio and the radio that shoots the data out. This is a little GPS clock. This talks to satellites that gets precise timing for the instrument. This is a barrel that has batteries in it, and then buried under all this has the actual seismometer in it. This is a different type of station. This one's by Mary Lake. This one, all the stuff is in a tree. So here's the radio. Electronics is in that box. Here's our antenna. Here's our solar panel, and batteries are in here. Off this picture, off to this way, is where our sensor is on this site. This is on top of Sawtell Peak, just outside of the park in Idaho. And these are all our antennas next to the radar dome here. That's pulling in a lot of our data from Yellowstone. We have 3 major mountaintop telemetry sites that pull in data. Sawtell Peak is one of them. Mount Washburn is another one. And then Horse Butte in Montana is another one that we pull in data from. This is a lot of our electronics here. All this stuff connects into this building. This box is just on the other side of this wall in this building. Luckily, this is a major FAA radar site, so we can get access to this site on Sawtell year round. If we have to go up in the winter, that means something has really gone bad. We try not to. Anyways, this is what some of our stuff looks like. This is a map showing earthquakes in Yellowstone, in the Yellowstone region from 1972 to 2023. There is a little over 60,000 earthquakes on this map. As you can see, this is the magnitude distribution. The vast majorities are very, very small. You don't really start feeling them until you get up into the mid to upper 2s. And then some of the larger ones. The largest earthquake to ever happen, well, since we've been recording, inside Yellowstone National Park is in 1975 by Norris, magnitude 6.1. The largest earthquake to happen in the region was the 1959 magnitude 7.3 Hebgen Lake earthquake out just west of the park. And you can see here, the vast majority of our earthquakes in Yellowstone actually occur in this east-west band of seismicity that extends from Hebgen Lake over to the Norris region. Most of our earthquakes occur here, but we have these little fingers of earthquakes that come down across the caldera. You can't see it's buried in earthquakes, but the 630,000-year-old caldera boundary is right here, comes along over here. And that's the caldera from the eruption that occurred 630,000 years ago. The 2.1 million-year-old eruption has a much larger caldera. It's not on this map, but it extends out down and around here. Then the 1.3 million-year-old Mesa Falls is this structure you can see right in here, a smaller one. Anyways, you can see these little north-south fingers of earthquakes that come down through the park. And what we think those are is these are old buried faults that were once full mountain ranges across the Yellowstone Plateau. As you can see, the Tetons come up and they terminate at the southern part of Yellowstone. The Red Mountains, Mount Sheridan comes up and they terminate at the caldera boundary. A lot of the Gallatin Range comes down to terminate the northern edge of the 2.1 million-year-old caldera. We think these mountain ranges were once continuous across this whole region, and they've been destroyed in the big explosive eruptions. But the faults that create those mountains are still active at depth, and that's what these earthquakes are occurring on. So they kind of map out these old mountain ranges that used to go across Yellowstone before the explosive eruptions. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah. One thing that's interesting about Yellowstone is that a lot of our seismicity occur as what we call earthquake swarms. There are these intense clusters of earthquakes that are concentrated in space and time. And about half of our seismicity in Yellowstone occur as earthquake swarms, and that's the blue events here. And since 1984, we've documented 615 individual swarms, and these swarms range in size from 10 earthquakes that last, one day, an hour, up to thousands of earthquakes that last months. And they're very interesting in that sometimes these swarms will migrate with time. You can clearly see them moving with time, both spatially and also with depth. And a lot of times these swarms are occurring because there's fluids moving through the crust. And there's some very interesting patterns here. I'm just going to show one really. We're going to focus on northern Yellowstone Lake, this big cluster here. And what you'll see, first I got to go to here. So this is a histogram showing earthquakes per quarter or per 3-month bin from back in the 70s up into the end of 2023. And every time you see one of these big spikes coming up, this is a swarm. And you can see kind of have this background level of seismicity. And it kind of looks like that earthquake activity kind of started picking up here around this time period. It certainly looks like that, but that's not the case. What happened there is that during this time period, we increased the number of seismometers that we had in the area. So then you have more seismometers, you can actually locate and record smaller earthquakes. So we just started to locate more of the smaller earthquakes that are happening in Yellowstone. So this increase isn't real. It's just the fact that we could actually locate more events than what we could before. But from about 1995 on, these changes, these are real changes in seismicity in the different rates that occur. This is a ground deformation. The black is ground deformation within the caldera. The green is ground deformation in the Norris Geyser Basin area. They tend to be opposite. When the caldera is going down, Norris tends to be going up and vice versa. It's not always the case, but overall, if you look at the overall pattern, that tends to be the case. And what we think is happening is that as new magma is being pushed into the magma reservoir beneath the caldera inflates, and then it pushes fluids off of that out to the north towards Norris. And then or anyway, so sorry, it's the opposite. As the caldera inflates, it causes space for fluids to be sucked in towards the inflating source, and then the opposite. So Norris goes down when the caldera is going up, and then the opposite when the caldera is going down. That's compressing the space that's underneath the caldera. So that's pushing fluids out to the Norris area, which tends to inflate. So they're inversely related. Okay, so back to Northern Yellowstone Lake. So the gray is just all the background, and what we noticed is that you had this big patch, and if you look at these are different swarms from different times. So this one is September of 1998, not a really huge swarm that occurred right here. And then we have in December of 2008, we have this one. We call this the Yellowstone Lake Swarm. This is a pretty big swarm. It had about 1,000 events, and it started down here and slowly migrated to the north part of the lake. And as they went north, we started losing all the deep events, and we only had shallow events as we moved north on this swarm. And then December of 2020, we had this relatively small swarm here. Then July of 2021, we filled in this space right here with another pretty large swarm with about 1,000 events in it right here. And altogether, they make up this kind of feature here that what we think there's probably some sort of fault coming in through this part of the lake. And these swarms are just, filling in gaps as those faults rupture as this happens. And there's a lot of hydrothermal activity on the underneath the northern part of the lake. So there could be hydrothermally related as well. We don't really know the answer to this yet, but it's something we're looking into. And then we can do some enhanced location techniques. This is the Maple Creek swarm in 2017. And if you look at these little structures, you can see just how complex these ruptures are, these tiny little faults that these earthquakes are rupturing on. They dip different ways, and they're down here and they rupture here first, and they move up here and they move around. So it's incredibly complex to see how these swarms occur. And what we think is happening on this one's due to probably water moving up and moving through these fractures, causing these faults to rupture as the pressure from the water moving through the system happens. And the way they fracture these different orientated faults here, it's really interesting and can really teach us kind of what the process is of how these fluids move through the crust and how they trigger these earthquakes and these swarms. Okay, so last year we put in a brand new station. This is our newest station in the network. This is in Norris Geyser Basin. And this is a unique station in our network in that it's multi-parametric. So it has a bunch of different stuff. So it has a seismometer, it has, but it also has a GPS right here. So this is monitoring ground deformation. It has a weather station that's up here on top, but it also has what we call infrasound. And these are mics that are listening to sound. They're sound that mostly we can't hear with our ears, but these can pick it up. This is what it looks like. It's strapped to the base of a tree, and the mic is inside this PVC tube, but it has these holes so the sound can get in and be recorded. And this tube is, and being in a cluster of trees, that cuts down on wind noise because it can be really, you'll record all the wind noise as well. But this is the start of what we want to have as a hydrothermal monitoring system. You know, the network I showed you before, that network is set up to locate earthquakes throughout the whole region, big picture. But there's also hazards and risks in each of these geyser basins of hydrothermal explosions that have been documented pretty well in these regions. And this is the start of what we would call a hydrothermal monitoring system. This would be just for the Norris Geyser Basin. And we can record signals that are related to the hydrothermal system in there. So this is where it's located. This is the parking lot of Norris. The museum is right here. We also have a seismometer in the museum, but the new station is out here in the Ragged Hills. And this is Steamboat for an example, because I'm going to show you some data of the infrasound mics recording steamboat eruptions. So this is what a steamboat eruption looks like on the seismometer, the top 3 traces at the new station YNB. And this is what it looks like on the infrasound microphones. Doesn't look much different. Looks pretty much the same. But if you actually look at the data, it's kind of interesting. This is for an eruption of Steamboat Geyser on October 8th. And when you look at the data, you can solve for which direction the signal is coming from. And that's what this bullseye is. And the red is the actual direction of the instrument to Steamboat Geyser. So we can see that we're recording, we're confident that what we're seeing there is the eruption of Steamboat Geyser. The infrasound mics are hearing that eruption. That's for October 8th. This is for a November 13th eruption of Steamboat Geyser. Again, you can see this is the best solution for which direction that's coming from. Then also, because we have 3 mics, we can measure how fast that signal is moving across the array. And this one happens to be moving across at 340 meters per second, which is about the speed of sound through air. Here's another way to look at it. This is the data again from the mic. This is looking at what we call the back azimuth, or the direction that the signal is coming from. You can see before the eruption is just scatter, it's just noise. But as soon as the eruption starts, it concentrates on to this one azimuth. The black dotted line is the actual direction to Steamboat. And it keeps it on for, you know, about 4 or 5 hours. And then again, it goes back to background noise. So I've just shown you Steamboat, but it'd be interesting. We're looking at this to see if we can see other features that are popping up where we see these signals coming from certain azimuths, especially if we can put in, I'm going to scout tomorrow to look for another possible site for another station within the basin. And the goal is to be able to record signals that could lead up to hydrothermal explosion, like what happened at Pork Chop in 1989, I think. Yeah. This is a GPS. This is the GPS network that operates in the park. All these are permanent real-time sites that are recording deformation. This is on the millimeter scale of the ground moving up and down and side to side. So we have that on top of the seismic. This is what some of them look like. This is the last 10 years of a site by White Lake. You can see in 2005 started going up, and it went up at a pretty fast clip, the caldera. Turned around in 2010 and went down. In 2015, it turned around and started going up for a little bit, and then it's been going down ever since. So we're still subsiding in the caldera. Here's the site right here. This is at Old Faithful. Let's see here. Old Faithful is right behind. So this is just up on the hill over here on top of the hill. And it's showing pretty much the same thing as the caldera. And then again, this is Norris showing here. This little signal here was really interesting. In 2013, Norris started going up at the fastest rate we've ever seen anything go up in Yellowstone. And it did that for almost a year. And then in March of 2014, we had a magnitude 4.8 earthquake near Norris Geyser Basin. And as soon as that earthquake happened, the floor dropped out and it started going back down really fast, down to in 2015. And what we think happened was there was fluid building up underneath Norris Geyser Basin, building up pressure. And as whatever was stopping it from getting to the surface, some sort of seal, that ruptured, which caused the magnitude 4.8 earthquake. And then as that seal broke, then you could start depressurizing as it released the pressure and start going down again. Yeah. No, if you were there, you couldn't notice anything by your eye. We're talking millimeters here of the ground going up, centimeters at most. Yeah, but if you're talking about a large area, that's pretty significant. Ground is moving up. Well, it's not starting at sea level. It's starting at, yeah, whatever elevation Norris is at, but yeah. Yeah. So, and then it went up again, even more, but at a slower rate. Then it went down, and then it's been pretty steady for the last few years in the Norris area. Other things we monitor in Yellowstone, we monitor gas coming out of the ground. We do it also by people going out and just putting instruments in the ground that actually measure the gas coming out of the ground. We have instruments out in the field. When I say we, this is not me. This is mostly USGS people who do this. But they have these sensors that measure the amount of gas coming out of the ground. They can also measure gas by aircraft as well. And what that tells us is the change in the amount of gas that's coming out of the ground can tell you about changes within the volcanic system as a whole. Most of the gas that comes out of the ground in Yellowstone is water, is just steam. But there are other parts to it. There's H2S, there's CO2, and other things. This is in the area, I don't know if you guys remember that, where those bison died in Norris. What was that, 2003, maybe, somewhere around there. This is in the same area where that happened. We also monitor the flow of the rivers in Yellowstone. This is a picture of the weir. This is in Norris Geyser Basin. This is, you can see here, they've built this berm up, and they have a gauge within this that measures the height of the water as it goes through here. This is Tantalus Creek. So that's this one right here. But they also have them in, you can see them all here around the green Yellowstone River and throughout the park. But not only do they, and obviously that comes in handy when you have flood events like we had a couple years ago in the park. You can see here, this is the Yellowstone River gauge here. These are the days leading up to the flood, seeing the daily oscillations. Then you had the big event where you just got up these massive numbers that have never been seen before, and then it came back down. This is measuring the amount of CO2 that's being carried out of the park through those rivers. And not surprisingly, majority of CO2 that's being carried out of the park is in the Madison River drainage, because it's heavily fed by hydrothermal basins. You know, the Firehole River, the Gibbon River, they all flow through heavily hydrothermally altered areas. The Yellowstone River carries a lot. Again, it goes through a lot of hydrothermal areas. Then the other two big rivers leaving the south are the Fall River down by Beckler, and then the Snake River here. And again, the amount of CO2 coming out can tell us something about the magma reservoir. That's the source for all that CO2. Okay, we also monitor for thermal emissions. So you can do that two ways. This is a satellite image looking at heat on the ground. So on this image, anything that's white is warmer, anything that's dark is colder. And you can look at these images and you can take 2 years and see how it changes from year to year. This is a network of temperature gauges that we have in Norris Geyser Basin that are constantly monitoring the temperature of the water coming out. Okay, so if you look here, this is interesting. A couple years ago, a USGS guy, Greg Vaughn, was looking in the White Lake area, and anything that's outlined in red is a previously known thermal area in Yellowstone. And what he noticed was this big white blob here that didn't have anything red around it. So it was an unknown thermal area in Yellowstone. So he looked into it a little further. And what he did, he looked at the aerial images through time. So this is 1994, and we're going to look at this area right here. This is the other known thermal area that's been there for a while. This is Turn Lake. And if you look in 2003, you start to see a little bit of tree kill here. If you go in 2006, you can still see it. 2009, it's spread a little bit more. 2015, it's completely killed all the vegetation in that area. And what we're seeing here, we're seeing the birth of a new thermal area in Yellowstone. And it's not surprising. These are very dynamic systems. We have a lot of old thermal areas that obviously used to be active that are no longer hot anymore. This is the opposite, where we have an area that used to not be hot that is now hot. So they went out there and took some thermal images, and it's what they thought. It's hot. The ground is hot, but it's not all just. There's nuance to it, right? And they went and they measured, and what they found out is that in these areas where it's kind of yellow, the soil, 4 inches under the surface is boiling, is at boiling temperature. So that's what's killing all the vegetation. But they did notice that in the air, and this is amount of CO2 coming out of the ground here. So it kind of matches where it's hot. But they did notice that there are places where the trees are starting to grow back in these areas that are cold. So this is a new thermal area in Yellowstone. Okay, this is what we think the magmatic system in Yellowstone looks like. So we have what we call the upper crustal magma reservoir. That's this right here. This is what feeds the big explosive eruptions that we've seen in Yellowstone. But we've also found a second magma reservoir down here at about 30 to 40 kilometers depth. And this is more basaltic nature. This is the type of magma that comes out of the ground in Hawaii. This is more silicic, so this is more explosive here. And then we have a mantle plume that comes up that feeds the whole system, the hot spot. And this feeds heat to the base of the crust, which provides material into this. This in turn provides heat and material up into the upper crustal magma reservoir. And this is what feeds all the surface processes, the hydrothermal system, the volcanic eruptions that we've seen in Yellowstone. And we see this by looking at how fast seismic waves travel through the ground. So we record earthquakes, they get recorded at our seismometers, and we can tell parts of the crust where they're traveling slow and parts of the crust where they're traveling fast. Basically, slow means hot, fast means cold. And that's how we can back these out. And our best estimate at this point was that the upper crustal reservoir is about 5 to 15% partial melt, which means it's 85% solid material, solid rock, although it's hot, but it's solid rock. And it's about 15% molten material. We don't know how that's situated. That's just an average over the whole area. And just as perspective, for magma to move under the ground and to get an eruption, it needs to be at least 50%. So we're nowhere near what we would need to be to have mobile magma on a large scale. Now, there might be pockets here and there that have a lot of molten material that could move, but on a large scale, we're pretty safe. This lower crustal reservoir is only about 2% partial melt. So we wanted to look into this a little bit more. So in 2020, we did an experiment where we put 650 seismometers throughout the whole park along the road system. This was in August of 2020. We were the only ones doing field work in August of 2020. Everything else got canceled. And we brought in this. This is what's called a vibra-size truck. And this truck comes in, it'll park, and this thing will come down and hit the ground. And using the hydraulics, it'll just shake the ground. So we're basically causing our own earthquakes. And we record that energy as it goes through the ground on all the seismometers that we have, that we put out through the park. And we did this at night, in the middle of the night. So one, because there's little to no traffic in the middle of the night, and it'll have less impact on visitors in the middle of the night. And we helped out the Park Service too, because we would pull up at certain pullouts, and there are people illegally parked at the pullouts sleeping. We would pull up right behind them and just start shaking the ground, and they just pull up. They'd go to the next pullout, and then we'd pull up right behind them again and shake the ground, and they just go. So it was kind of funny. The green is our permanent network, and just to show you how many more stations we put in on top of what we did. And the idea is that we wanted to have seismic energy from the source go down, bounce off the top of the magma reservoir, and come back up to our stations. And we can use that to figure out where the top of that magma reservoir is. and what the properties of the top of the magma reservoir. But first, before we did that, we just used not the VibraSeis data, but just the regular seismic data going through the network. And we looked at the magma reservoir. And what we found, we already knew there was a magma reservoir there, but what we found is that seismic waves traveling horizontally through the magma reservoir went much faster than seismic waves traveling vertically through the magma reservoir. And what that tells us is that within the magma reservoir, it's comprised of what we call sills. So these are horizontally layered pockets of melt. So melt comes up, gets to a point where it can't buoyantly move up anymore. So it spreads out into a sill and just sits there. And because they're horizontally, the seismic waves traveling horizontal can go around them much easier and go faster around them, but they can't going vertically. They have to go through them when they go vertically. So we can use the difference and say that we know that the Yellowstone magma reservoir has a bunch of horizontally spaced sills. And this is just a difference of what how much better we can see it using all these seismic stations as opposed to if we just had to use our permanent network. So we get a much better picture of what the magma reservoir looks like. Okay, so this is what we're looking at we want to see energy come down, bounce off the reservoir, and back up to our stations. And this is what the data looks like. This is for the line that goes from Lake Butte up to Canyon. And in the vertical, you can see these two kind of red lines right here. So this is distance, and this is time. So basically, this is the P to P. So this is coming down as a P wave, coming back up as a P wave. That doesn't really matter to us. Don't worry about that. All we care about is that it's bouncing off. And this is the shear wave coming off, a different type of seismic wave. And we can use the velocity of here that we see here to measure how deep this reflector has to be. And we can fit that. And what we found out is that the top of the Yellowstone magma reservoir is at about 3.8 kilometers. It's about 2.5 miles beneath the surface, which is much shallower than we originally thought. And it's a very sharp boundary. And this is what it looks like. It's very sharp and it's very clear at about 3.8 kilometers across the entire array. And one other thing, not only can we tell that it's at about 3.8 kilometers, but we can also tell that at the top, about the top 100 meters of that magma reservoir is full of water. This is water coming off of the magma reservoir and filling these pore spaces on the top. And the top 100, and that's what's feeding these hydrothermal systems coming off of the magma reservoir. So we can look at that kind of stuff. Why are the hydrothermal systems important? Of course, you guys all know this. We have all these different types in Yellowstone. This is an experiment we did here at Old Faithful, where we put all these seismometers out. This is Old Faithful right here, the star. I'm going to focus on these ones right by Old Faithful. And we can track bubbles boiling in the Old Faithful conduit because they put out seismic signals and we record that. And we can track what depth they're at. And we can use that to image the plumbing system underneath Old Faithful. And this is 50 minutes before an eruption. It's at about 20 meters below the surface. I'm going to play this video and you can see we're getting closer to the eruption. Eruption happens at 0 and it moves down, slowly makes its way back up to the next eruption. And this just does this over and over and over. So we can use this to plot out what the plumbing system of Old Faithful looks like, and it looks like this. No, this is using seismology, seismic waves. 2016. Yeah, that's a different study. Ground penetrating radar only goes to about 2 or 3 meters through the ground. Yeah. No. So we knew this part. This part, they dropped a camera in Old Faithful conduit back in the 90s, and they mapped out this. But what we found out, there's offset of about 20 meters. There's a bubble trap, and then it's vertical down to about here, and then it gets wider once it hits this geologic boundary right here. And we can't see farther down than this, so we can't really see what's below there. So this is what the plumbing system of Old Faithful looks like. We did this also to Steamboat Geyser. Here's Steamboat and Cistern. Cistern's down here. As most of you know, when Steamboat erupts, Cistern drains. So they're connected somehow at depth. We were trying to see if we could see that connection. And this is what we found. Steamboat's plumbing system goes straight down. It's completely vertical, all the way down to as far as we can see, which is about 120 meters, 140 meters. Cistern is different. It comes down for about 60 to 80 meters vertically, and then it goes down to the southeast. And if you're at Steamboat, if you guys, when Steamboat erupts, it drains down to the south, right? Then there's that big kind of open gravel area that just spreads out and goes out. Right south of the boardwalk that goes below Steamboat. And that's where Cistern sources underneath there. We didn't see a connection between the two. Now that means one of two things. One, the connection is aseismic. It might be there, but it doesn't produce any seismic signals that we can record, or it's deeper than what we could see. So we went back and collected more data. We haven't processed that yet, but we'll see if we can see the connection between the two with depth. So what about Steamboat? This is all the eruptions of Steamboat that we have on record from geysertimes.org. There's been 3 major active periods of Steamboat, one in the 60s, one in the 80s, and then this current one that started on March 15th, 2018. The last eruption was on April 3rd, 2024. This one has dwarfed both of these two combined, this most recent active period. But what we found out is what we know is that 95% plus of Steamboat eruptions occur during these active phases. Very few eruptions of Steamboat occur outside of an active phase. And even when they do, they tend to cluster. There's very few that are just one-off eruptions of Steamboat. It tends to, if you see one, if one happens, there's probably much more likelihood that another one's going to happen around there. How many hands? How many of you seen an eruption of Steamboat? Nice. I was lucky to see this one, on June 4th, 2018. I was there putting in instrumentation and it went off, and my car got destroyed, absolutely destroyed. But it was well worth it. Okay, so what's the best month to see a Steamboat eruption? Yeah. This is eruptions by month of the year. There's a bit of a pattern in that the summer months, spring and summer months tend to have more, but it's not overwhelming. So when we first put out instrumentation at Steamboat, we put it out in June, and we got 7 eruptions within a month. We recorded 7 eruptions. And the next time we went out, I'm like, okay, June's the best month. We're going to do that. Like, we put it out in June. We got 1 the entire time period. It was like we got the longest interval between eruptions that has ever been recorded. So even though May and June tend to have a little bit more, and then also the fall, I don't know if it's really that convincing. Okay, a couple more slides. That's it. Then I'm done. Why are recording hydrothermal systems important? One, I don't think most people understand how incredibly rare geysers are. There's not very many of them in the world. Over half the world's geysers are here in Yellowstone National Park. They're very rare. 2, we can use these eruptive systems as analogs to volcanic eruptions that don't happen very often. The physics of these eruptions are the same between the two. So we can record eruptions of geysers, and we can learn stuff about how fluids move, and we can apply that to volcanic eruptions. 3, I don't know, but most of you probably know this story, but in 1966, Dr. Thomas Brock was doing work at Mushroom Spring. This is in Lower Geyser Basin. And he found this bacterium, which he called Thermus aquaticus, in Mushroom Spring. And these are thermophiles that live in these very extreme environments. And they're only found in these types of environments. They're not found very many places. And then in the 1980s, Dr. Kerry Mullis identified an enzyme in Thermus aquaticus, which she named TAQ, TAQ is for Thermus aquaticus, polymerase. And this is what's used to do polymerase chain reaction, or PCR. Anybody know what PCR has been very popular in the last few years? Anybody know what that from what? If anybody take a COVID test, you've taken a PCR COVID test. And what these things, this enzyme, it could replicate DNA very fast at high temperatures. And that's what they use this for. They use these to take a sample, say, of a COVID virus, which isn't very much. They use this to replicate its DNA so they can get it to a much higher quantity, and then they can identify it. And that's what they use. And this is very famous, and it was found in Yellowstone National Park. Also, a lot of the research for thermophiles in Yellowstone is funded by NASA, because we think that life on Earth originated in these very same environments that we see in these hot springs, these thermophiles. So if they can understand what it looks like here on Earth, they can understand where they can look on other planets to find life that doesn't need the sun for energy. It gets its energy from its surroundings, from the rocks that these are in. So if they can understand that here, they can understand that on other planets potentially, and they can find life on other planets. So like I said, I left out a ton. So if you have questions, well, I'll definitely take questions. Here's my email. Feel free to email me, and I'll stick around afterwards as well. So thank you.
All right, just to be respectful of everybody's time, how about we call it the end of the day? If you have questions for Jamie, and I think John's still here, so if you have more fire questions, please come on down and talk to us. Kim and Jim are still here if you have questions about concessions. And thank you all online and in person for joining us today. It's always exciting to see your faces come in the park and know you're going to go out and do good things and take care of the visitors that come to this park. So have a safe and enjoyable summer. If you need anything, please reach out. We're always here for you. But thanks for everything you do, and thanks for coming. Have a great night.